Hello, everyone, and peace of Christ to all of you. Please invite your friends. And today we are going to have a good time. I hope so. And soon I will open my Skype for Muslims if you'd like to call us. Or if you are from those hippies who live in New York and you defend so-called Palestine, I would like to talk to you. I want to see how smart you people are, how intelligent. Before we start playing the video of son of Hamas, who is the son of the founder of Hamas, or one of the founders, I saw this video here. It's coming from TikTok. I don't have account in TikTok, as you know. But since we played the video of about Uthman taking the wife of that guy, I have the same page open, and I saw this video. Listen how the Muslims, they play games and how they fool people. So this is Abdul, his name is Atif. So Atif, he is making an interview, and supposedly he is not siding with anyone. So he's asking a Jew, why you are calling those people terrorists? Let us see what happened.
It's going down. Yo, why are you calling them terrorists? Because they're supporting terror. They're supporting Hamas. Hamas is ISIS. You think that supporting Palestine is supporting terrorists? Hamas got elected by the Gazan people. So therefore, the whole Gaza are terrorists. 20 years ago, right?
Guys, 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, the people of Gaza, they selected terrorists. So supposedly that to make it not So guys, you know, the Jewish guy explained, well, if Gaza elected terrorists, well, they are terrorists. And then the Abdul, he is smart supposedly. He said to him, but this is 20 years ago. Does it matter? If you elect terrorist, you are a terrorist. And they are there for 20 years. Did you see anyone striking in the street? Did you see anyone objecting them? Did you see anyone is asking them to leave? So if they are elected and they are terrorists, I mean, look how silly, how stupid they are. They think by saying that they were elected 20 years ago, that will change the fact that they are elected by the people of Gaza, which means all of Gaza are supporting terrorism. And you are a terrorist too. And all those who support Hamas, they are terrorists. And how come you did not strike for the last 20 years to free Gaza from the terrorists? Do you see how hypocrite they are? Well, just to give you the bad news, in fact, we have terrorists in the Middle East since your prophet Mohammed. Police be upon him. And Hamas is just one of many Islamic groups just practicing what Muhammad said. Kidnapping, raping, killing children. And this is exactly what he did. I see some people keep talking about Hatun. My friend, I have advice for you. Either you have something useful to say or shut up. Hatun is not there. Maybe she is visiting her family. Maybe she got married. Maybe just either you can do something about it or then shut up. So what you want to know? Do you want to fight Hatun in the chat? Yes, Christian Prince, do you know Hatun? Mr. is missing. So what this chat will do? So either people, they do something useful. If you can find her, go find her. But the chat thing is a stupid thing. It's just a gossip. Act like a man. Stop being like a children's. We go back to our topic. When the Muslim, they try to explain themselves, they are like snake. You know how the snake act? They are a sneaky snake. And always, by the way, I find that people that are not really qualified to answer, you know, the satanic ones usually is prepared. You know, the victims, they don't know really what they are saying. So if we go now to the video of Hamas, as you know, Musab Hassan.
This news is funded by
Shut up, you idiot. Go get retired. I mean, I want to know even who is the donkey who hired you to be there. This is the news for democracy now. Don't forget to give us money. Because if you don't give us money, we have no democracy.
Like you. Please support our work.
Yeah, support.
democracynow.org.
Yeah, you know, democracy will not be exist unless this channel in YouTube, you know, and give us please. You know, this is the same as Mohammed, the scam. Democracy now, and democracy now, she is going after an Israeli. I mean, the whole Middle East have no democracy. And now her target is Israel. Every single Muslim country have zero democracy. And by the way, because they have a lot of democracy, they have zero gays, zero atheists, zero Christians, zero. I mean, they're democracy. I mean, because the whole nation agree about one thing, they have one underwear. All Muslims, they wear one underwear. In fact, I don't know if you can believe this story. There is you know, an elephant. He live in a house of Abdul. And Abdul have many, you know, family in the house. And then they have a big swimming pool. But each time they want to swim, only one person swim at a time. Even the elephant. I said to myself, maybe the elephant is swimming by himself because it's so big. So I said to Abdul, I said, why you don't swim all of you together? I mean, I understand even the elephant is not swimming. He said, no, we have one panties, one swimming suit. I said, but is that including the elephant? He said, yes. So their panty is so flexible to the point it can take an elephant. And this woman, grandma, she is worried about the democracy in Israel because this idiot, he is posting images and he is claiming that Hamas is heroes. So what do you want the Israeli to do for him? To give him a bouquet? Those people, they just killed 1,400 people and they kidnapped other 250. What do you want? If this guy, he live in Gaza and he support Israel, he will be dead in 2 seconds. Democracy now. Go, idiot. You stink. Where is the video about Hamas? Oh. All right. Let us go to the video of Son of Hamas. Let us hear something useful and something real. Beside those, you know, dummy Western, they don't know what they are talking about. Western people usually, some of them, they are smart. But those who they are liberals, for them, you know, they don't know the difference between a penis, between a banana, excuse me, penis, banana, cucumber, all is a penis. They don't know even who is a female and who is a male. Even the person you talk to him, you ask him, are you a male? He have to take some time to think about it. A Muslim calling me Christian princess. Abdul, is it me who said I never receive Quran unless I wear my wife clothing? So who is the princess? Isn't it your prophet? He put eyeliner in his eyes 3 times a day, and the Muslim, they claim that he was so pretty. Isn't it your prophet? He kissed man down their belly. Isn't it he pee like a woman? I mean, what is left about him to be a man? Isn't it him who do sugar and take his hair from his chest like Mimi Hijab? And you are talking about princess? Isn't it him when a man, he said to him, who is من هذه الحميراء, you know, أعطني هذه الحميراء. Give me this woman, this female. He was talking about Aisha. Muhammad, he said to him, oh no, no, this is my wife, the mother of the believers. The guy, he said to him, okay. Aisha, after the man, he left, she said to him, who is the man who dared to speak like this to you? The guy, he just asked for the wife of Muhammad. Muhammad said, أحمق مطاع, which means he is a fool we have to obey, which means if he insists to take you, boom. This is your prophet. Who is the princess? Somebody saying respectable for life. I mean, why Muslims they use fake names? Do you Muslim respect life? I mean, look at your name. Your name is a fraud. I want to ask you: is that a name you hijack after killing some good Palestinian or some good Jews? Respect for life. Since when you Muslim respect life? Is it democracy when Israel invade and take the land from Palestine? Okay, I will go with you. I want to go to the Quran now, and you stupid idiot, son of Aisha, you ask me the question, ask it to Allah. Isn't it Allah who commanded the Jews to take the land? Isn't it your stupid God, Muhammad, aka Allah, in chapter 5, verse number 21, said to Moses, hey Moses, tell your people, go and attack the Palestinians and take the land. However, those Palestinians now are not the Palestinian. Those have nothing to do with the Palestinians, zero. Palestinians are not even an Arab, those are an Arab. So who is the one who invaded the land? If we ask your stupid Muhammad, who built the temple of Suleiman, he will say Suleiman. You want to show you? Call me. Call me, you donkey. Who follow the book of monkeys? They kill you. Even their book says this is the land of the Jews. The temple is the temple of Solomon. And then they say, well, you can take it from us. You know, take it from us. The first time any Muslim, he entered that land, any Arab, it was 1,200 years. Sorry, 700 years after Jesus. In the 8th century. I was talking about the crusade. So who is the one who invaded the land? Before that day, nobody speak Arabic there. You are the invader. Give Syria back to the Syrian. Give Iraq back to the Assyrian. Give Morocco, give Egypt to the Coptic. You coward son of Muta. You speak about good and right and wrong and invasion. Give us Constantinia. The whole Turkey is not your land. They took Spain, they took all of Europe, and then they speak about we are not invader and we are not the one who colonized, when you are the biggest colony in the world. Coward liars. No dignity. Are you going to play dead now? Play dead, coward. Big mouth, the second you showed him the hypocrisy and you showed him, we can prove everything we say from your stupid book, you idiot. It's your stupid book confirmed that this is the land of the Jews. Let us hear the speech of the son of Hamas, a good man. You see, sometime even the devil can give good children sometime.
Good afternoon. Ambassador, thank you for having me and giving me this important podium. Such a difficult situation. I see lots of division and confusion, lots of hatred, lots of misinformation. And everybody speaks on behalf of the children and on behalf of the innocent. But I am not sure about their real intention. But today I can speak on the authority of a Palestinian child, someone who grew up in that culture. Hamas' first crime against children in the Palestinian societies is not arming them or encouraging them to carry suicide bombing attacks. It's the religious, ideological indoctrination that I had to go through. With one intention in mind: to annihilate the state of Israel. This is Hamas' primary goal. In this truth, there is no confusion.
No confusion.
I speak as first-hand witness on Hamas and their intention. My father is one of the founders of Hamas movement.
So what? So what?
I was there when Hamas was born.
You are not from them. No, no.
I was before Hamas was born.
Prove it. Prove it.
And as I said before, I will be there after Hamas is dead.
Good for you.
I am not a part of propaganda. I don't work for nobody. I only represent myself. And on this authority, I speak. So don't be mistaken. And take my words very carefully. Hamas is committing a crime against this generation and the next generations to come. So blaming Israel is not going to solve the problem. Imagine a 10-year-old child. When I disobeyed Hamas, I was tied up to a post and I was whipped by Hamas top leader. And I don't want to mention his name because he's not worthy. With an electric cable. Every lash, I lost my breath. Until I lost my consciousness. My father was in prison at that time. And this leader thought that he was my mentor. This is Hamas discipline. This is how they wanted me to be. To become a violent savage like them. And the very basic intelligence of a child, when I felt that was not natural, it wasn't. But I had still to go to the mosque to please my mother and please my father and obey this type of monsters. I hate to talk about my personal struggle. And I hate to be in a position to be at defense. He also don't like to be at defense. Because this is what Hamas did to Israel on October 7th. They put all of us at defense. But this doesn't mean that we are not going to win the war. Growing up in that society, a majority of the Palestinians blamed Israel. And as a child, I took it as a Quran. I took it as a holy scripture that Israel was our problem. But then as I grew up, I start identifying the enemy within. The religious authorities, the corrupt leaderships, who basically did not care about children, they did not care about Palestinians, they still don't care about nobody but themselves. And the world has been empowering them against the prey, against the victims. This has to come to an end. Let's put my childhood on the side, because maybe a child does not see things for what they are. Maybe I was very bad. I misbehaved myself as a child to deserve to be beaten up again and again and again by Hamas leaders. And some people say, is it a personal problem? Well, it is a personal problem. Do you have any problem with me having Hamas problem as a personal problem?
Here you see how a smart person he speak. They try to frame you. You have a personal problem with Hamas, don't you? Well, isn't it personal anyway? Isn't it what they are doing is personal? When they kidnap a wife of somebody, is that personal? Is he a person? Is he a human being? Do you have a personal problem? Huh? Is that what do you have? That's why you hate Hamas, huh? So they try to frame you, you know. Like the guy who said to me, why you speak always against homosexuality? I said to him, are you a gay? He said, no, I'm not a gay. Why you are saying that? I said, oh, you look at you, look what happened. You look like you're the one who don't like gays. They cannot refute you. They cannot answer you. They try to frame you. That's why they give us names, Islamophobic. Framing us. Islam is not scary. In the airport we have security, not because of Islam, no, because of the Hindus. Because of the Buddhists. Because of the girls who they are naked in the bars of Thailand. Those are the scary ones. Not the Muslims, no. Islam is peace. You are just Islamophobic. And there's a donkey in the chat. His name is PK. He said to me, Christian Prince, do you know what happened in the 1st century? Antioch? Abdul, we know what happened in the 1st century. The question for you, do you know what happened in the 1st century of your prophet? You don't. Even the books of hadith about your prophet written 300 years after Muhammad. So look how stupid you are. You don't have the Quran. You don't have Sahih al-Bukhari. You don't have Sahih Muslim. You have somebody saying even al-Bukhari himself was 200 years after Muhammad. And you're asking the Christian, do you know what happened in the 1st century? Yes, we know what happened in the 1st century. We have John. Do you have John? We have Peter. Do you have Peter? We have Paul. Do you have Paul? You don't have a zero witness of what your prophet said, yet you collect what your prophet says 300 years after. And what he said, the prophet, when he used to suck my tongue. What? The prophet used to suck your tongue when he is fasting? Did he suck something else? Yes, the prophet said when somebody was not happy with him, he said to him, go and bite the penis of your father. Ooh, this is the book of Muhammad. Yes, what else? What else? It sounds like porn. Abu Bakr and Umar, they said, go and suck the clitoris of Allah. All of this in your books. That's what you have about your prophet. Do you know what happened since Antioch? When we have Antioch, do you have? Even in stupid Quran, he wrote about the Antioch. Not only that, he says the 3 messengers of Jesus, they went to the city of Antioch. And do you know who is number 3? Is the third, he is the strongest, and his name is Paul. So those Mohammedan, they do not know the religion. They do not know ours. They do not know what they want, and they are violent. And then they speak about peace, and they accuse you of everything they do. They rape, they accuse you of rape. They take your land, they accuse you took their land. This is what they are doing right now with Israel. Continue. It is a personal problem.
It is a personal problem. Do you have any problem?
Do you?
With me having Hamas problem as a personal problem?
Hit it.
It is a personal problem. And I swear I will not die before I see Hamas dead.
I mean to that.
Can I make this a goal to my life?
Yes, we can, for sure.
You know, unlike many of the leaders who sit here and give Hamas legitimacy by not condemning them, if the entire world stand there and say otherwise, the child witness within will always be there. and nobody can deceive that child anymore. Then, as I grew up, I become the Hamas or the Islamic student movement president in our town, and I became part of the movement. It's just out of the love for my father and our family, I had no other choice, which somehow led me to imprisonment.
It led him to imprisonment. Please, admins, don't block the Muslims who they are saying whatever they are saying. As long as they don't use bad language, don't block their text. I mean, let us laugh at them. Look at the Abdul. He tried to change the topic. Hey, Christians, how many Bible you have? How many books you have, Christians? Yes, we should ask you the same question, you donkey. Because how come the Quran mentioned 124,000 prophets, yet you have only one book? The donkeys of Muhammad, they keep talking about books and Bibles. But their stupid God, he sent 124,000 idiots. And according to Muhammad, and only one idiot, his book is preserved. So imagine Allah. He have a big library, 124,000 books. But because he is a good librarian, he was able only to keep one. And then we check, we find that that book is not exist. What they have today have nothing to do with the Quran of Muhammad. And when we check the hadith, we find that the goat ate the Quran. Like if we ask this potato, can you recite for me the verse of a breastfeeding for adult, which I love very much. In fact, I was going to convert to Islam if you can find it. Breastfeeding for adult, you idiot. You have a God. His name is Allah. He gave a messenger. His name is Muhammad. That listen, tell the Muslims that if somebody wanna visit somebody, let his wife give her her boobs. And now you Muslims, you go around in YouTube and other places and you ask Muslim women to give their breast to suck it. Prophet Muhammad Hijab said, okay, can I suck your wife tit or to make her haram? You have many Bible. How many Bible you have? Potato. Potato. Abdul, you cannot play with me. I have all your laundry. You try to make fun of us. You try to make fun of our book. All this is over. We are going to whip the face of your prophet with our ass. And after that, I have to clean my ass. Because you know all the boogers. The only prophet who take boogers from his nose and he put in his pocket is Muhammad. The only one he spit at his sleeves is Muhammad. Have you ever heard somebody spit at his sleeves? Have you? The only one who takes shower with dead dogs and women blood from period and garbage is Muhammad. Am I lying? And this is your best man. And now you Muslim, you camp your hair, and the women, she wear hijab and 10 kilograms of makeup, you know, and they use gas instead of perfume. And then you, what is this? This is what Muslims used to do. Aren't you following the steps of Muhammad? White clothes, go and see how Muhammad was. A man, he take a shower literally, in even the sewage is a cleaner. Am I lying? I will open soon my Skype. You can call me and get me busted. Anything I say, get me busted. Potato. Hey, brother. Musab, continue. Sorry for disturbing, man.
Otherwise, the child witness within will always be there, and nobody can deceive that child anymore. Then, as I grew up, I become the Hamas or the Islamic student movement president in our town, and I became part of the movement. It's just out of the love for my father and our family. I had no other choice, which somehow led me to imprisonment at the age of 18, just a few weeks after my 18th birthday. May 28, 1996. My problem was not Israel who arrested me during that experience. It was Hamas again, but this time with a lot more brutality, a lot more pain than the pain I experienced on a personal level. In prison, Hamas tortured and killed hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, Hamas members, because Hamas had suspicion that they were collaborating with the State of Israel. I spent 16 months in that first arrest among Hamas leaders. What was called Al-Majd, Hamas security wing, for those who don't know, this division of Hamas. This security wing, they brutally tortured people, putting needles under their fingernails, burning plastic on their bodies, putting off cigarettes in their skin. The screams of hundreds of prisoners over that period of time, how could I forget? And I don't wish for any of you to go through such experience, to realize what type of monster we are dealing with. It's unfortunate that my father helped establish such an organization. And I don't mean to dishonor him. I love my father and I will always do. I'm not here to dishonor my people. I love my people. But I cannot believe how far Hamas was able to travel in this madness, and we could not stop them. After I was released from prison, I made very hard choices. And I don't have the time to go through all my motives, but yes, I had many motives. Many motives to fight against Hamas, and I still do. And nobody can get in my way. Not even the United Nations. So the choices I made were against any rational mind. I ended up working together with the Israeli intelligence for 10 years. We had a common goal. That goal was to stop suicide bombing attacks. Hamas, for those who don't know, or those who have short memory, carried many suicide bombing attacks during the 90s and the early 2000s. Dozens of suicide bombing attacks where a suicide bomber took an explosive built went to inside a bus and blew himself up, killing all type of people. Not only Israelis. Americans were killed. Europeans were killed. Other nationalities, including Israeli Arabs, including Muslims. Hamas did not differentiate. Take Hotel Park, for example. On a holiday, on the most sacred Jewish holiday, a suicide bomber go into the dinner, blow himself up, kill more than 30 people. Some Holocaust survivors died in that attack. Dolphinarium, Some teenagers having fun at the beach. Hamas suicide bomber killed about 18 and wounded dozens. Look up, see how many buses. It did not stop there. Hamas attacked the Hebrew University. 6 Americans were killed in that attack. They targeted synagogues. They invite violence. They love violence. Hamas, without chaos, cannot survive. It's their climate. This is where they thrive. When the peace process came, if you follow the history of Hamas and their development or their evolution, whatever you want to call it, Hamas, what sabotaged the peace process through suicide bombing attacks. And they don't have a vision. That's the problem. Because nobody can satisfy their ambition when they are waging a holy war. We're not talking about IRA. We're not talking about other political terrorist organizations that we can pressure them, bend them, bring them to the negotiating table. We are talking about a religious group that does not believe in political borders, that wants to annihilate an entire race in order to build an Islamic state. I don't know what else can be said about this group. And I don't know why it's not obvious to everybody that the United Nations fail to condemn them. Bunch of rapists. This is what they are. Lower than animal consciousness.
Bunch of rapists. Bunch of rapists. Lower than animals. That's what Mohammed did. That's what Abu Bakr did. That's what Umar did. That all those called caliphate and the Muslim leader did. This is the religion of rape, killing, hatred. They even rape each other. They even kill each other. They even kidnap each other. They even steal the money of each other. They even killed the family of Muhammad. They even raped the family of Muhammad. In fact, Muhammad himself was raped by his cousin. When his cousin came back to see him, he said to him, Amma ibn ammi faqad hataka ardi. And regarding my cousin, the one who did rape me. Am I lying, Muslims? I will open Skype soon. And I want to see the brave of you who dare to call. Potatoes, sons of potatoes. You have no shape. You are round when it's going to be round. You change your shape like a potato. You go after people when they are asleep in their bed and you kill them and you rape them. And then you want to exchange prisoners. And then the Muslim, they make videos, exchange of hostages. When the Israeli, they never took a hostages from you, you coward. They took a criminals. They say children, the children have beard. And they did stab Israeli. Those Israeli women and children, they did that what to you? Nothing. You kill them. You attack them. Then they attack you back. You hide behind babies. Then the baby is shot, and then you take a picture and you post it online. Look what they are doing to us. Christian-Prince. The Israeli army is invading. And they are thinking, just shut up, you son of Muta. The religion who flipped everything upside down. The black is white and the white is black. Coward liars. And now they are taking advantage of those hippie Americans who have no idea what's going on. They don't even know the name of the president. They don't know even how many states in USA. They have zero knowledge of mathematics, zero knowledge of geography. They have zero knowledge about anything. And then the second you talk to them, they know everything in the world. Democracy now. They want democracy now. But by the way, we don't want the Bible, but we live in democracy. We don't want children to say the word God, but we believe in democracy. And our democracy is, if you wear an American flag in school, we kick you out. But if you wear a Palestinian flag, you are a hero. Democracy now. A bunch of idiots. Give me the White House. Just give it to me for a month or two. And I will teach you what democracy is. You made the White House a joke house.
So, I don't speak only on the authority of that child and someone who grew up in the Palestinian territory. I also speak on the authority of someone who has 10 years of experience in a counterterrorism of the Israeli intelligence. It took us 8 years to capture someone's by name Ibrahim Hamid. This mass murderer. 8 years he hid in a small town of Ramallah, less than 20,000 people. It took us 8 years to capture him, while he was sending suicide bombers every other day. It was a big nightmare to capture him. And you know now what they are doing? Why the hostage situation that we have in Gaza? They want him. He's on the top of the list to be released. Ibrahim Hamid, remember his name? Look him up. They want mass murderers to go back to the street. And if you ask yourself, the guy that you saw earlier, Yahya Sinwar, with the child and the rifle, this guy was released just recently, part of the prisoner exchange with Israel. When Israel had to release more than 1,000 Hamas members to return one Israeli soldier back to his mother. And Hamas had a taste to that. So they thought this time they can go and bring 200 hostages and more. So they can bring the only true democracy in the Middle East to its knees. This is why it's a very brutal war. For those who are in the intelligence communities, they understand the significance of this. And they know that that Israel cannot release more Hamas terrorists. Because this guy, you saw, Yahya Sinwar, he is the mastermind behind the attacks on October 7th. And how can Israel afford, or how can any of you validate or prove the release of mass murderers back to the street so they can carry a lot more terrorist attacks and hijack an entire society, use hundreds of thousands of people as human shields? Is this our way of solving the problem? We need the correct vision. First of all, we need to identify the origins of suffering.
Islam.
Where it's coming from.
It is
Where
Islam.
does it originate from? We need to identify the disease.
The disease.
Then we can provide the cure.
It is Islam.
Up to this point, we haven't identified the disease. And for those who know the problem, they don't have the courage to stand and say, we have a problem with Hamas. But most of us have our own calculations, from Russia to China to the rest of the superpowers, given Hamas cover. Hamas gave the attacks on October 7th as a birthday gift to Putin. For those who did not make the connection. And I don't want to go farther. Now nobody's talking about Ukraine, using Hamas as the wild card in the Middle East, igniting a religious war to just divert your attention somewhere else. All those criminals, whether they were high profile or low profile, they are all savages. They are all enemies of children and enemies of humanity. The United Nations and the rest of the international community have empowered con men who used what's so-called Palestinian cause to become richer. They were seeking power and wealth. They did not care about the Palestinian people. As the children of Gaza sink in despair and poverty, leaders of Hamas, along with their families and their entourage, enjoy the Four Seasons Hotel in Doha, Qatar. We can continue putting our head in the sand, but then we have escaped our responsibility. I can go on and on for hours, or should I say for 6 years of my life. But I don't have the time. I don't have the time. If we don't eradicate Hamas this war and this time, if we don't eradicate them, the next Gaza war is going to be deadlier. It's going to be much greater. If today we are complaining about 10,000 casualties, even though I'm not sure about the numbers because it's Hamas statistics, I don't trust anything they say or anything they do. But even if it was true, it's actually a miracle that we have only this number. The next war, we will be talking about hundreds of thousands. This is the 4th war with Hamas and the 5th war in Gaza, because also Islamic Jihad had their own war. If we don't eradicate Hamas and other terrorist groups in Gaza this time and give Gaza back to the people of Gaza, we will give them legitimacy. We will show them that we are afraid. And tomorrow, they will come back with vengeance. What made Hamas attack this time a lot stronger than the past wars? Because under the international pressure, we had to negotiate with them. And we had to give them legitimacy. This is what encouraged them and gave them power. You know, Qatar, for example, it's a member of the United Nations, playing the mediator, etc.
Head of the snake.
They could have fooled me. They are the ones hosting Hamas.
Exactly.
They are the ones who have been funding Hamas.
Exactly.
Russia, Musa Abu Marzouk,
The filthy
a
Putin.
Hamas top leader, was in Moscow just yesterday. Okay, to be more accurate, a week ago. What's this? Where democracies should be united in fighting such savages. All of us saw Hamas. You call a hostage situation, but you want the true term Hamas uses for this?
Booty.
Booty. It's not even hostages.
That's what Mohammed
It's not
said.
war prisoners. All of us saw Hamas, savage, grab a teenager girl from the neck, pushing her into the unknown. That's your very freedom. That girl represents your freedom. And none of us thought about the mother of that kid and how she felt about seeing her daughter being dragged that way by a savage who wants to dominate, who sees women as a property. This is how Hamas sees women, a property, something they can own. As they want to own territory, more territory, their lust, their sexual lust, their lust for power, their lust for territory. I had to die many times in order to transcend this mentality. So we are talking about a big problem. It's beyond Israel. And here is the danger. And with this, I will conclude. The danger if Israel fail their war in Gaza, which is a brutal war, because if it was open war, Israel would annihilate Hamas in no time, matter of hours, let's say days. Hamas is finished. But since Hamas strategy, it's a strategic thing of Hamas to take human shields. This crime cannot be forgiven. None of us should forgive this crime. Gambling with children's blood for political gain, it doesn't get worse than this. So Israel now got stained by blood. This is what Hamas wanted to happen from day one. They wanted to sacrifice thousands of children so Israel can take the blame. Digging tunnels and bunkers under hospitals, schools, launching missiles. A Hamas misfire, how many people killed at a hospital, and they went so fast to blame Israel, and the rest of the world listened to them and listened to their propaganda. Nobody is concerned to check what is true and what is false. Whatever that serve our political and short-term interest, we go for it. Suicidal, not knowing that we are going against evolution. We are going against the collective consciousness of humanity. We're going against the interest of children, the defenseless children who has no one to speak on their behalf. They don't have the power to discern. And yes, they are dying. But who's causing all this death? Blame is the cheap way. It's the way of the coward. Those who have the courage take responsibility.
Hit it.
They don't blame.
Coward people.
If Hamas is not defeated, if Hamas is not eradicated in Gaza, we will set the model. We will give the freedom to so many radical groups around the world, especially in Europe. Because many of ISIS have fled to Europe under civilian cover. They are sleeping cells in Europe. And there is a migrant problem in Europe. And there is an Islamic problem in Europe. And this is just a warning. If you really care for the global security, and I speak as a person who was part of the counter-terrorism effort against radical Islamists, if Hamas is not defeated in Gaza, it will inspire many groups around the globe. They will see that few thousands of savages can blackmail the international community, the superpowers, and bring democracies to their knees.
Exactly.
Many of them are watching now, and many of them are very happy about how the world is responding. And many of them are satisfied to see the state of confusion and fear and anxiety. This is the time to get united. Because if Israel fails in Gaza, all of us, we will be next. Thank you for listening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity. May God bless all of us and protect our children, not only the Palestinian children, but also the Israeli children. Bring the hostages back to their families, and may God bring peace to this divided world. Thank you very much for listening.
All right. You know, everything he said, I cannot say anything against it. You know, I mean, he just said the truth. The world is hypocrite. Everybody's speaking about the children. But in fact, even those children, by the way, tomorrow they will be terrorists. As long as Hamas is in control, they control the school, they control the high school, they control everything. So the child you are talking about today, tomorrow is going to kill you in Europe, will kill you in America. Look, this is Abdul, he just posted this. Just to give you an example, and I assure you this, Abdul, he lives in the West or in America. He said this. Just to give you an example. All of you will pay jizya. In case you do not know what jizya is, you pay money like a dog, and the Muslim occupy your land, and they will treat you not even as a citizen, second hand, third hand, no, like a slave. And your women belong to the Muslim. Did I say that? This is a text was just posted just 2 minutes ago. If you go back in the chat, you will see it. I took a screenshot of it. The Muslim, they are not shy to say what they want. They say it to you every day. There's a million videos in YouTube. And still those white people in the West, they are so stupid to the point. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Look, Abdul, listen, but Palestine, those Hamas, they want to kill everybody. I don't care, don't you see the baby? There's a baby was die. Okay, how come you don't see the Israeli baby? No, this is not the Israeli, it's not a baby. The Muslim is a baby. Did you see the baby? So the terrorists, they knew that in your nation there's a lot of fools, and those are called liberals. Hippie. You know, those liberals always, they are after something weird. They act always differently from anything, so they can be known. So 30 years ago, they want to have a group sex, hippies. Okay, so we grow hair, the pant is so wide, women wearing short like 1 inch, sleep in the beach, we have a tent, we grow our hair, we should not take a shower, and now we are hippies. Okay, now. Many years after, hippie, it's not attractive no more. You know, that's really. So we want to have a naked beach. Okay, we strike and we make noise, etc. We want to have naked beach. Okay, now we give them naked beach. Nobody go there. Because they have it now. Okay, now we have to find something else. The right of a homosexual, they have a flag and we strike everywhere. We put the flag everywhere. And you know, okay, well, homosexual, here we go. And now finish the homosexual. Transgender, we know the transgender use the bathroom and they can go in sport and do gymnastic with women. What the heck? I mean, he's a man. He's 6 foot tall. He have a missile of a man. How he can go in the sport? We don't care. We want, transgender to, okay, we give them transgender. So it doesn't matter what you give them. They keep changing the trend. And then, from the bathrooms, from the hippie, from a homosexuality, from Trump is a racist. I mean, you have to, by the way, if Trump was there, they would not even care for Gaza. They would be striking against Trump. You have to give them a target. Those potatoes, the liberals, you have to give them a target practice. They claim that they are people who believe in democracy. Trump, he won the election, they start burning cars. Why you burn cars? Look, Trump supporters, they went And they made a disaster. What they did, June 6th, this strike, just 2 weeks ago, a group of supporters of Palestine, so-called Palestine, they enter the Congress the same as June 6th. Did you see anybody is in jail, is going to stay 15 years in jail? The video is there. They occupy the middle of the Congress. And I say to Kazim, you know, Kazim, are you asking me to go to Russia and replace Putin and I do what Putin did to you and with Kadyrov? Just to refresh your memory. Not long time ago, Putin, he went to Grozny. This is why many of the children of Chechnya now, they are Russian and their name is Alexis. Because the Russian soldiers, who they are evil, supposedly, they did rape a lot of Chechenian women. And because you Muslims are really true Muslims, you defend Putin today. And you work for him. And Kadyrov, he is his best puppy. Now, supposedly this guy is not a Muslim. His name is Antonio, I think. He's supposedly Christian, but he supports Russia. You know, I love Russia. Not only I like Russia, I love Russian people. But look what Antonio, he said. CP, the West, NATO, and UN are not asking for ceasefire in Ukraine. Why they should? Did you give them back their land? If you want ceasefire, why you open fire? So you open fire. You take towns and cities and territory from your neighbor Christian country. And now you want ceasefire? Who in the world want to take ceasefire when he lost half of his country unless he is betraying his country? Did you give them their land back? Huh? So now the Ukrainians are the criminals and you are the victim, huh? And look, the NATO are not giving. Abdul, I want to remind you, you know, as long as you are a person who talk about ceasefire, how come the NATO asked you many times in Syria to cease fire and Putin refused? What Russia have to do with Syria? Is Pittsburgh there? Was Pittsburgh in Syria? Is Syria part of Russia? How come you send all the way your army there and you attack people you never met, you never saw, you never know? And you have no problem with that. But you have a problem with the NATO. The NATO, they're expanding, but you're expanding in Africa, expanding in Syria, expanding everywhere, and taking territories of your neighbor country. It's fine. In fact, the land of this guy Kadyrov, he betrayed his country. This is the land of the Chechen people. You know, this is not Russia. Everybody knows they are not Russian and they don't want to be part of Russia. Are you going to give them their land back? In fact, Muslim now, Putin, he is using them. He sacrificed them and he sent them in the front line. Most of those Muslim territories, they are very poor. Very, very poor. They send them for $500 to die in Ukraine. You wanted to say, crazy, they want ceasefire? No, you see, this you are mistaken. You are mistaken. The NATO is not involved in Gaza. They have nothing to do with Gaza. The one involved is only one country. That is America. Because America have a very much interest in Israel. In fact, America, they have to support Israel. They have no choice because Israel is the biggest base to America. They are not doing favor to Israel. They need Israel. Some, they will say to you that the American paying Israel a lot of money as assistant. Well, they are doing the same to Turkey. They are doing the same to Egypt. They are even, the only country they don't get paid is Qatar. They give them a big base for free. But the American pay a lot of money for every base they have. So the American, they need Israel. They don't trust Turkey. They don't trust Qatar. They don't trust Saudi Arabia. But they can trust Israel. So when somebody says to you that the American should not support, those are a bunch of donkeys who do not know what they are talking about. American, it's not up to them to support or not. They need Israel. It's not the opposite. In fact, Israel does not need America, and they should free themselves from any relationship with America. All the benefit you get from America, you lose it in one statement from the White House. Everybody is afraid of Israel. It's not the opposite. Even Putin is afraid from Israel. Israel attack Syria almost every day. And Putin don't dare to say stop. Well, they are attacking Hezbollah. But Putin supporting Hezbollah, supporting the Syrian regime, but he don't dare to open his mouth. He don't dare to fight the Israeli. He don't. He cannot. They can torture him. So many people think that this Israel is a country we can go strike in the street, and if the White House says stop ceasefire, then those Israeli, they will obey and they bow down. You are mistaken. It's the opposite. It's your Joe Biden will bow down to them. It's your Putin will bow down to them. If now the Israeli decide to take revenge from Putin for saying bad statement about Israel, all what they need to do is just give some drones to the Ukrainian, and you get screwed as never before. The Israeli weapon is not like the Iranian weapon which Putin buying junk. This is Israel. So they can make you taste something you never tasted before. And when it's come to nukes, they have nukes nobody has like it ever. They can fry you. Not even China dare to open its mouth against Israel. The Israelis are so kind. And this is why the Muslims are taking advantage of it. The Israeli, they have a stupid idiot. His name is Netanyahu. We need David. Bring David, he will teach you all how to behave. Wait until David come, and then you will see what will happen to you. And I believe he's going to come. And then he will behave. It's just a matter of time. UFC fighters, I don't know, even people, they watch those UFC fighters, which is nothing but a show. Do you really believe in those UFC? This is gambling business. There's there's big mafia. They collect money, and if there's more people bet in this person, they will make him win. This is not a real fight. And even on why anyone he have a brain will watch this fight and spend money on it, or spend a minute. What you get from that? It's a fake fight. Only stupid people, watch those ring fight, which is fake. Same time, it's a business. What you get from that? You see, I encourage people to learn the art of fighting, to protect yourself, to protect your family. But you sit in the couch eating chips and fight and watching two people fighting, and they make millions, and you make nothing except eating your fingers. And you pay for the cable. Joe, bide me. How many books you have? Okay, I will answer you. We have all the books of the Prophet. You don't have any of them. Why you don't call me, you coward, and ask me the question? I will give you the number, and you give me the number of the books you have. We have a lot of books. Some they are considered as part of the Bible, and some they are considered as a tradition. So we have hundreds You have no books. You have zero. Even your Quran is not cannot be located. Even your Quran cannot be found. My Skype is open. If there is any Muslim there to join us, please feel free. Anyone? Who is a brave Muslim? He dared to join us. Anyone? Who is Abdul would like to join us? All of you are potatoes. This is the land of Israel. Who is the liberal who want to defend the free Palestine? Anyone? I am overstating Israel now? Well, never, because simply we saw how many Islamic countries they joined together to have war against Israel, and still Israel each time demolished them alone. Not in a single war United States was involved. How do you explain that? Most of you? So what, like 10% of you are terrorists? That will be like 100 million at least. So you are the biggest religion of terrorism, according to you. Was your prophet a terrorist? This is the question. Was your prophet Muhammad himself a terrorist? Muhammad rising saying, explain apostate prophet has more Christians listening to him. I don't know. I have 2,000 people listening to me right now. But I know that people, they join 2, 3 together to make 1,500. I am alone. I don't have guests. There you go. I have 2,000 people listening. You're an idiot. Same time, explain to me. Why don't you explain to you? Let us say he have 10,000. So what? Good for him. So you are just silly, stupid. I think your mom, she did not give delivery to you from her vagina. She gave delivery to you from her anus. What does it have to do with anything? Let us say somebody have 1,000 million billion watching him. So Andrew Tate is a pimp. If he go live, there's 300,000 watching him. Go join him. You are a pimp too. Muhammad rising. People are stupid, you know. What the heck is that? Stupidity is amazing. All right, we have a Muslim here. No, this is an ex-Muslim, maybe. No, what does he? All right. I'm not sure. You know, people are very silly. Hello?
Hey, how are you, bro? You're right.
I'm fine.
I'm going to turn the volume down so I don't get an echo. I won't take too much of your time.
All right.
I sent you a text message a bit earlier, about a week ago. Just wanted some advice about something, if you don't mind. If you can.
Are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim?
That's a bit of a difficult question.
Your camera is on, by the way. Your camera is on. I don't know if you want it on.
I know, but you're not showing it 21 anyway, so you know who I am. Okay. You know what I look like. All I don't mind. I can turn it off if you want me to, if you prefer.
All right. No, it's up to you. It's up to you. Do you like to be online with the camera on or no?
Well, you're not going to put it on YouTube, so it doesn't matter to me. I'll turn it off anyway.
Oh,
just
okay,
in case
okay,
people,
turn it
you
off.
know,
No, because we are in YouTube. I'm in YouTube. I'm live.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I luckily I caught you. So
All right.
I've been listening to some of your lectures anyway. I was born in a nutshell. I was born in a sect of the Shia called Shia Ismaili. I don't know if you've heard of these people. They believe in a guy called Aga
I
Khan
know their
as
leader.
an,
I met their leader.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay, so that's what I was born into.
All right.
Done a lot of searching: Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity, Sikhism. Nothing really. The way things were explained to me just turned me off Christianity. Cut a long story short, I then went into Islam, studied it for a number of years, actually, to be frank. I was in it for about 20 years and then slowly started to think out of the box. Anyway, cut a long story short, I'd done some Bible study lessons with a group of Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know how much you know about their teachings or not. Luckily, I was shown a different side of Christianity, but some of their doctrines I just couldn't accept. So now where I am, my situation at the moment is I've recently ordered the Red Letter Bible because I was told that this was the closest one in the English language that you're going to get to what the message of Jesus was, which is what my question is about. So is that the best recommended one for an English speaker, firstly? And secondly, is there any group or denomination or anything like that you know of that are closer to the unfiltered message, if you want to put it like that? I've come across a load of different groups, and I'm kind of on the fence at the moment. I do believe in God 100%, absolutely. But I want to do my due research and investigation, if you want, into something before.
If you want to read the good translation, there's a translation in English. It's called Aramaic Peshitta translation.
1 minute. Let me jot this down. Sorry, I'm ill prepared. I didn't actually think you were going to call back. Let me jot this down. Sorry, go again. What did you say?
The Aramaic Peshitta translation is a good translation, very good translation. However, remember, at the end of the day, always translation is a translation, you know.
Yes.
And the best is to learn the language. However, if you cannot, then you read the translation. But the Peshitta translation is I believe it's a very good, accurate, and very close to the original as a translation.
Peshitta, Basheta, yeah?
P-E-S-H-I-T-T-A, yeah.
I-T-T-A. Okay,
yeah.
I'll go.
Now, what is the Christian doctrine you did not accept?
I mean, to be honest with you, I'm thankful that I was actually shown a message that Jesus was preaching that I wasn't aware of when I first looked into Christianity many years ago. Some of the things that were being taught to me was the Trinity thing is like an egg. You know, an egg has a yolk, a white, and a shell, but it's all part of one. It was just very kind of mumbo jumbo to me. You know, I couldn't really.
Well, when somebody mentioned to you an egg, he's not talking about an egg. He's just trying to make the image closer to you, because we're human being. We understand things by images. However, you see, if I say to you God, then we understand we are talking about Almighty, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So do you want me to explain to you the Almighty?
From the Christian side,
no.
Yes.
Do you want me to explain to me? Do you know what Almighty mean?
Yes, yeah, I do.
What does that mean?
The Almighty is the one above everyone else, the one that always was, the one that wasn't created.
No. What is the word Almighty? Almighty mean? Almighty is somebody is all might, which means nothing is impossible for him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why it is hard to understand that the Almighty is all might and everything is possible for him? So it's not possible for me to be 4 and 1. It's not possible for me to be 10 and 1. It's not possible for me to be 2 and 1. but it's possible for
Yes.
God to be 3 in 1. So if you want me to explain how God is God, well, good luck with that, because this is why we call him God. Can you explain to me how Jesus can
Right.
make the blind see? No.
No.
It's impossible to explain, but this is what he did it. So either we are seeking to understand that from the beginning, the second we say it is God we are talking about, then God is almighty, and then there's many things nobody can explain how he do it and how he is, because simply this is how he is. He can do things I cannot do. The Quran says, as an example, how can Allah have a son yet he don't have a girlfriend? That because the God of the
Yes.
Quran is stupid. But my God, he can have a son without a girlfriend, for he's God. But for me, it's impossible. So if you say to me, do you have a son? I would say no. Okay, why you don't have a son? I would say to you, are you an idiot? I don't have a woman. So the Quran is speaking, the God of the Quran is speaking like a man, like me, because he's not God. But my God, he can have a son without having a girlfriend, without sexual activities. So what is impossible for man, the Bible says, is possible for God. And that is what makes the Trinity is possible. Same time, if you try to understand it, well, who can explain to you God anyway? God is a miracle. Nobody, we call something, we call it miracle because we cannot explain how it happened. Correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
God himself is a miracle. So is Jesus. So if you are seeking God, my friend, you need to understand that there's a limit where you can go. That's it. You say God, he's God. You know, how he can do things, I don't know. How he can create the earth, I don't know. How he created me, I don't know. I mean, he has the power. But how he got the power, I don't know. All what I know, he got the power, he's God. So if you are trying to lay God in a surgery like bed, and then you want to do surgery, and like a surgeon, he's check. Oh, here we have the liver, here we have the kidney, we have the nose. So if you are trying to understand how God works, good luck with that. So the Trinity is very simple. God, he presents himself in a 3-person. I cannot ask God why 3, why not 4? Why not 5? But he is 3. That's it. Same time, it's more acceptable. Listen, I don't want to waste your time and my time. So it's more acceptable for me, actually, to believe that God is a 3, because it makes sense how everything around us is based on his map, his fingerprint. Even the tree. If you look at the tree, the design of the tree, in order for a tree to have a ratio of a beauty, it is 1 to 2. They have to be 3. Same as a house. Everything we have around us, life is based on 3. Even the family, you have a father, you have a mother, you have a baby. Air, sun, water, life. One of them is missing, life is gone. So everything around us have a fingerprint of a 3. And if God, he presents himself, says, I am God the Father, I am, at the same time, I have a son, I send him to you, and I have a spirit. Either I accept or I reject. Same time, you don't have to believe in the God of the Christian. Go worship the God of Muhammad. He is one. But remember, those who worship Satan, he is one. Satan too. Satanic are monotheists too. We Christian, we are monotheists, but we believe in 3 person as one God. So it's not about 1 is better than 2 and 2 is better than 3 and 5 is better than 1. This is not mathematics. It's about who is real, who is fake.
Right.
Did I answer you?
Yep, you answered me. 2 questions I have, if you don't mind.
All right.
First of all, on the Trinity, as you've explained, I know I can't understand everything. It's not humanly possible, other than what God has revealed in a scripture, if we believe that to be the inspired or true word of God. Okay. What I don't understand is, I understand that Jesus Christ is God's son. I understand that. But when it is said he is part of the Trinity meaning the one God, I don't understand how. See, it's just very confusing because when we say God,
because you are trying to understand how God can be God. This is the problem. Same time, let me make it simple for you. You as a human, you have a soul, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you have a body?
Yes.
Is your body is the same as your soul?
No.
But isn't the soul is one and the body is one?
Yes.
Is it true that if your brain stop working, you die?
Yes.
Is it true if your body stop working, your brain will stop working and your soul will go?
Yes.
So you are based number 3. So now how you can convince me that you are 3 and 1 at the same time when this is impossible?
Okay.
So even we find that inside you, within you, there's a 3.
Yep.
There's a brain.
Okay.
There's a brain who controls all the functions of the body. And then there's the body, because the brain alone without the body is not there. So the brain is in charge of the body and the soul is in charge of life. If one of them goes out of balance, life is gone.
Right. Okay.
So if you as a human being, still you remember I just told you, everything you have around you have the fingerprint of God. Number 3. So if you as a human being is based on 3 things, as one of them is missing, you are missing, you don't exist. So if this is who you are, then if God, if you can have that, how come God cannot? So the word part is not accurate. There's no part.
Okay.
There's no part. This is unity. This is unity of one. When they asked Jesus, they said to him, disciples said to him, why don't you show us the Father? And that's it. Jesus said to him, I am with you all this time and you do not know me. Whoever saw me, he saw the Father. So this is not part. This is not about part. No part. We are not talking about like a limp. No, this is not the case. It's a unit. It's a unity of a divine in a 3 person. Okay. All right.
Okay, understood. Second question, quickly. I won't take up too much of time because I know other people want to call you. There was a verse that you spoke about in one of your videos when one of the companions at the time, one of the scribes, said for Tabarakallahu Ahsanul Khaliqeen, and after that Muhammad said put it in the book, and he basically left Islam because of that, because he had some doubt. That
Abdullah ibn Sarh, yeah.
Right. Okay. There were also some narrations of when Umar al-Khattab said some things that ended up word for word in the Quran. Could you tell me where I can find that? It's just for my personal.
Yeah, that's very easy. Umar, he said wafaqtu Rabbi. Different he says wafaqani Rabbi, which means my God agreed with me in 3 things. In fact, there's some hadith says 10 things.
Where can I find this?
It's right away in front of you on the screen. You will see it right away. And then it says here, if you go Sahih al-Bukhari, hadith number 402, it says Umar said, so the verse sent the same as I had said.
Yep.
All right. Anything else?
No, I can't see it on the screen. I can only see a man with his hand up.
All right. Just just search al-Bukhari, hadith number 402. And if you open a Skype, it's going to refresh. We'll come to you. Maybe take some time.
Thank you for taking the call. I appreciate it. And I'll carry on listening anyway.
I
appreciate it.
You're welcome, my friend.
Nice one. All right. Cheers. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Remember, you see, when somebody tried to explain God, that's one of the most impossible mission to explain. Because who am I to explain God to you? We call him God. We can't, because we cannot explain him, not because we can. If we can explain, I will become God too, because that means I have the knowledge of him. I have equal knowledge to explain a miracle. I cannot. So either we believe that God is God and nobody can explain God, for he himself is a miracle. How Jesus, he's born of a virgin. Can you explain it to me? No, nobody can explain it. This is an impossible, but this is not impossible for God. So the second we say God and we believe in him, either we are silly, like I can question the God of Islam, how come he cannot? Not how come he can. So when we question the God of Muhammad, we laugh at him. We question him because how come he cannot? Like, can Allah have a son? Allah, he says, no, how can I have a son without having a girlfriend? So if Allah is God, then he can have a son. And he should not say, how I can have a son without a girlfriend, because you're God. This is something I say. It's not you who say that. It's very stupid that somebody claim that he is God, yet he say, how can I? Well, aren't you God? So you jump on the chair, you claim to be on the throne, you claim to be the creator, and then you say, how can I? How in the world even you use such a sentence to describe yourself and your ability? You see, if a Christian say to Muslims, how come Allah cannot? Okay, I'm asking question, but Allah himself asking, how can I? That is the most stupid statement ever, proving that the God of Islam cannot be God, because you cannot say such a thing. You're God. You just strip yourself from the title of God. If your God himself is a questioning himself, huh? So what is left for him? What is left to the Christian and the Jews and the Hindus? We do not need to question it no more. He himself a question, how can he? Somebody saying why Greek gods and Hindu gods are similar. You know, this is a very funny argument too. I mean, what does it have to do with this? Let us say the Greek god is similar to the Hindu god, but there is many similar people like you. Does that mean there is something fishy? People, they seek religion, they seek God, they create God. So as long the first God created by the mind of a human being, well, the other person is the mind of a human being, so they will have similarity. Don't be silly. And by the way, the God of the Greek have nothing to do with the God of the Hindus. Do the God of the Greek have a elephant nose? Did you see the Greek worshipping a rat? What are you talking about? Stop reading funny articles. Do we have any Mohammedan who support halal food? I mean Hamas. Who's an American when they defend Gaza, free Palestine? Anyone? Cowards. You are brave to shout there, huh? Here you are, a potato. Democracy now, Palestine, free Palestine. Stop killing babies. So they kill our babies, they rape our women, they take our land, and then you shout for them? They kidnap from us, and then you shout for them? They kill us, they shoot us, they invade us, and then they go and hide behind women and children. And they say, look what they are doing, they are shooting babies. Stupid idiots. Do you believe that those gods from Greece and India, they were a fallen angel? I mean, I don't know. People, they say crazy stuff, man. If you believe in that, that means they are really gods. People, are you mad? Are you mad? So do you believe that the rat, the Hindu they worship, he was a fallen angel? Are you serious? What is the food you are eating lately? Too much McDonald's? What is this? Those are fiction gods. What fallen angels? Hold on. What? Who? No way. He have a comment about the Greek gods? What do you want to say? Christian Prince. First of all, I can prove to you that the Bible is full of the Greek mythology. Like what? And then in the Greek mythology, it said that the woman said the virgin and she will give a son. Abdul, in the Greek mythology, there's a virgin, she will give a son. Exactly. So are you saying to me, you stupid idiot, that your God Allah and his prophet Muhammad, he took from the Greek mythology that Mary, she was a virgin? Exactly. Did you say that? Christian Prince, first of all, I did not say that. You just said exactly. Everybody heard you. Christian Prince, I was saying exactly about the sentence before it. Okay, the sentence before it was saying that you believe that the Virgin Mary was a virgin because of the Greek mythology. Exactly. Okay, you just said it again. Christian Prince, I was saying exactly about the sentence like that last week. Like what last week? So the Mohammedan, they are so desperate to prove Christianity false. So they come with theories will destroy Islam in 2 seconds if they believe in it. You will see a Muslim, he will say to you, did you see the book of Barnabas? Okay, what is that? The Bible of Barnabas is the true Bible. Okay, do you believe in it? No, I don't believe in it. So why? What? If it's the true Bible, why don't you believe in it? They have big mouth and big diarrhea. Just turn the fan off when the Abdul he speak, because his shit will be all over the roof. Excuse my language. If there is any Muhammadan, he dare to call me immediately. Mayday, mayday. Who dare? Who dare? The Muslims, they are so desperate to find a way to get out with their crimes. They invade your land, they colonize your land, they force Arabic on you, they force Islam on you, they force food on you, they force clothing on you. And then they claim that Islam is the religion of democracy. This is what Al-Qadhi he said when he made a speech before they kill him. Remember, he gave a check to every leader in Africa, and then they voted that he is the king of Africa. What? He is the kings of Africa. The funny is that Al-Qadhi supposedly is a communist. And he paid the money to vote for him, to give him the title that he is the king of Africa. So Al-Qadhi was making a speech, the king of Africa, and he said, those people in the West, they took democracy from us. Democracy is coming from Arabic word, democracy. Democracy, which means bring the chairs. Look, Abdul, democracy mean bring the chairs, and democracy is coming from there? Exactly, Zakir Naik, I'm talking to Qadhi. Where are you coming from now? I mean, let me talk to the guy. Those Muhammadan, they take anything. Alexander the Great is a Muslim. Elon Musk is a Muslim. Mickey Mouse converted to Islam. I mean, anything. The tree convert to Islam. Actually, I wish. Do you want me to show you my Muslim cat? Even cats convert to Islam. Meow. It's a mental illness. The second you ask them, you question them about what they are just saying from their mouth, you will see the poo-poo all over the place. You search right now for on YouTube, reaction of a dog to the Quran. Like, what the heck? What happened? He is a Muslim. Reaction of a chicken to the Quran. Reaction of the cow to the Quran. Watermelon converting to Islam. Do we have any Abdul? Muslims will not take a single person from Gaza to their country. They will not give them visa. They hate them. And now they are making a strike for Gaza. Why you don't take them there? You don't even give them jobs in your countries. You don't welcome them. Emirat don't take people from Gaza. Or even Qatar. Even Qatar take only leaders of Hamas. Only. They don't take everybody. Saudi Arabia, 0 visa to Palestinians. Kuwait, no way. Iraq is the same. Turkey don't even mention it. All of them, they cry for Palestine, but nobody want to take a single person. That is the truth. Prove me wrong. In case you do not know, Hamas and and Muslim Brotherhood, which because Hamas is a Muslim Brotherhood, is recognized as a terrorist organization in Syria, in Egypt, in Emirat, in Bahrain, in Saudi Arabia. Muslim Brotherhood. But Muslim Brotherhood is legal in Europe, in Belgium, in London, in Paris, in USA, in Canada. So the Muslims themselves, they recognize the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization, dangerous terrorist organization. The dummy European, they welcome them. Do you know why? Because those Muslims, they understand each other. They know. Those dummy Europeans, they have no idea. They think the whole world eat McDonald's and French fries and watch Sylvester Stallone movie. Or what her name, this transgender? Nations of weirdos. I mean, what you expect from a nation, their president is Joe Biden. If Joe Biden become a president, this is how, I don't want to use the word shit, did I? I should not say it. This is how shitty this country is. Joe Biden become president. And look, his vice president, the laughing machine. I mean, even at the funeral, she is laughing. And that explains why they support the terrorist. Those people, they have no idea. Once one of them, he asked me, where are you from? You have a nice accent. I said, I'm black, blonde, African American, and from Japan. He said, okay, nice to meet you. He took it seriously. I'm telling you, he didn't ask, he didn't say, what? He said, oh, okay, nice to meet you. I like all cultures. What? Donkeys. How in the world the guy in the front of you is a black, blonde, African American from Japan, you idiot? And you like all cultures? What do you think, I'm United Nation? I was looking at his face, you know, he did not get anything. I mean, it's like as if I said to him, I am from Nigeria or I am from Finland, you know, nothing strange in what I said. So he said, yeah, I like all cultures. What the heck is that? You don't dare even to say how in the world you can be like this. Dummies. They are against killing babies, but they support abortion. Are you single? Well, this is what my mom, she gave birth to, a single person. What are you talking about? Yeah, I'm single. Thank God. Why? What I did to you? Do you want to bring a terrorist to my house? A woman, she will force me to wash dishes and do laundry? What's wrong with you? You challenge me. Are you a Muslim? Are you a Hindu Rushi? Master Rushi. I like your beard. What is that, man? What is this? What is the picture you have? If you are a Muslim, call me. Anyone? Why I'm single? Well, you know, if you play chess alone, it doesn't matter who loses, you are the winner. So I like to play chess alone. Always win. Anyway. Do we have any Mohammedan here? Who is a brave Muslim or from those who support Hamas and terrorists in Gaza willing to call me? Like if you are a person from the Democratic Party, police upon you, Antifa upon you, Joe Biden, shame on you. If you are supporters of all those things, you know, just give me a call. Tell me your wisdom or your wisdom, whatever you call it. Just call me if you're there. All right. Any Abdul? Let us see Skype. If there's anyone trying to call us. Nobody. Dead. Skype is dead. Ah, there's a girl. She is texting me and she is wearing the clothes of a gym. Let me block her. Gym? I mean, this is the best clothes you have? You could not find in your photo album any picture except the gym picture? Oh boy. You know, those gym is not gym at all. It's a place where people get naked. What were Middle East people practicing before Islam and Christianity? Before Islam, they worship Allah. Allah is an ancient God. Allah is an ancient God. And Muhammad, he just copied the name Allah from the ancient nations before him, before the Arab. They worship. Al is a word meaning God. La is the name of the God. La, just search right now. La is the moon God. Any Abdul? Anyone? You don't want a CP Junior? Well, if I have a CP Junior, I will put him in his diaper, he will open his Skype, and he will start challenging Muslim, and trust me, nobody will dare to call him. Nobody. The second he called himself CP Junior, they knew what's coming. So it's better to stay with one CP, better than having 10. Imagine I have 10 babies, and each one of them, he have a computer, and he open his chat, and he go live, and he challenge Muslims. That is the nightmare of Islam, literally. And all of them, they have guns, like their father, Hoppy. Any Abdul? What will make it more horrible if they have my voice too. And then people will confuse, who is this person? She is CP, that's Junior, number 1, number 2, or the father. Any Abdul here? Well, this is what we do here. We are teaching you how to defeat Islam, my friends. So what we are doing here, I'm not here just to talk to myself. I'm here to show you how to answer people, how to refute them, how to explain things, so you can learn, and one day you become educated and you teach, and maybe I will learn from you. We learn from each other. You know, human being, if a human being thinks he knows everything and he's smart, that means he's a foolish person. The point of foolishness is when you think you know and you are smart. It doesn't matter how smart you are, still you know nothing. This is why we have always to learn more and more and more. We have to learn about our life, about our family. Even if you have a family, you have to study your kids. You have to study even your wife. The wife, she have to study her husband. What make him happy? What make him upset? What food he like? What he don't like to hear? What can make life pleasant? So if we learn how to study and learn in a good way to understand things around us, that will make life for us better and easier and even more fun. Most of people, their life inside their houses are bad because simply they don't focus in trying to understand each other. Yeah, you know, they meet the man, she see the woman, oh, she's pretty, oh, he's a good-looking guy, he's nice, he's funny, you know, let us get married. Okay, we get married, and then the fight to start because simply they never explain to themselves who they are marrying. Neither of them understand the other person. Neither of them understand what he's getting himself into. And then after they get married, they find that they don't know each other. They are totally strangers. And that can happen for everything. In religion. Oh, you are Christian, but the second we ask you a question about Christianity, you do not know what we are talking about. So what is a Christian about you? You know how to say our Father art of heaven? That's it? So education, understanding, train your brain. You see, don't let your brain go to sleep, because if your brain is in the stage of sleeping day after day after day, your brain will rust. Your brain will become slow. Anyway, you don't have to agree with me. I have my way to see things in life and my vision to understand things and to capture colors. Do you capture colors? Many of you don't. I do. You are here to recreate life with wife. I don't know what is that. Is that a poetry? You sound like Shakespeare. You know what Shakespeare said? To be or not to be, that is a question. So we have a question in this life. To be an idiot or not to be, that is the question. To be Democrat or not. To vote for abortion or not. And to be stupid like those who support Hamas or not. To be or not to be, that is the question. What do you want to be? What wife? What are you talking about? We are coming here to talk about Hamas, the title Hamas, and people that are talking about wife. Focus, focus. Otherwise, I will give you free one-way ticket airline, Afghanistan airline, to my cousins in Afghanistan. It's going to be your lucky day. The ticket is here in my table. Focus with me. Who want to go to Afghanistan one way? Hey, Muslims, Islamic religion is the most amazing, but every Muslim want to escape Islamic land. Which country in Islamic land is good, including Emirat? Where if you make a post saying anything about the royal family, you will disappear, you and your family. They claim that they have, you know, Islamic countries is amazing. Those are kuffar, brother, kuffar. Go and see prostitution, homosexuality, batshabazi, you know, dancing in the street, belly dancing, nakedness, you name it, hashish, drugs, you name it. The Middle East, by the way, is the most safe country according to Muslims. That's why we have bars in every window, including the bathroom. Hey, brother, why we have bars on all over the windows? If there is something wrong will happen. No, brother, no. Islamic countries are very safe. We don't have thieves here. I mean, the Muslims are so good to each other to the point they are stealing the wife of each other. UAE is actually pretty nice. Okay, go search for the royal family man who was putting salt in the anus of a Pakistani guy. You go live in Emirat until one day you have a problem with those who they are connected to the royal family. The guy, he put salt in his anus. He hit him with a piece of wood, have nails on it. He drove his car over. The video online, go watch it. This is Emirat. And the police holding the guy they are holding him for him, but they are the government. This is the Middle East. Emirat, huh? Go do shopping in Emirat, prostitution, human trafficking. Yeah. Don't forget to stop in your way in Turkey. Erdogan is a very friendly president. And you know the funny is, like today, they have a climate change summit. Where in Emirat? Really? I mean, this tiny country suddenly became a place for the whole world to meet. Money. You know, they buy occasion, those Arab Muslims, they buy occasion. They spend money to buy it just to put themselves in the front line. Like, you know, the Qatar, they bought the FIFA. So they are desperate. They want to bring, you know, and they want to have the champion for football in their land. And yeah, you know, and they bribe everybody there. And now, 12 hours ago, brother, 12 hours ago, look how many, look, the dogs who they are hungry for money coming from around the world. Dogs. Everybody will get his bones. Honey, do you want to go to Emirat? We're invited for a climate change. Yes, honey, let us go there, do shopping. And yeah, and who is going to pay for it? Don't worry, the Emirati, we are guests, don't worry. Emirat, this tiny country is not, the whole population is not even in the size of my family. This is a country, suddenly all the world coming there, including the, you know, the foreign minister of America, the United Nations, oh, this is a small, tiny country. They don't even have population. 95% of the people who live there, they are foreigners. Suddenly they become the center of everything. Money. Money worshippers, dogs. Everybody will get a bone. If this climate change is in Zambia, who's going to go? I want you to be honest with me. If this climate change summit is in Zambia, who is going to go? Nobody. Am I lying? This is the truth. Those are dogs for money. What climate change? They burn fuel as you cannot imagine. Each one of them, he come with his own jet. To do what? To discuss the climate change. Do you know how much fuel every one of those president, he have his own private jet. And each one of them, he have like 50, 60 bodyguards cars. And they are coming for what? To discuss climate change. And what kind of cars they are driving? You know it. Not a single one of them run by electricity. And by the way, the electric cars, they run by normal fuel too, because in order to make electricity, mostly they are going to use fuel. So nothing changed. They fool you with electric car, but the electric car run by electricity. Electricity is made by the gas or the fuel which is in the, you know, the power station. Idiots. Like what's his name? This guy. I mean, you know, they lose elections, so they give them jobs. John Kerry in charge of climate change, and before him, Al Gore. Al Gore, he gave a speech about turning the light. He go to the end of the earth to give you a speech about you should turn the light off when you leave the bathroom, and you go to see his villa and the jet he fly from country to country. One jet is enough to light a village for the coming 10 years. Liars, cowards, climate change. Nothing changing, my friend. The climate never changed with those hypocrite, corrupt people. They are the climate change. They are. Yeah. Do we have any Mohammedan? And by the way, later, just leave your comment and tell me if I'm mistaken. Climate change, huh? Farting leaders. They create methanol from their anus more than the climate change in the whole earth. And hey, they agree to fight the climate change, and next year they will make another same conference. They do come shop for shopping too. And hey, we agree. Hey, by the way, what I forgot about Gaza now? What, to switch topic to climate change? Do you think you can fool me? You cannot. Focus. Climate change, huh? Okay, a question to Emirat. So where you are going to make money if you stop selling your gas? I mean, what are you to, are you going to stop selling gas? And look, in the same comment they say, UAE will supply oil and gas as long the world need it. Climate change. That's it. You hear them, you think, okay, we are going to stop using gas. That's it, you know. Yeah, as long as the word needed. Solve it now. See? We fixed the United Nations. Look, the sign behind the United Nations. That's it. Do you see the sun there? The sun have like half a blue and half gold. The problem solved. Yeah. As long as the world need it. If those people, they stop using gas and oil, those countries will go bankrupt. Emirat, Bahrain, Qatar. So all of us, we knew that the biggest hypocrisy is to make the conference in a country, the whole country, resource is based on oil. I mean, who in the world want to believe you? Potatoes. Do we have any Mohammed that would like to join us live on air, or if you are a Democratic Party, don't send me a text message in Skype to say to me hello, please. All right? You can say it here. Why in Skype? Especially if you are female. Any Muhammadan, Mayday. I want to convert to Islam. I want to have a breastfeeding for adult. I'm hungry. Enough is enough buying milk from Walmart. I mean, I'm going to spend my life drinking milk from Walmart. Are you serious? Isn't it time to practice the teaching of a prophet of Allah, Muhammad, peace be upon him? Master Rushi saying, why so many people convert to Islam while he leave Christianity? My friend, is the opposite. You see, just 5 minutes ago, an ex-Muslim called me, and he is buying the Bible. The difference is, when somebody convert to Islam, he make a video because he's not afraid if somebody will kill him. The difference is, when somebody leave Islam, he don't make a video because they will kill him. So you're an idiot. In fact, it's the opposite. If you go check right now, the number of Christians who they are convert in the state, as an example from Iran alone, tens of thousands of people. According to Al Jazeera TV, 16,000 leaving Islam a day, and this was 20 years ago. A day. Go search the video. More than 6 million a year to Christianity alone. Now we go back to breastfeeding for adult. Who is a Muslim who would like to give me a donation so I can go to Gaza and make a documentary about breastfeeding for adult? I am assuming that all the leaders of Hamas and the members of Hamas now, they are being fed by women from their breast, because those are the true Muslims who follow the teaching of Prophet Muhammad. Breastfeeding upon him. Anyone? What's wrong? Who is a Muslim is not proud about the teaching of the Prophet of Allah? Actually, you know what? First time I saw this in my life, I have more respect to Muhammad. I said to myself, this is the man who understands men. Finally, we find somebody, he understands what we like. According to Muslims, if a Muslim woman, she gave her boobs to a stranger, that will make him not to look at her no more. That's deep. And what? And he will not have sexual desire to her no more? Really? Are you sure? christianprince? Absolutely. Me, my example. My wife, she gave her breast to my neighbor. Abdul, listen to me. What your wife, she gave her boobs to your neighbor. If you look like this, how your wife, I mean, you don't have you don't have shoulders. I'm assuming that your wife, you don't have boobs too. christianprince, respect yourself. My wife's boobs is so big. Okay, so your wife boobs is so big. What she did? She gave my boob to the neighbor. What you said my boobs. I mean my wife boobs. She gave a boob to your neighbor. Okay, and what the neighbor did while he was sucking your wife boobs. Good friends. First of all, he did nothing. Because simply he was thinking only dignity and honesty. What dignity and honesty in your wife's lap? Exactly. So Zakir Naik, when you come back and you find your neighbor sitting in the lap of your wife and sucking her nipples, that will make your wife look like a one doing dignity. Listen, friends, he is not doing dignity. He is doing dignity to her. Ah, are you saying he is doing diggy to her? Listen, friends, behave yourself. Dignity, not diggy. I don't say diggy. Okay, but do you know what diggy is? I don't understand. Okay. Diggy is as what the prophet said. As an example, your prophet said that if a man he found his wife with somebody else and he is doing diggy to her, he need to find 4 witnesses before he can accuse her of fornication. Do you understand? Christian Prince, slowly, try to understand you. Okay, hold on. Let me find you the hadith. Christian Prince, you are being very slow. Okay, just hold on. Christian Prince, you could not find it. Just wait, man. What do you think? Your website is very horrible. Christian Prince, I got you butted. You could not find it. Just shut up. Here we go. It's in front of you. Christian Prince, first of all, I'm not going to look. Abdul, what do you mean don't look? A second ago, you were making fun of me. I could not find it. And now I find you. Want to see it? Christian Prince, first of all, I'm not going to look at somebody doing diggy. What idiot? This hadith. There's nobody doing diggy. This is something happened 1400 years ago. Christian Prince, thank you very much. Because I thought you are going to throw me a porn movie. No, you will not see a porn movie. If you want, you can join the website of Andrew Tits. Peace be upon him. Now read with me. That said, he said to the Prophet, Messenger of Allah, what do you think if I find with my wife a man? Should I give him some time until I bring 4 witnesses? The Prophet of Allah, he said, yes. Zakir, what do you think? Give him breath. First of all, this is for the security and the safety of everybody. What security, what safety? I mean, the guy is being boom, diggy to his wife. And now he need to find 4 friends and he bring them. And not only that, according to your prophet, they have to see his penis going in and out like the ink and the pen in the inkwell. How in the world you can do that? Christian Prince, it's very easy. First of all, you bring 4 witnesses. And then you ask the guy to lift up his dress. Zakir, what if your wife sitting in the top of the guy wearing his skirt? You can see nothing. Listen, Prince. First of all, my wife, she never had sex when she is wearing a skirt. So it's going to be very easy. Okay, what if she is wearing a skirt? Listen, Prince, I told you. First of all, my wife don't have a skirt. What she have? I wear her skirt and she wear my pants. This is the religion of Allah. The guy, he go inside the house, he found his wife doing diggy. Assalamu alaikum. The guy, wa alaikum assalam, who are you? I am the husband. Really? Okay, listen, you can do nothing about it. Get 4 witnesses. By the time you get 4 witnesses, I will be done. Continue on, continue. And not only that, the Muslim guy cannot even accuse his wife of fornication because he don't have 4 witnesses who saw the penis going in and out like a pen in the inkwell. I mean, this is a religion. Assalamu alaikum wa alaikum assalam. May I have a question? What are you doing in the top of my wife? What do you think, you idiot? And by the way, you are the husband? Yes. Okay. Give me 15 minutes. I will be done. Oh, thank you. Take your time. Take your time because I need to call my friends. Hold on. I mean, the traffic, and I need to find 4 witnesses, and they have to have like to see the thing. So do it. Like just take your time, please. Make yourself at home. Okay, don't worry. I'm already making myself at home. Don't you see? I'm in the top of your wife. Don't forget to subscribe and then later unsubscribe, please. That will make me feel more skinny. I lose weight. When you subscribe, by the way, I gain weight. I unsubscribe, I lose weight. So you're heavy. You're so heavy. Do we have any Mohammed in here? What is this? Because Hamas, raping women, having sex with the children, kidnapping you kidnap a dog? You kidnap an Israeli dog? And you ask for exchange for the dog of a prisoners? Are you serious? And guess what? The Israeli, they gave them prisoners for the sake of the dog. A dog in Israel have better value than Hamas member. The negotiation now between Hamas and the Israeli army about the missing dog which kidnapped by Hamas. And Hamas, they said, we want to exchange their dog for our leader, who is in jail for 18 years. Israel, they said, we are going to release 2 leaders. Just give us the dog. Then Hamas, when they heard this, they said, well, we want 3 leaders then. Then the Israelis said, okay, 3 leaders. Hamas, they get greedy. They said, okay, we took a cat too. The Israelis said, we have no name of any cat is missing. Prove it. Hamas, they recorded the voice of a cat and they post online. Meow. The Israeli could not understand. Well, she is not speaking Hebrew. And according to understanding, all cats convert to Islam. So it was fake. By the way, if you don't believe me, you can search right now for my Muslim cat. Hold on. Just to show you how stupid this religion is. Muslim cat. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. My Muslim cat. I will die laughing from one day from laughing. My Muslim cat, she is sleeping in the rag of the prayer. That's deep. Oh, look, this Muslim cat is wearing hijab. If you remember the Muslim, they make even a video about a cat who don't walk on the Quran. That's so good, man. Cat don't walk in the Quran. Muslim cat, yeah. Do you remember? Or you forgot? They scam, they do all editing for videos, they lie, unbelievable. And then millions of people, they start watching the video. Unbelievable. Muhammad Farhan, look, Muhammad Farhan. Cat don't walk on the Quran. How in the world that's happening? She avoid the Quran. He tried. She is not walking in the Quran. You walk in the Quran. Oh, that is different book. Hold on. Yeah. But all of those videos, they would do editing. They would try like 1,000 times until it worked for them. And then this guy, what his name, David Wood, he made a video about, I don't have a cat to make a video about it, So this guy, he made a video about cat, but we know that this cat is paid, you know the thing. Those cats are trained and paid by the Christians and mostly by the Catholic, because Muslims, they had the Catholic very much. So I am assuming that this is paid by the Catholic cat. She is an actor from the opera house. Look, I mean, look at her. You know, you can tell she have like in her face some kind of actor face. You know, she have makeup. You know, look at this. Who in the world will believe this? And then, you know, the cat, you know, who is paid, she did some acting. And you want to hear it? We played it before, but that's for fun, as long as there's no Muslims.
Hi, everyone. Well, you might notice the background here. I'm at my friend's house, and he has a cat. Why am I recording another cat video? Well, I recorded a video responding to a disturbingly common Muslim argument claiming that the Quran must be miraculous and from God because a cat will not walk on it.
Exactly.
So I tested
only Christian Prince walk on it
over and over again, and it took me on average about half a second to 2 seconds to get a cat to walk on the Quran each time. You're kidding. Oh my goodness. Look at those Qurans. But there are people who want to defend this absurd claim. So they replied in hundreds of comments that the texts I was using weren't Qurans.
It's not Quran for sure. Where do you get this music from? Haram, music, haram. This is not Quran, you liar. This is absolutely not Quran. This can't be Quran. No, hold on. Let's be honest here. Do you think really a cat, she have her mind and she is not taking drugs, she would do that? No way. Animals they are Muslims. Even the Quran says that Allah gave the animals the book, the Quran, and they preserve it. Yeah, hey, no. Look, I can show you. Let me show you, if you don't believe me. No, we are typing in English. Read with me. Chapter 6, verse number 38. The chapter of the animal. An'am in Arabic mean animals. There's not a moving living creature on earth, nor a bird that flies with two wings. What about, hold on. I mean, the stupid Quran, he mentioned in a different verse. Okay, but that is not to go there now. But our community like you, we have neglected nothing in the book. Then into their Lord all shall be gathered. According to the Quran, animals will be taken in judgment day, and they will be judged by Allah. Once I was debating a Muslim sheikh. I told him, so what will happen to a mosquito while sucking the blood of somebody? He said, Allah will punish her. I said, but isn't it Allah who made her in such a way she lived by this way? So anyway, Muslims, because they have obsession with their stupid cult, which is very stupid, and actually this is a clear proof of stupidity, not intelligence. So let's see watch the end of the movie, better than watching Disney. Not Quran.
And I have right here the text I was using. Here we have a variety of Qurans, which they say weren't Qurans, they were dictionaries. So I heard dictionaries, they were phone books, they were random Arabic books, but they weren't Qurans. Oddly enough, those same people would complain that I set the Qurans on the floor. Odd complaint if they're not really Qurans. But let's go ahead and flip through some of these books to see what they actually are. Notice that it says the Quran. That's odd considering it's just a dictionary. You can zoom in on this and see it in the original video. Arabic text with corresponding English meanings. And what you have here is you have the English translation over here, and you have the Arabic. This is the full Arabic text of the Quran. You have the entire Quran from Surah 1 all the way to Surah 114, the entire Arabic text of the Quran. Here we also have the Quran. We have the full Arabic text and English translation, some notes and so on. So, Arabic text of the Quran, Arabic text of the Quran, Arabic text of the Quran. This is the full Arabic text of the Quran. Here we have the Noble Quran. Odd title for a book that's simply a dictionary. Once again, we have the English text and we have the Arabic text, the full Arabic text of the Quran. And yet, for some reason, it's not a Quran, even though it contains the full Arabic text of the Quran. Full Arabic text of the Quran. Lots of English translation, lots of notes, you have introductions, but you also have the full Arabic text of the Quran. And yet we're told that this isn't the Quran. So basically you have two different kinds of claims. You have one, people saying that these are just dictionaries or some other random texts. I hope you see at least that these are Qurans here. But then we have another claim, which is that if any translation is added, it's no longer the Quran. So if you have the full Arabic text of the Quran and you add a word of translation, suddenly you have just destroyed the Quran. It's no longer the Quran. Now, why is that odd? Well, the word Quran means recitation, right? It's something to be recited.
No.
You write it down in the text.
Quran does not mean recitation. David Wood don't speak Arabic. In fact, the word Quran is not even Arabic. It's coming from the Aramaic. Qarra wa ra'a, which means to read what you see. Recitation is something in your memory. This is what recitation means, correct? This is in English. The Arabic Quran, the word Quran in Arabic, does not mean recitation. This is absolutely wrong. Because if it's recitation, that means Muhammad is making things up. He did not receive Quran because he is reciting what he have in his memory. So was Quran the first one Muhammad he received? Yes. The first verse, Muhammad did not know it. So if he was reciting it, that means he is the one who made it. And he memorized it. But that's not what happened. Quran is to read by seeing. Qarra wa ra'a. Qarra is moving your lips. You know? Ra'a in Arabic, which is coming from the Aramaic, to see. So you say with your lips what you saw with your eyes. Muhammad did not see a book. Angel did not give him a book, supposedly. He told him sentences. This is why actually the Quran does not even make sense. Because if Muhammad did not receive a book, then how Muhammad can see and read? And if Muhammad cannot read, how even it's called Quran? So even the name does not present really what Muslims they claim. So recitation is wrong anyway. Continue.
Text, because that's the text that is to be recited. So if you have the text in Arabic that's to be recited, then you've got the Quran. But according to our friends out there, it's not the Quran if it has an English translation beside it. So notice, if you were to say that you have the entire Arabic text of the Quran memorized, if you went to classes and memorized the entire text of the Quran, if you know the translation for any one of those verses, you don't have the Quran memorized because you've also got another language in your mind. See how silly this is? But I aim to please, my friends, and so we're going to put this to yet another test. Our friends say that these Qurans are not real Qurans because they're not just in Arabic. If they were only in Arabic, then we could actually have ourselves a little test. Well, we're going to go ahead and have a little test here. I have a can of cat food. Remember, that was the original claim. The original claim is that a cat will not...
Okay, first of all, you took this food from the Mujahideen of Hamas because this is the best food of Hamas, cat food. Shame on you. The United Nations, they donated that food to Hamas, and you are taking it. We need to investigate where you get this can. And that explains why this cat ate it, because simply this is halal food sold by Dawah to the United Nations. United Nations sent it to Gaza, to Hamas in their tunnel, and then we need to explain, please, how you get this can, halal food. How? You know that Dawah, he sell halal food cats, right? I mean, cats, they eat cockroaches, and this guy saying halal scam. Okay, continue. Come on. I'm not convinced anyway.
Not walk on a Quran, step on a Quran for food. We're going to test it. Will a cat step on the Quran to get to some...
You know what? I don't believe that in the year 2023, we are doing this. I mean, do you see how stupid this garbage cult is? Do you see how stupid people are? And how somebody even will believe this? Mentally ill. Human being, you think we are advanced, you think we are in the time of computer. Imagine in the year 2023, people making videos about what? I'm not talking about David now, I'm talking about the Muslims. That the cat don't walk over. Have you ever seen a Christian doing that? Anyway, to make the story short, let us see what happened with the cat.
Huckleberry Finn. What is it? Is it The Adventures of Tom Sawyer? What is this book? How about food that's not fancy at all? What about regular dry cat food? Regular dry cat food. Come on. Come on. Are you willing to walk on that Quran? That cat is walking right on the Quran. Wasn't that the claim?
It's okay, fake. You know, you paid this cat. We know it. Look, democracy now is worried about the bombing of Gaza will be crushing. Let us see what this woman says.
This news is funded by viewers like you.
Thank you.
Please support our work at
Right away. The first thing, fund us. You have fund us too because we have cats. I mean, the news will not come unless you fund us. Tell us what the news, what's happening.
democracynow.org/give.
Okay.
We turn now to Vermont, where family members of 3 Palestinian college students shot in Burlington Saturday night are arriving to care for their sons, who they say were targeted simply for being Palestinian.
Do you have a proof that this is what happened? You see, anyone is shot because now he is a Palestinian, they will say it's a hate crime. But she will not have in her video one video about all the Jewish killed in USA since October 7. Do you see how hypocrite those people are? Let us say, for the sake of argument, somebody he did shoot them because they are Palestinian, which is wrong. We are absolutely against that. But how come this Democracy Now! Channel, they don't have a single video for those Jews who've been killed in USA since October 7? In Detroit, in California, children being harassed, kids, they cannot even go to school, Jewish kids. Teachers, they are being chased. Jews are being beaten in the street. She don't care. She cares only for the safety of the one she supports. Democracy Now! Do you see how democratic she is? If you care for life, you care for the life of everybody. You are a fraud. Or for you, the life of those people count, but the life for the Jews doesn't count. You don't hear the news? You're blind, you never see, you never saw? And you will notice that all her videos is against Israel. Not a single video to explain what happened to those Israeli. Every single of the videos is against Israel. Mass assassination. Look at the title. Democracy Now! Look. Look. This is a different station. Okay. What a bunch of coward liars. No dignity. No dignity. This is the man who have dignity. This is a man who is a Palestinian, not like you fake blonde diggers in New York. who suddenly you care for Palestinians? Where you been? Last year, you were worried about transgender. Palestinians were not there. What you will be worried about next month? Bachabazi. Bachabazi is someone like you, dressed like a girl and dance like a girl, but he is a boy. This is what they do in Pakistan and in Afghanistan. Do we have any Mohammedan would like to join us live on air to defend if you don't mind, I will update you only if you when you are live. Right now they are attacking Syria, Damascus. Okay. All right. I have somebody is updating me from Israel. I think he's watching us. Trust me, I know all the news. I have the terrorists, my cousins there. Are you kidding me? I have a news faster than anyone. I have a news happen before. I know it before it happened. They call me the cousins. Say, cousin, we are going to put a bomb in the bus station. Oh, really? Which one? I cannot tell you. It's a secret. By the way, it's the first one in Tel Aviv. You not tell me the address? I cannot. It is the first one in Tel Aviv, next to the corner. Do you see what the falafel guy? Yeah, but I cannot tell you the address is secret because the Shimbin, they are listening to us. You eat it. You just told me where exactly. They don't know. I just told you next to the falafel guy. Yeah? What? Do you know how many falafel guy there is? Actually, you know what? And look what happened. Hamas is the one who broke ceasefire, and they launched a couple of rockets at Israel, and now the Democrats, they are crying, look, the Israeli are bombing. You stupid idiot, you are a whore. They are the one who start shitting first. Do you watch the news? They have camera live on air, showing you what's happening live on air. And those cameras, all of them, they are against Israel. Al Jazeera TV. They will blame Israel, it doesn't matter what. Israel is guilty. You like it or not. They start the war, they don't start the war, they are guilty. 2 days ago, 2 men of Hamas, they step out of their car. I can show you the video. They attack a bus station and they start shooting people. This is during the ceasefire. And still Israel did not do anything. Let me show you. I will not play the video. You can search for it. This is just yesterday, before the ceasefire break. Do you see it? This is yesterday. They came out of their car and they started shooting people, women, children. At a bus stop. There's a poor woman, she is running for her life. He followed her and he shot her in the head. Filthy cowards, they have no dignity. 3 people killed. Where? In a bus station. And they blame Israel. They don't care who is in the bus station. They just open the cars. You see this car, you will see it in the video here. This car, the 2 guys came from the car. They have guns in their hand and they surprise people. They get so close to them and start shooting them one after one. Filthy dogs. And then they say to you, Israel is bombing. And yet Israel, by the way, did not bomb. Even after this, I'm really so upset from those stupid government of Israel. Even after this, the stupid Israeli government did not attack. I have no respect for this guy, Netanyahu. You will notice now that the rockets are coming like rain. Before the ceasefire, rockets are almost stopped, which means they are out of it. And those people, those dogs, they are lying about everything. Look what this guy is saying. The great narrative shift. Indigenous colonizer. It is the opposite. Those are Arab. They are not the indigenous, and the Israeli are the indigenous. Ask any one of those who call themselves, they hijacked the country, they changed the name of the country, and they changed the name, they changed the language, they changed the religion, and then they claim that they are the one who own the land. Iraq is an Arab country now, but Iraq is the land of the Assyrian. Everybody knows what happened. Where are they? Turkey is the land of the Greek. More than half of it belong to Greece. The other half is to Armenia and Syria. Syria is Aramaic. Now Syria called Arab Republic of Syria. Where is the Syriac? They are a nation, they have their own language. They are not Arab. Egypt belonged to the Coptic. Where is the Egyptian? They call it now the Arab Republic of Egypt. They hijack your land, they change the name, they add the word Arab to it, and they force people to speak their language. And then those scumbags, they make videos saying that they are the indigenous people, when the fact is the opposite. It's like saying that the Indian American, they are the colonizers in America. This is how hypocrite, coward they are. They change everything upside down. No dignity. They took the Constantinia and they changed the name to Istanbul. Istanbul? This is the real name of the city? They took our churches, they made them mosque. They kill all the Christian men and they rape the women, and now the Mongol, they are blonde. Did you ask yourself why the Turkish are blonde? Those are people, they came from the heart of Asia, they are Asian. They killed all the men. They keep the blonde women, they rape them, they have babies from them. This is the truth. Somebody saying Palestinian been there since etc. 9,000 years. My friend, you are stupid like your prophet. Those are not Palestinian, and nobody there exist from the Palestinian no more. In fact, the word Palestine is not even Arabic. Same time, if I ask you, is those who they are in Gaza, are they Arab? You will say yes. Is the Palestinian, you are the one you mentioned them, they are exist since 9,000 years, which is absolutely funny. Are they Arab? Do they speak Arabic? What the word Palestine mean in Arabic? It's not in Arabic. How do they do with Arabic? You're an idiot. Even the stupid Quran confirmed that this is the land of the Jews. In fact, the Quran says that the Jews should kill anyone who live in that land. Are you against genocide? Hey Muslims, are you against genocide? It's your God, Allah, ordering the Jews to kill every single one live in that land. Am I lying? This is your stupid book. Do you see your book? This is your stupid book. The Jews, they receive command from Allah to go and attack that land and kill anyone live there. Can you refute me? The religion of the colonies, and you are talking about indigenous liars? We have like 9 to 13 Arabian Peninsula blood. I never heard that the Arabian Peninsula have a blood. Same time, you idiot. Just to show you how stupid you are. According to history, the territory of Gaza should have the blood of the Egyptian. This is how donkey you are. Because the one who controlled Gaza for more than 2,000 years was the Egyptian. So who is the donkey here? You tell me. Potato. Same time, Israel don't want Gaza. They are saying to you, listen, take it. They give you a state, they give you borders, they let you have a government. You have a gate into Egypt. What they will do? Still you will attack them because you are a filthy idiot. Right? Mohammed rising saying David Wood, an atheist, have more watcher than you. My friend, you know what? I decide to send you to watch them. I support anyone, and I pray that time will come and there is people who have tens of thousands watching them and they are busting Islam. That's my what I'm working for. I want people to learn. I want to see more channels exposing Islam. And I want to see people doing way better than me. The target is not me. You're an idiot. You're mentally ill. I go live and I am alone. I don't have people to speak with me, to entertain people. Still people, they stay here. Even if I stay 10 hours, the number even doesn't go down until I leave. So I'm blessed by the Lord. Thank you very much, Lord. Same time, number for me is about how many people they are serious. Otherwise, there's a lot of dummies in this earth. And they will stay dummies. A woman, she will make a video about her lipstick. She will have more view than me for sure. Way more. A woman, she is dancing in front of the camera with her short. She will have millions. I will not. We know how things work. But we are the winners, you are the loser. The gate is wide, my friend, to take a lot of people to hell. It's not about numbers. From the time I come live to the time I leave, people don't want... Actually, I stay 10 hours. Why? Because people keep asking me more questions and nobody want to leave. And you know, if people are bored, it's very hard. If I give you a microphone right now, and I say, okay, you have 1,000, you know, like 1,800 people listening. After 15 minutes, trust me, you will be out of words. And people will get bored of you. Why? Because you are stupid. We are blessed. The Lord, He provides us with the topic and the wisdom, and people learn. And for me, as you see, I don't have super chat. Other people, they have super chat, which will make YouTube promote your channel too. Because if you allow advertising, YouTube will make money from your channel and they will push your channel more. I don't want it. I can go right now, click one bomb only, and I will have super chat and commercial in my videos. And then people will start donating $10, $5, asking me questions. I will not do that. even though that will support the channel for the sake of advertising for it, because YouTube will push it. I don't want that. I'm not here for the dirt of YouTube, the money of YouTube. Otherwise, will take one click from me. Many people, in fact, if you take that opportunity from them, the super chat and the money from the commercial, they will not make a single video. It's a fact. Most of those people who make videos in TikTok, they make it for money. Nobody is making videos for nothing. In fact, there's many people, they are making money from my videos, a lot of money. I don't make money from it. Money corrupt people, my friend. People who work for money, if this is their target, they are not serving God. Have you ever seen one Muslim channel before they start by, Muhammad Hijab? Neglecid, the brothers and sisters, neglecid, every video. Dawah, halal cat food. Every time before they talk, they have something that's about money. We play those videos, liberal, democracy now, give us, please, before she even opened her mouth. The first word she says, give us now. We go live. We leave, and we never mention a word about donation. When the last time you heard me saying, please donate to us? I don't mention it. I don't talk about it. I don't even promote my books. Do you know I have books? I don't show them in the screen. I don't talk about them. So people, they come here because here they find the real thing, real information, and we are real in everything we say. Same time, we support all Christians, doesn't matter who they are, as long as they are doing the right thing. A person who don't support the Christians who they are fighting Islam is not doing the right thing. Without saying to you the name. You should support them all. How many times I made videos saying, why you don't subscribe to this guy? Or that guy? I get angry when I see Christians are not subscribing to a Christian guy who's trying to make videos. We are the real fighters, my friend. We are the crusade. We are no joke. And you are the dummy. Anyway, do we have any Mohammedan who would like to join us? You can talk anything about the black seed? Yeah, I cannot talk about anything in the black seed. The black seed, actually, me, myself, I tried that. I will tell you a story, by the way. John, you are a Muslim, right, John? You have a John name, but you are a Muslim? I'm not sure, because I saw a text from you, look weird. Actually, I will tell you a story. This is a true story. Once I was shot by an RPG. And the RPG took my left arm and my right arm. And then part of my head is gone. I'm like dead, almost. Because we Arab, we don't die right away. I mean, even like I lost my arm and my head, So, but my friend who is a Muslim, right away he said to me, I have the medicine for it. Don't worry. Open your mouth. I opened my mouth. And he gave me the negla seed. Brothers and sisters, my arms, they start growing. Right now, my arm, actually, the end of it is in Bank of America. And the other one in the Bank of Mexico. Because he gave me, like he was rushed to trying to help me, so he gave me more than one negla seed. He gave me 10, maybe 12, I'm not sure, So my arms are growing. The brain is so big now, That's why it's like, smart. So, and then like, I said to him, what you did, look what might happen to my arm. My arm is taller than me now. What I can do, So, he told me, like, let's try to vomit some of the necklace. This is true story, by the way. I have witnesses. I have Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. They are decent. especially Hunter Biden. I mean, this guy, they paid him a lot of money to witness how they make electricity and oil in Ukraine. That's what they paid him for, you know. He's trustworthy like Mohammed. You don't believe me? I can call them right now. All right. So after I took the Nagla seed and my arms started growing and my head, you know, and then he said to me, let us try to vomit. I said, you know what? I cannot vomit. Let us shit it. So anyway, I did shit it, brother. Alhamdulillah. And then guess what happened? The place where I did drop the, you know, the load, a lot of load, man, a lot, I don't know. And then some of it fell on a tree, seed of a tree. And the trees started growing like crazy. Nagla seed is a miracle. Prophet Muhammad, look what he said. Nagla seed is the remedy for every disease but Sam, which is mean death. Ibn Shihab said, scent is death and Nagla seed is, oh no, that's a stupid word. So brother, if you have any problem in life, you just eat Nagla seed. You have corona, Nagla seed. You have cholera, cancer, anything, you will wake up in the morning like a horse. In the worst scenario, like a donkey. And then they will call you Hamas. Do you see what the Nagla seed can do? This is all from the blessing of Allah. That's it. Muhammad, you know, Muhammad is the same as an idiot. There's an Arab doctor I know. Anyone go to his clinic, he gave him one medicine. This guy, he remember one name. He don't know. He don't speak good English. He don't speak good Latin. So he have one recipe to any. Just go, without even saying to him what the problem. He write for you that name of that drug. He give it to you. So I asked him. I said, why you know? I was visiting him. He's like, you know, my age. So I told him, why you are giving everybody the same name? I mean, what does have to do with that? I mean, everybody have the same medicine. And I see in your cabinet you have only the one medicine. He said, first, this is the only name I know. Secondly, I want to sell those drugs. You want to sell it. So he gave the same drug to everybody. He want to finish it. He got a lot of boxes in his cabinet of it. You know, he gives the same drug to everybody. This is Muhammad. Muhammad, he stuck with the camel urine for some time. Then Muhammad, he stuck with the honey for some time. And then Muhammad is stuck with the Nagla seed for some time. Any Muhammad that would like to join us, please. Who is a Muslim who support Gaza would like to join us? Huh? If you are a Muslim, you like to support Gaza, and you explain to us why you are supporting Gaza, just text me, please. Text me and say to me, I'm a Muslim, and I will call you. All right? My beloved saying, honestly, bro, CP, I used to think that you were harsh, but I see how to take out cancer. Sometimes surgery is necessary. No, you see, I am harsh when somebody deserves to be harsh with. You know, you will notice sometime a Muslim, he called me, I'm very nice to him. Why? Because he's polite. Correct? But sadly, Muslims, they think that if you are nice to them, that means you are weak. Why? Because the filthy Quran, Muhammad told them that Allah, He made the Christian behave nice to humiliate them. It's a curse. It's not because they are nice. So what the Christian don't understand, that Muslims, when you are nice to them, they think that because Allah curses you, not because you are a good person. So the followers of Muhammad, we have to treat them differently, because when you treat them nice, they think You are weak. You are a coward. And this is the verse in front of you. Chapter 3, verse 112. So for me, every Muslim believes in this for sure. So I have to treat him the way he deserves, unless he proves the opposite. So if he is nice, I will be nicer to him. If you respect me, I will respect him more. I will never respect his prophet. Remember, that's a red line. But this is what the faith in Muhammad told them. That Allah, He caused us to be low. Muslim, they have to put humility on us. Unless you are paying jizya for protection. Do you see it? Allah, He put destruction on you. What kind of destruction we are talking about? You change the translation, you will see. Allah made you act nice so the Muslims can take advantage of you. I'm not joking. This is what the Quran is saying. Do you see it? So when you are respecting them, speaking to them in a friendly way, they will think about you in a bad way. They will think they can rape your wife. They think you will never protect your family. They will think you are a coward. Anything I say to you, I have the reference for it. It's in the front of your eyes. If you don't believe me, you can go and read the interpretation for it from their top scholars. Khalal Muhammad saying that what you're trying to create, what do you think that? I don't know, Khalal, what do you think? What Muhammad trying to create? Like what your prophet he tried to create by making you believe that if you believe in him, you will have endless penis. Do you have an idea, Khalal? What your prophet trying to create by creating Islam? Why he promised you that when you go to heaven, if you join Hamas, there's endless numbers of women, they are naked and their legs is up. What he was trying to create, a pimp house? What do you think? Are you there? Okay, we have a Muslim trying to call us. Let us see. Let us call him. We have Abdul. We try to call him. Hello? Hello, my friend. Are you a Muslim?
Don't worry with that.
Huh?
I said you don't worry with that.
You don't what?
You shouldn't worry with that, my friend.
I shouldn't worry. Why? Somebody told you that here you called me to ask for a song? The topic here is about Islam, so I want to know if you are a Muslim or not. Otherwise, why are you calling me? And your name is Abdul Rahim. So your name is Abdul Rahim, but you are a Hindu?
I'm not calling you for any topic.
So why you are calling me? Like, why you are calling me? So you are a Muslim, right?
Wait, I have a question for you.
You are a Muslim, right? Are you ashamed to say you're a Muslim? Are you ashamed to say you're a Muslim?
Wait, hold on.
Okay, but are you ashamed, Abdul Rahim? Are you ashamed to say you are a Muslim?
Question for you. I have a question for you.
Okay, you have a question for me. Just one question?
Yeah.
Why? I mean, why you are so cheap? What you will lose if you make them two?
I have a lot to do with one first.
Oh, okay, go. Give me your question.
Okay.
Okay, go.
You can open your Bible. You can open your Bible.
Why you open it? Go.
Hebrew chapter 5 verse 7.
Which one?
Hebrew chapter 5 verse 7.
Hebrew?
Yeah.
Okay, and?
Chapter 5 verse 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And?
Read it.
But you tell me, okay, tell me, what is the, tell me, what do you want?
Read it and explain.
You tell me what the question, what do you want? You tell me. No, explain. You tell me the topic. What do you want? No, please. No, tell me. What is attracting you in that verse?
You call yourself a scholar.
I am the master of Allah. Come on, are you insulting me?
You are the master of it. I don't deal with that shit. Or I'm just asking
you don't believe in the shit? What do you mean you don't believe in the shit of Allah? You don't believe in the shit of Allah? No. Okay, I don't know. So you tell me, what do you want? What the question? You have to give me the question.
Read it and explain. You as a scholar, as a Christian scholar, you call yourself a scholar. Read it and explain. Let me see.
Okay, Hebrew chapter 5.
Verse 7.
Okay, you read it for me. I'm not good in English, and I will listen to you.
I'm not good in English too.
No, you are. Okay, you are not good in English, but you could not read it. How you read it then? You are the one who came with it, so you know how to read it. Go read it. I want you to read it for me, and I will answer you.
You can read it yourself. Why can't you read it yourself?
You can read it for me because I want to learn from you, and I will answer you. Why you are making it so hard? Just read it. No, read it for me. Go ahead. No, read it. I want to know if you can read or not. Maybe you are illiterate like your prophet. CB, I'm asking you, please, can you read it for us, please?
Read it yourself.
No, you read it for me. All what you need to do, just read it for me. And I want you to read for me. I want you to read for me from verse number 1. From verse number 1. No, because I'm trying to teach you, my friend. I'm trying to teach you. You asked me to explain something to you. You asked me to explain something to you. Shut up. So if you are shut up. Listen, don't waste my time. I'm being patient with you. Either you read for me. I want to see if you are serious. I want to see if you are serious. Don't make me lose my voice. Listen, do you want to have an argument, or you want just to speak loud? No, it's not up to you. It is you who request. It is you who made the request. You read for me, and I will show everybody that you are an idiot donkey. Do you dare to read it? No, you will read it. Otherwise, I will hang up on you. Listen, I'm giving you a chance, last chance. You start reading, or I will hang up on you. You are a coward. You are a coward. Why you don't want to read it? Why you don't want to read it? Why you don't want to read it?
Why can't you don't want?
Why you don't want to read it? Why you don't want to read it? Why you don't? Okay, hold on. Okay. So let me make it simple. So you want to say to the crowd that Jesus, he prayed to the Father? Is that correct?
I'm asking you. Read it.
I am explaining to you because you coward, you don't want to read it. Jesus, he prayed to the Father. So the Son prayed to the Father. What's the problem?
Okay, how did he pray to Father? What happened in that verse? Tell me what happened in that verse.
What?
Tell me what happened in that verse.
I don't understand. What
happened in that verse? What happened?
I don't understand. Speak slower.
What's happening in that verse? That's what I'm asking you.
What happening?
Are you deaf?
What?
I say, are you deaf? You read it. I say,
are you stupid? I answer you. So Jesus, he prayed to the Father. He is the Son. He is the Son. He prayed to the Father. And what the problem?
Okay.
What the problem?
What if he prayed to, what happened when you prayed?
What is the problem? Does it say there? You see, this is why I asked you to read it, because you are an idiot. So he is speaking to the Father. He is speaking to his Father.
Here, he spoke to Father.
Okay.
So what is Father, just read the verse and let me ask you a question there.
No,
you say you
okay, so give me the question. Go ahead.
Okay, read it.
What read it? You tell me the question, you donkey.
I'll give you a verse, Mr. Fool.
Mr. Donkey, you just tell me that you are an illiterate, like you're a prophet, and then I will understand. Listen. Either you are an idiot, or you are a coward who don't dare even to read your question.
You are a bozo.
So listen. So why you are wasting my time? Why you don't give me the question? Why you don't give me the question?
I gave you the verse to read it.
I told you the answer. You said to me, explain to me the verse. You said to me, explain to me the verse. I said the son is praying to the Father. Now what's your problem?
How did he pray? How did he pray to Father in that verse? According to that verse, how did he pray?
What?
How did he pray?
Everybody pray?
How did he pray to Father?
He said Father.
How did he pray to Father?
Well, the same as Allah, he prayed to Allah. How Allah he prayed to Allah?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you now. I answer you. He said, Father. Okay, I'll explain to you. Jesus said in the cross, he said to the cross, shut up. So Jesus, I will give you an example. Shut up so I can talk. You always call me. You never let me talk. Potato, listen. Potato, radio machine. Let me answer you. Potato. Coward, let me answer you. Jesus says, forgive. Shut up. Like, shut up, you donkey. How, you want me to talk or you don't want me to talk? Let me answer you. So Jesus says, Father, forgive them. They do not know what they are doing. So this is how Jesus, he prayed to the Father. Now, how your God, Allah, prayed to that? How Allah, he prayed to Allah? Huh?
Look at this fool. I'm asking you what the Ilmu chapter 5 verse 7 when you're telling me that is that what the verse said? You're a coward. You don't even know what
you said to me. You said to me how he pray. The Messiah he suffered. The Messiah he suffered for the pain of people. The Messiah he suffered for the sin of people. The Messiah he asked the Father for the people. So what's your problem? This is what the verse is saying. Now I'm asking you, you coward. I answered you. Now, did you? Yes, this is what Hebrew chapter 5 saying. Yes, this is what Hebrew chapter 5 saying.
Post it on your
It's in front of me. It's on the screen. It's on the screen. Go ahead.
Read it. I can't see it.
So what? Read it. Go ahead. What? Go ahead, read it.
So this is how you're coward.
Okay, the coward is you. Isn't it? Jesus says, let your will be done. So the Messiah, he prayed to the people. The Messiah, he asked the Father to take away the cup, which is the cup of death. So the Messiah, the Messiah, he said, let your will be done. So now what's your problem? Shut up. So now what's your problem?
You are just wasting my time.
So now what is your problem? The Messiah he prayed to the Father. What's your problem? Stop talking about, stop complaining. Tell me what's your problem. The Messiah prayed to the Father, let this cup away from me. What's your problem?
That's not what the verse said.
Yes.
Read it again.
Read it. You read it. Read it. This is about the death, right?
Read it again.
Read it. Yeah, read it. You coward. Listen. Do you want to get me busted or not? Listen. Do you want to get me busted or not? Read it. And tell me what this was about. Read it. I just answered you. Give me your comment.
Wait, I don't have. You read it. After you read
I
it,
did.
I'm gonna ask you.
I did.
It yourself.
I did. So
you are not
okay, I did. So and I did. So
If you know you are not a coward, read Hebrew chapter 5 verse
Do you
7.
want me to hang up on you, or you want to continue? Listen, either you tell me what is your problem. The Messiah prayed to the Father. I explained to you. Now, what's your problem? What's your problem?
That's what I'm saying. A coward.
The coward is your prophet who raped women. The coward who your prophet cannot explain a verse, and the coward is you who don't even dare to give me the question. So listen. You always call me. You do the same, but you never even carry on in your topic. So now, what's your question? The Messiah praying to the Father.
I'll give you a topic.
I answer you. The Messiah, he is asking. He is praying to the Father. Take this cup away from me. Now, what's your problem?
No.
Oh, this is why I'm saying. No. This is my answer. Okay, get me busted. Get me busted.
I don't give a damn shit about you getting your bastard, Mr. Motherfucker. I'm asking
you son of muta. Did you say you see the word MF you just said to me? Prove to me that you are a son of a whore. You claim to be a Muslim religious, but look what you do. So now I'm asking you, you coward son of muta, your mother is a whore. You insulted my mother for no reason. I did not insult your mother. So now I'm asking you for the last time. You insulted my mother. I want to hang up on you. What is your question? The Messiah is asking the Father to take away the cup of death from him. What is your problem? What's your problem? What's your problem? Your mother is a whore. Your mother should practice muta. Your mother should practice muta. So are you going to give me the question or not? Are you going to give me the question or not? Are you going to give me the question or not?
The verse, then I will ask you from it. If you know you are not a coward, and
okay. Hold on. Look, how many times I said to you, read the verse, you son of muta? How many times I asked you to read the verse? Why you don't read it? You are son of muta. Chapter 4, verse 24. Your mother did not do muta. Now, don't change the topic. Read the verse and tell me your question. The Messiah is praying to the Father. Listen, give me the question, otherwise you are wasting my time.
You read the Hebrew chapter 5 verse 7.
Do you want me to hang up on you, or you want to give me the question, potato?
Read it and explain.
You are son of muta. You are not going to, you don't force me to do things. I have it in the screen. Everybody can see it. You're a donkey. So now, no, you read it for me. I will not, you don't force me to do things. You are a Muslim. You are nobody. I force you. You read it. I explain to you. Okay, I will hang up. I will give you 30 seconds. I will give you 30 seconds to give me the question. Otherwise, I will hang up on you.
You can hang up. That means you're a coward.
Because you are a coward, you refuse to give me the question. The Messiah is asking the Father to take away the cup from him. What is the problem?
It's not talking about a cup, yeah?
The cup of death, you donkey.
No.
You can read it then.
Yeah, local.
Okay, read it. Go on. I just give you the answer. Now get me busted. Read it. Read it.
You read it yourself.
Shut up, you coward. Shut up, coward. Just go. What a whore. You are just a whore like your prophet, coward. Read it. What do you want to say to me? The Messiah, he don't want to die? Well, he said, let your will be done. Read it for me. I want you to read it. He will not give me the question. He will refuse to read it. I have it in the screen. And we explain the verse. He will spend the whole day. He will not answer. I will give you a call one more time, you coward. Just one more time. If you are listening, so get ready. Give me the question.
Only a coward do what?
You are a coward. Don't waste my time. Give me the question.
Not wasting your time. I gave you a chapter that
I did answer you, and now it's your turn to give me the question. Give me your question. Are you calling me? Are you calling me to ask me just to read? Listen, potato, don't waste my time. Give me the question. Just get out of here, coward, liar, filthy like your prophet. He give you you don't want to give me the question, so why you are calling? Is that what Jesus is saying? Yes, this is what Jesus is saying. It's in front of us. And let me now read, you coward son of muta. Who was in these days of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers Don't call me. I'm reading. Don't call me, you coward. I'm reading the Holy Bible, you son of Muta. We are not ashamed of our book. It's you who's ashamed. Coward, son of Muta. Who is in these days, in the day of his flesh, when he had offered up prayers and supplication with a strong crying and tears into him, that was able to save him from death, and what was heard in that he feared? What is your problem? Though he were son, yet learned his obedience by things which he suffered. What's your problem? The son is obedient to the father. And he's being made perfect. He become the author of eternal salvation. You don't want to read those ones, right? That's why I wanted you to read, you coward. Into all of them that obey him. Code of God and high priest, after the order of Melchizedek, or in Arabic we call him Melchizedek, of whom we have many things to say, and hard to be uttered. So the Muslim, whenever they read only a verse, they don't want to read the rest, because they are cowards. And if you believe in a book, or you believe in a verse, then tell us what you believe. Do you believe in this verse? You don't. Do you believe in the book? You don't. So you Muslim coward, you take only one verse. You read only one verse. You don't want to see the rest. Why? Because you are a coward. You don't even dare to give me the question. And because you are filthy, you use the F word. The F word to the mother. Trash like your prophet. You know, if you respect your mother, you will not say that. What a bunch of cowards. Jesus always, he prayed to the Father. Never stop praying to the Father. Your God, he prayed to who? To his Father? When your God in the stupid Quran, he says, may Allah forgive you your sin, Muhammad. He's praying to who? This is what Jesus, he did when he spoke to the Father. He said, let this cup away from me, Father. Coward, idiot. I noticed that those Muslims who call from Africa, they don't even let you talk. They are like a radio machine. And they have a very filthy tongue. I am assuming you are from Nigeria. Or like the same guy from that country, which called his name? Ultimate Fort. So if you give them the answer, still they don't want it, you know, just he put conditions on you. Read it. All the life of Jesus is about prayer. Didn't Jesus, he fast for 40 days? what he was doing there. Didn't Jesus, he prayed to the Father all the time? So you brought something new for us, you donkey? But if we go to the stupid Quran, we will find Allah praying to someone. His name is Allah. So for us as the Christians, the Messiah praying to the Father is not an issue. Allah praying to who? This is your stupid Quran. Read it. You will not dare. You don't even know how to read it. You read a book in a language you don't understand. Allah, he said, may Allah forgive thee the sin, Muhammad. Allah asking who? The Messiah praying, he is praying to the Father. Allah praying to who? Cowards. And I keep asking him, what is your question? He will not dare to give me the question. If you want to tell me that the Messiah, he pray, well, we know that. And every single, every single person, he agree. The Messiah always pray to the Father. Allah pray to who? No answer. Do Allah have a father? Isn't it the Messiah, many times he said, everything I have is given to me from my Father? Is that a secret? But what he gave him? He gave him the power over eternal life. Who is the one who have power over eternal life? God. The suffering of the Messiah, this is what the verse is talking about. The suffering of the Messiah became a salvation into them who obey him. You Muslim coward, you read one verse, you don't read the rest. He is perfect. He is the author of eternal life, eternal salvation. To who? To those who obey him. Called of God, high priest. Who? So the coward, they see only one verse. That's why they don't want to read even verse number 1, verse number 2, etc. Coward, liar, donkey like your prophet. And when you say the MF word, that is telling me that you are a trash street boy, like Muhammad. Who is the one, if we ask the Muslims, who is the one who has the authority over the flesh? Who is the one, he is the source of eternal life? They will say God. Well, that is what the verse is saying in front of you. How come you saw only one part of it? And what he was called? And is he perfect? And is he the author of salvation for all who obey him? So all what he want to say to you, look, see, Jesus is crying to the Father. I have bad news for you. Isn't it the Old Testament says that the Father felt sorry for Adam? Felt sad for Adam? Which means he's crying for Adam? Isn't it the Bible says, for God he loved the world. He sent his only begotten Son. This is a form of a crying to save you. God, he loved us. He wants to save us, but we don't want to be saved. So you choose to follow a scumbag like Muhammad, who his God could not save him from his sin, as we see in the Quran. Here, the crying of Jesus is not about his sin. It's about the sins of others. And the verse here, by the way, confirm everything in the Bible about his death. And then nobody will be able to hear me and nobody will be able to hear him. We ask him, okay, what is your question? He don't want to give the question, and now we stuck with read it. And if we read it, he will not even give me the question. He will keep saying to me, is that what it says? Is that what it says? The Messiah he cried for our sake, and he himself, he don't want to die. And this will refute the lies of Muhammad, and they will say that the Muslim believe that Jesus committed suicide. In Luke 22, when Jesus said, Father, if you are willing, take this cup away from me. So we as a Christian, we believe that the Messiah is totally in agreement with the Father. Let your will be done, whatever your will is. Same time, I say to him, read it from verse number 1. He don't want to read it. Why you don't want to read it? Because that will prove Islam to be false. The Messiah, he sacrificed for the sin. Did I say to him, guys, read? Okay, start. Go ahead. Read from verse number 1, verse number 2, verse number 3. You don't want to read it. Muslims are the only one who can jump many verses as you wish. They are like a kangaroo. Cowards. Let us see if he's trying to call again, and maybe now he can answer us. Did you hear me?
Hello, CP.
I thought this is the same guy.
No,
Yes.
no, not the same guy.
All right. Are you a Muslim?
Someone else. Yes, I am. Yes,
All right. How I can help you?
You're Christian?
Thank God I am.
Okay. Now, I've been listening to you for a while.
What do you think about the caller who called me before? He's a Muslim. Did you hear him?
Yeah, I heard him. I don't think he was talking correctly. I think, he should have just read it, We're grown men, we should just be mature and
All right.
have a
So how I can help you, my friend?
conversation,
How I can help you?
Okay, quick. This is my first question.
All right.
I wanted to ask you, CP, in Israel, it's illegal to have a DNA test. Do you know why that is?
Is it legal to have what?
No, it is illegal to take a DNA test in Israel. Do you know why that is?
I don't know. Now tell me. Go ahead.
Nice one, because it's very important.
So there is a law in Israel. It says nobody can take a DNA test. Okay, can you give me the law? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just explain the law. I don't know.
No, give me the law number. Don't explain it. I'm a lawyer. Give me the law number.
Okay, bear with me 2 seconds, yeah?
All right.
I'll find it for you. 2 seconds. I'm surprised none of your listeners have ever heard of it as well.
No, I want to see. I don't know what you're talking about. But anyway.
Hold on, I'm going to find it now. Don't worry. Okay, the law was passed in 2000, and it is called the Genetic Information Law.
Yeah, this is for the citizen. It says here, I see, it says genetic citizen, DNA testing. Israel, they will start the doing test for those who want to apply for citizenship. What's your problem?
Pardon? So I think you're reading something else. So hold on.
No, this is what I searched. I just searched. I never heard this topic before. So I just searched. I have it in the screen. It says National Institute, Health Government. Here it says genetic citizenship, DNA testing, and Israel law of return. Here it says Israeli state recently announced that it may begin to use genetic test to determine whether a potential immigrant are Jewish or not. What the problem?
So basically,
what you said to me, by the way, is the opposite. What you said to me is the opposite. Okay.
Because I know what I read. So are you saying they're going to start doing that now? I'm a bit.
This is 2015, which mean before they were not doing that. Okay. Okay. So.
Okay, this is the main thing now. So, so just so I'm clear, are you saying that anybody that travels back to Israel, they need to make a DNA test? Is that what's happening now, or is that not happening? So
they want to determine this. That's what I say. I'm not saying the whole law. It says they want to determine if he is a Jew or not. As simple as that. Okay, and what the problem?
Okay, this is the problem. Okay. Because I don't know if you've realized. Okay, but I don't know. But I'll just make it clear. None of these people in that land, okay, are Israelites. Okay, I just want to make it clear. When people say the word Jew, okay, Jew are not the Israelites. Jew is the tribe of Judah. Okay. Okay. They are not the whole.
Are you sure?
Israel.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Okay, listen, don't be offended. Don't be offended. So why you're a stupid prophet? So why you're a stupid prophet? In the Quran, he called him Yahud.
Pardon, sorry?
Why you're a stupid prophet in the Quran? He called them Yahud. Don't look me.
Bro.
We have a topic. Okay. What? So you said that the word Jew is only for one. Okay, hold on. The word Jews is only for one tribe. It's you who said that, not me. Correct?
Look.
Did you say, my friend? What's your name? You called me before, right? Okay. So, are you saying to me that your prophet is stupid and he is using the wrong word?
Why are you talking about what's in the Quran? I'm not talking about that.
Because now you are correcting the Quran. Okay, hold on. You are correcting the Quran. You are saying to me this is wrong.
Okay, if you're gonna go like this, CP, this is a bit immature.
No, it's you who want to hang up. It says they are going to determine that he is a Jewish. When they say Jewish, they are not talking about that. They are talking about everyone who is a Jewish religion. The word Jews today, listen, the word Jewish, what is the word Jewish in Arabic?
What does Jew mean?
I'm asking you, you tell me, what does that mean?
What? Wow. You see, you're doing this again, CP.
Listen, you are the one who came with the topic. Explain to me, what is the word Jews mean?
Thank you. To be a Jew, you belong to the tribe of Judah. Okay. That makes you a Jew. All right. Okay. An Israelite. Okay. An Israelite. So, for example, if you come from the tribe of Manasseh, okay, you are not a Jew.
His name is Manasseh. Okay. Levites.
Yeah. The Levites, they're not Jews. They're Israelites.
Okay.
Israelites.
All right. Okay.
I'm not wrong.
So correct. Okay. So this is the correct. Now, okay, I will go. Hold on. Wait. Now, so why your God? Why your God called them Jewish? Why he called them Jews?
Doesn't it say in the Quran, Beni Israel?
It says Jews.
No. Okay. Listen. This
Beni
is
Israel. Beni Israel. Listen. Listen. I say something. I prove it.
Yeah.
For your prophet, all the children of Israel are Yahud.
Wait, hang on. Just say what you just said again slowly, please. So I can hear
for your prophet, all the children of Israel, they are Yahud, which means Jews.
So, okay. So wait. So So now this is very important. Now, where is that? What you just said? So where does it say? Where can you tell me where it says? Okay, that all the tribes of Israel. I mean, yeah, all the Hebrew Israelites are Jews.
Okay, let me make it simple for you. Who is the one who said that Uzair is a son of Allah?
I thought you said this in the Quran.
What?
Is that in the Quran or not? Sorry.
It's in the Quran. I'm trying to prove to you from the Quran. I'm trying to prove to you from the Quran.
Okay.
So listen. So listen. So now, who is the ones who believe that Uzair is the son of Allah? What the name of this religion?
Pardon?
Who is the one who believe? Who is the one who believe that Uzair is the son of Allah? What is the name of the religion?
I don't know. I've never heard of that. You know, to be honest.
Aren't you a Muslim? Aren't you a Muslim?
Yeah, but I've never heard of that. The son of Hosea.
Uzair, not Hosea. Uzair. Okay, I will say it to you in English, not Arabic. Uzair.
Oh, okay. And someone said that that's the son of Allah. Did you say?
Okay, yeah. Who? What is the religion of those people? What is their belief?
I don't know. That's something different.
Well, you are the Muslim. Well, you are the Muslim. So how you want to explain to you how to explain to you if you do not know? If you do not know. Listen, I'm not asking you to have a son or not. This is not the question. Focus with me.
So
what is the name? What is the name of the religion who believe that there's a guy? His name is Uzair, and he is the son of Allah? Can you give me the name?
I don't know the name. That's my answer.
Okay, read for me chapter 9, verse number 30.
Okay, hold on.
All right.
Okay. Holy Quran. Chapter 9. Verse 30. Okay, the Jews say.
Okay, who is the Jews?
Azhar. Okay, that's a good question now. Okay, very good.
All right, very good. Okay.
Let me finish it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool. The Jews say, "Is Allah's son?" And the Christians say, Messiah is the son of Allah. So the Christians say, it says the Christians say the Messiah is the son of Allah.
And?
Hold on. These are merely verbs, attributes in, what's that? Emulation of the sayings of those unbelievers who preceded them. May Allah ruin them. Wow, see?
And?
It's basically saying what you... hold on, let me finish it, okay? How do they turn away from the truth?
And?
So basically it's saying... No, that's the whole... Is there more? You want to read the rest of it? I can't see the rest
and?
of it. I'll just... Hold on. So is that verse 31 are you talking about? Hold on, 31. They take their rabbis and their monks. Wow, this is very powerful. Rabbis,
very, very powerful.
Who
has
rabbis or monks? Who has rabbis?
Who have rabbis? Who have rabbis? What is the name of the religion? Have rabbis?
Thank you. Judaism.
Thank you. Okay. So why your prophet called them Jews? All of them called them Jews.
Thank you. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Can I explain?
Okay, explain. Okay, explain.
Nice one. Thank you. Because if you notice here, in the Quran, it says, it's making a clear distinction between the tribe, Beni Israel, and the Jews. So if you
show me the verse. Show me the verse.
Example,
show me the verse. You said in the Quran to make a clear differentiation between Beni Israel and the Jews.
Yeah. For example,
who is going to go to heaven? Is it the Jews or Beni Israel?
Why does it say the synagogue of Satan?
I'm asking you. Don't change topic. We will go. No, you said the Quran. You said the Quran differentiate.
Everyone can listen to what you're doing.
You said the Quran. Okay, I will tell you. Synagogue of Satan is those who don't want to believe in the Messiah, but the one who wrote that himself is a Jew.
lies. You're lying. Look
All right. Okay, no problem. Let's we will go. But now let us don't escape. You said to me that the Quran differentiate between the Israeli and the Jews. Can you show me the verse?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Boom, boom, boom.
It's good to think, to sing, especially if you do not know what you are talking about. That will help.
I definitely know what I'm talking about, and I think you know.
Well, I'm waiting for you to show me where it says the Jews are different from the from Israel. That would be funny.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Now you hold on. I need to find the right one, you know. Okay, bear with me.
Okay.
Okay, and we gave. Okay, look here. For example, it says, and we gave Moses the scripture and made it a guide for the children of Israel.
Okay.
Okay. That no. Don't okay me, bruv. That's very, very important.
I'm just going with you. Did I say anything?
No. Listen to
me. Let's say no. I just said okay. Why you're upset? Why upset? Okay, hold on.
Problem. I'm not upset.
So can you give me the answer? Can you give me the conclusion? Okay. Who will go to heaven? Who will go to heaven? The Jews or Bani Israel?
Listen,
who will go to my friend? Who will go to heaven? The Jews or Bani Israel, the children of Israel?
Bani Israel will go to heaven.
So the Jews will not.
The Jews are not the real Jews. The Jews that you
just give me the answer, my friend. Why you wanna? Don't explain. Just give me the answer. Okay, just give me the answer. So the answer. So do you confirm? All right. So guys. Did you hear him saying?
They're worshiping the devil.
Okay. So guys, did you hear him? Give me one, please, if you heard our friend here, that he said the Jews will not go to heaven. The one who will go to heaven is the children of Israel only. Give me one, please, if you heard him. Do you confirm the one they are saying that you repeat and you say the Jews are not going to go to heaven? The children of Israel only, they will go to heaven.
Hey, can you let me answer that without interrupting?
You answered already. Just repeat it again.
No. I'm saying what I just said, yeah. But are you listening?
You said the Jews will not go to heaven. The children of Israel will go to heaven. Everybody heard you.
Listen. The Beni Israel, the children of Israel, the remnants of the real tribe of Judah will come back to Israel one day.
No, a second ago you called me. Listen, you called me. Listen, look. So now he is searching Google. He found something, got him busted. So now you change. A second ago you said to me the Jews, they will not go to heaven. A second ago.
Exactly.
Okay.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
No, you said that already. I repeated the question to you and you repeated. So
the people that are calling themselves Jews today.
Today, but we were in the Quran.
Okay.
You said to me, no, listen. You said to me in the Quran, Allah differentiate between the Jews and the Israelis. You didn't say today.
Yes.
You said to me the Quran. Yes. Okay. I said to you, can you show me the verse? You gave me a verse, have nothing to do with that. You gave me a verse. So then I said to you, so those people, in the Quran called them Jews, and the Quran called them.
Why do you think it hasn't got something to do with that?
Don't talk about, listen, I'm asking you. In the time of Muhammad, is the Jews, is the one will go to heaven, or the children of Israel in the time of Muhammad will go to heaven?
Oh, very good question. Very good question. You know why? Because the people that were Jews at the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, were the real Jews. Before the Arab slave trade, then they moved all of the real.
Okay, hold on. So now, guys, they are. They are the real Jews finally. So now you just said to me that the Jews are the real Jews. So is the Jews in the real Jews in the time of Muhammad? Are they going to go to heaven?
listen, I'm not gonna keep repeating myself. The Jews that are the time then are not the same people that are in Jerusalem.
I'm asking you now. I'm asking you now. I'm asking you about the Jews. What focus with me? The Jews in the time of your prophet. Are these Jews will go to heaven? Yes or no?
Yes, if they're following the correct teachings, yes, they will. Like, yes, they will.
Okay.
Like,
Now let us. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let us follow. You said to me that the Jews who they are today in Israel, they are not the same Jews.
Of course they're not.
So why you? So why Muhammad he called them Jews?
He didn't. He didn't. He's talking about the ones that were there in his time.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. At the end of the time. Are we going to have at the end of the time? Are we going to have real Jews or no more Jews left?
Yes, because it even says in your book that the children of Israel will come back to the Holy Land.
I'm asking about your religion. In your religion, you said to me the Jews today are not real Jews, correct?
Of course they're not.
Okay, so if there is any real Jews exist right now?
Yes.
Where?
Don't you believe in your scripture?
Where?
They're all over Africa and all over the world.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So why you want to kill the Jews who live in Africa?
Pardon? I don't want to kill anyone. Why do you say that?
I'm not asking you if you want to kill. I'm asking you why you want to kill the Jews, the Muslims. Why they want to kill the Jews who live in Africa? You said to me in Africa there's real Jews, right?
There's tribes in Africa.
Why the Muslim they want to kill the Jews who they, why the Jews want to kill the tribe of Israel or the Jews? You call them Jews. Don't mix. You are the one who said to me we cannot mix. You said to me the Israeli are not the same as the Jews.
No, you're not. I think you're trying to confuse it. The Jews that you see today on TV now, they are not. They are not. Yeah, Israelites. Okay.
All right.
They are Europeans. They are Europeans. I'm gonna make it clear. They are Europeans. Okay. Yeah. They are not Hebrew Israelites.
Okay.
Do you really believe?
Okay, but hold on. But is it true that in the time of your prophet there was Jews who live in Arabia and that will make them Arab?
First of all, the first Arabs were black. Okay.
The first Arab are black.
The Arabs you see
okay. You are from black. Hold on. So why the same? Okay, hold on. Just don't be stupid, please. So why the Muslims in the Hadith keep talking about Muhammad how white he is, and why Aisha called Humayra? Do you know what Humayra mean?
This is what I'm trying to say.
Why Aisha was blonde? Why Aisha was blonde? Listen. Why Aisha called the blonde? Listen. Why Aisha was called the blonde if she is black?
Listen. Let's slow down.
I want an answer. Why Aisha called the blonde if she's black? You said to me that the real Arab they are black. They are real black. Is Arabia is Africa? Is Arabia is Africa?
First of all, yes, it is in Africa. What are you talking about?
Arabia is in Africa.
Israel is connected to Africa.
I'm talking about Arabia. Right. You said to me the real Arab, but forgot. You said the real Arab are African.
Yes, they are.
Okay. So I'm asking you. That's what mean black.
Thank you. Are you? Listen. What color was Moses? Musa.
He was black. He was black.
Thank you. You know what?
No. I did not say he was black. I did not say that. I'm asking you. I did not say he was black. You're an idiot. I'm saying he was black.
Yes, sir.
Can you prove it?
Sir, listen. Let's keep it down. Yes, I can prove it.
Listen. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let us go back. Why Aisha in your history recorded as Aisha and your prophet call her the blondie? Was she blondie black?
First of all, if you want to answer that question, we need to talk about where is Aisha from? What tribe is she from?
So Aisha, she is from the same tribe of Muhammad, Quraysh. So are you saying to me that the tribe of Muhammad, they were black?
No.
Aisha, she is the daughter of Abu Bakr, my friend. She lived in Mecca and she is from the same tribe of Quraysh. Are you an idiot?
Listen.
Same time, there's a hadith says, whoever said that the prophet is a black, kill him.
What are you talking about? I'm not.
I can prove what I'm saying. Whoever say that the prophet is a black, kill him.
What prophet are you talking about?
Muhammad.
What prophet? No, I'm saying what prophet? If
Muhammad.
you say that they're black, you should kill them.
This is in your books.
No, I'm saying what prophet are they talking about?
Muhammad.
When they say, oh, so they're saying if you call Muhammad black, they should kill the person.
Kill him.
Who says that?
Kill him, yeah.
Okay, this is why I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. This is what I'm trying to say. I am telling you, okay, yeah, that the tribes, yeah, that these are basically the tribes that you're talking about. Are I believe I'm not a scholar, by the way. I haven't done yet, you know, but I believe, you know, just through common sense here, these are the foundational first tribes of the Arabs that you see today.
Okay, listen, you do not know your religion, you do not know who's your prophet, you do not know even is it black or white. When there is tons of books talking about how your prophet is white and so white, and even they compare him to the moon. Listen. In fact, just wait. Same time you say to me that those Jews, they came from Europe. That is a stupid statement, because the Jews came from everywhere. You are the one who said to me there's Jews are from Africa. The real Jews are from Africa. But if you go right now to Israel, you will find that there is many Jews who they are from Africa. They are now in Israel and they are citizens. So let us say, hold on, just to show you how stupid what you are saying.
You are lying.
Hold on, you are the one who said. You are the one who said.
Seed of Satan. Seed of Satan.
The seed of Satan is you. The seed of Satan is you and your prophet. Listen. Did you say that the European Jews are not Jews, and there is Jewish, they are African? Everybody heard you. Now they are in Africa. I can show you right now the African Jews in Israel. They are in the Israeli army. Ethiopian, from Sudan, from Morocco, there's Arab even from Iraq, from Arabia, from Syria. So you focus only in the European. Those are Jews. They scattered because they were kicked out of their land. It's very normal. Their land is taken away from them. Okay.
Let me answer.
Okay, hold on. Did the Bible prophesy? Yeah. I want to ask you this question.
You are getting confused. People, are converting to Judaism. This is a religion. Okay.
But
to be
Israelite, but it's you who said to me. 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 The real Jews are in Africa. It's you.
Yes, they are.
Okay, so now those Jews, they are back. They are back to Israel.
No, they're not.
They are not. Okay, the Jews, the one who came. Okay, so the one. Just hold on. I will make it. I want to make it simple for you.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay.
You lot do your own research. Don't listen to me.
Is it true? Is it true? No problem. You don't even know if your prophet is black or white. Look how expert you are. You think that your prophet is a black, which means the Arab are black, and now you are telling me
that. I didn't say that.
You said that.
Lying, CP. I didn't say that.
You said the real Arab are black.
Musa and Jesus. That's what I said.
The real Arab. You said the Arab. You said the Arab. You said no. You said the Arab are black.
I said the original people in that land were black.
The original. Who are the original? Who are they?
What do you mean? Who are they?
What was their name? What was their name?
These are the Egyptian people, the Canaanites. You see that land?
The Canaanite, they are black, right?
Of course they're black.
So okay. Look what happened. You just get yourself busted. If the Canaanite are black, that means those who they are in Gaza, none of them is Palestinian. Nobody is black.
Do you see Palestinian, the Palestinians that you see there today, they are a mixture, of Romans, the black people that were there from a long time ago. These are descendants of migrants that's come to the area.
All right, so you complain. Look what happened. You call me to complain about those who they are in Israel. They are not real Israeli. And now you are saying to me that the one who they are in Gaza, they are just mix of many nations.
Of course, that's why it says in the book.
Okay, that's mean the people of Gaza. That's mean the people of Gaza and the West Bank
going to come
so
back to our land one day.
Who said that? Who said that?
It says in all three scriptures that the children of Israel at the end time will come back to the land. Okay, understand?
The children of Israel, right?
Yes, all the tribes. We are going to come back to our.
You said to me, did you just say? Yeah. Did you just say all the tribe?
Yeah.
Did you just say all the tribe?
All of the lost tribes. We are the remnants.
Okay, so now they are back. So what's your problem?
No, they're not back. I just said the tribe is the tribe Bantu. The Bantu people.
Where is mentioned the word Bantu? Where it says that?
Bantu, you don't know
where. No. You said to me all the three. Yeah? Or you said to me. You said to me. You said to me. You said to me. Listen. You said to me all the three scriptures says that. Can you show me any of those three scriptures saying there's a tribe it's called the Bantu and they are the real Israeli and they will come back?
Okay, hold on. Stay there. Don't run away now.
And remember, you are the one who said to me that those are not the children of Israel. And now you are confirming that your book confirmed, copying the Old Testament and the New Testament, that the Jews will come back to their land.
No, you're lying again, bro. I said the children of Israel. Why you keep talking about the Jews?
Well, Jews. Okay.
Jews that
okay. Let us finish this. So, okay. Yes, so the children of Israel are not the same as the Jews. Can you confirm that?
The Jews that you see today on TV are not the same as the real children of Israel. Okay. How you
were able to know? How you were able to know? Do you have the DNA test for everybody?
Yes. This is why. This is why it says the synagogue of Satan, because it's making it clear that the people that you're going to see.
Abdul, that is not the reason. Yeah, that's not the reason. You are a liar, my friend.
Yes, it is.
That's not the reason. Yeah, the same book called them Jews, and so it called them Jews. The same book. You're just a stupid idiot. So synagogue of Satan, listen, the synagogue of Satan is not about the whole nation. It's about those rabbis who they are not believing in Jesus. But do you know why it's called synagogue? Do you know why it's called? Okay, hold on. I want to go with you. If they are not Jews, so why they have a synagogue?
Prove it.
Listen. Why they have a?
They're trying to say
why they have a synagogue. Why it's called synagogue?
Because it's saying they are the children of Satan, bro. Because what they are doing is wrong.
Okay, listen. So listen. If I show you right now from your book's interpretation that the children of Israel are the same as the Jews, what you would do?
My days, bro. You're not listening to me.
If I show you from your books, that the children of Israel are the same as the Jews, the word Jews goes for both, the same. Your prophet, he never spoke about the children of Israel, except he meant the Jews. And I challenge you to prove me wrong. If I show you from your interpretation that this is what is meant, what you will do?
Say that. Listen, you're talking fast. You're not making sense. You could keep changing.
When you're scholars, let us make it simple. If I play for you right now videos from all the Muslim scholars today, saying that the children of Israel who they are living right now in Jerusalem, they are the Jews and they are the Israeli, what you will do?
Listen, if you show me a video of a so-called scholar, yeah, I've heard a lot of Muslims talking. What
if I show you video from Hamas? What if I show you video from Hamas leaders?
Listen, I don't care what anyone's saying.
So are you willing to say, okay, so I want you to say that Hamas leaders are donkeys and they are stupid and you are the one who knows what.
Listen, you're not going to make me say anything.
Why not? So why they are saying, why Hamas leaders, those are the enemy of Israel. They are saying that those are the real Jews. So why they are saying that?
Listen. Yeah, they're saying they're the enemy of Israel.
No, no, they are saying they are the Jews.
Because the people that are coming in there, the land from Europe, Europeans, are calling themselves Jews.
No, they are quoting your prophet, you idiot. They are quoting your prophet. What about what your prophet says about them? So if your prophet is speaking about not them, then they should not quote their prophet saying that they are this.
Listen, it was
just go. Okay, I will play the video. I will play the video. I will call you back. Give me 3 minutes. Watch the video with me, and I will call you back. And I will call you back.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just wait, guys. This is Hamas. They are calling the children of Israel today in Israel, and they are quoting their prophet, and they call them Jews. If they are not Jews, then you don't call them Jews. You call them anything else. You call them occupation. You call them European. You call them whatever you want, but you don't call them Jews. Watch with me and laugh. Okay, maybe this is not the video I want. Hold on, give me a second. Here we go. He's saying every Jew. Hold on. Listen to this. Did he say every Jew? Around the world, not only here. You have a Jew everywhere, you have to attack them. Did he say those are not Jews? He said there's 7 million Palestinians abroad. Stop warming up. It's time for you to attack. There's Jews everywhere in the planet Earth. So the stupid you saying to me that those are not Jews, and the leaders of Hamas, they are saying that the Jews in Israel and the Jews around the world are the real Jews. Do you see, guys, how stupid they are? So the Quran called them Jews. He said in the beginning when he called me, he says it's wrong to call them Jews. Why? Because this is Judah tribe. We'll tell that your prophet, because your prophet never called them any name except Jews. For the same Jews who they are living with Muhammad is the same one who called them Bani Israel. The same ones. What a liar, hypocrite you are. Let me call him back. And the important is he agree that the people of Gaza, they are not people of Gaza. They are mixed with the Roman, they are not really people of Gaza. So did you see Hamas leader saying that the Jews attack the Jews, every Jew in the planet Earth?
Are you gonna let me reply? You know what I've realized, just by listening to you, reading the comments.
You remember last time? You remember last time you hang up on me because I got you busted, and now you will do the same. No, so now, did your prophet prophesy that every Jew will be killed? Did your prophet prophesy, copying the Old Testament, that the Jews will come back to their land? And you said to me that will happen in the end of the time, correct?
Yes, it does say that.
Okay, what your prophet called them?
Pardon? What are you talking about?
What your prophet called them? Those who will come back to the land.
It said Beni Israel.
Okay.
Beni Israel. It's called the rise and the fall.
So
have you ever heard of that?
Oh, and I said to you when you bite your tongue, I said to you, are the Jews going to go to heaven? You said to me in the beginning, no.
The Jews that they're saying that they're Jews today, where they're not the real Jews, okay? Yeah, and your Abdul, your little stupid Abdul, your cult followers in the comment sections, use your own head. Use your own head, yeah?
Okay, I will go with you. Listen. Yeah? So now you are saying to me that the Arab themselves, they are not Arab. The Jews are not Jews. The Gaza are not Gaza. Who are you?
What's an Arab? What's an Arab? Tell me what.
Well, you are the one who tell me the real Arab are black.
What is? I'm asking you. What is an Arab? What is an Arab?
Arab mean people of the desert mean nothing. They're for me.
Wow.
For me, yeah, there's no Arab.
Said people of the desert. What kind of rubbish is that? How long?
It's not up to you. It's not up to you. Go and search. Go and search in the Aramaic. Go and search in the Aramaic language. You will find that Aramaic is people of the hills, and Arab are the people in the desert. And you are an idiot.
Thank you.
Prove me wrong.
Thank you.
So now listen. So now listen.
You're saying.
Listen. So now, according to you, nobody is anybody. The Arab are not Arab because the Arab they used to be black. And you're a prophet is not an Arab. He is an African. And you lie. And Muslim lie. Listen, your prophet was born 4 years after his father's death. So we do not even know who is his father.
Why are you talk? I'm not talking about that. I didn't come here to talk about that.
Let us go back to zero. Let us go back to zero. All right.
And you know what? See,
so listen.
Continue. I want to say something.
Listen. Did you show me anything from your book? Did you show me anything from your book? Prove anything you said.
Say that again.
Did you show me from your book anything you said?
Yes. Listen, I gave an example. Yeah.
No, you did not give me. You did not give me.
You see,
you did not give me. You did not give me. Same time. Let me ask you. Let me make it simple. I showed you a verse that the Jews, they said that Uzair is the son of Allah. Can you show me one Jew believe that there's a guy, his name is Uzair, he is son of Allah?
It didn't say that the Jews said that.
It says.
It didn't say that.
It says.
It didn't say that.
It says.
It didn't say that.
You want to bet? You want to bet?
It said Christians. I read it. I'm the one who read it. It said Christians and it said rabbis and monks.
Read it with me.
It said read it again.
Okay, read it again. Chapter 9, verse number 30. Read it.
Yeah, read it. Read it. No, my laptop died. Read it out.
I don't know how to read. I'm illiterate.
What do you listen, Mav? I read it. Just read it.
No, I want you to read it again. I insist anytime Muslim call me. You want to talk about topic, you read.
Listen, I told you my laptop just died. Like
in your phone, say the word Allah will come alive again, like or call Jesus. He will resurrect him for you. Listen, chapter 9, verse number 30 says, and the Jews says Israel is a son of Allah. Why you lied?
So why did you say that Muslims said that then? If the Jews said that.
I said to you the Jews. I did not say the Muslims. What's wrong with you?
Yes, you did. You didn't say the Jews. You just said the Muslims.
I said the Jews. The Jews. I said the Jews. I said your book, your Quran says that the Jew. I said to you, can you show me one Jew? He believed that Israel is a son of Allah. You said to me, it's not the Jews did not say that. Those are the Christians.
No, are you listening? If it says that, if it says that, let me give you an answer, because you might not be aware,
How you can give me an answer when a second ago you deny its existence? I mean, look how fast you are in the answer. A second ago you denied that such a thing is exist, and now suddenly you are knowledgeable and you have the answer.
Why are you lying, CP? I'm the one who.
It's recorded.
10 minutes
no,
ago.
Exactly. You said to me, you are the one who read it. It doesn't say that. It is the Christian who said that. You said that to me. It's recorded.
It says the rabbis and the monks, the Christians.
This is not what I'm talking about. I say the chapter 9, and without mentioning the verse number, I said to you, is it true that there is the Jew? Is there any Jew? He believed that Israel is a son of Allah. You said to me,
yes, there was at the time, at the early stages.
This is not what you said. A second ago you said the Christian says that. A second ago you said the Christian say that. I can replay, I can forward, I can play backward, I can play backward the video. You see, Muslims are hypocrite. Now, okay. So now listen. In the time of Muhammad, hold on. In the time of Muhammad, just wait, hold on. The time of Muhammad, the Jews, they believe that Israel is the son of Allah. Is that correct?
Say that again.
You just said that in the time of Muhammad, the Jews believe.
You keep interrupting me before I finish my answer.
You did not answer anything. Let me repeat. You said to me the Jews are the one exist in the time of your prophet, believe in Israel and the son of Allah. Correct?
Are you going to let me answer? Are you going to let me answer now? Are you going to let me answer?
Yes or no?
There was a group.
Okay, guys, there is a group. Can you show me where it says a group? It says the Jews. It doesn't say some of the Jews. Do you know how to read?
there was.
Are you saying there is a mistake in the Quran, or somebody changed the Quran? Does it say the Jews and the Christian? They say the Jews, they say this.
Oh my days.
Where it says some, where is the word some?
You're acting like an Abdul, mate.
Where is the word some, Abdul? Where is the word some?
Are you gonna let me finish?
I'm asking you, where is the word some? Why are you adding word some?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not adding nothing to that. I'm telling you, at the time, there was a group.
Where it says a group, it says no. It doesn't say group. It says the Jews. It says the Jews.
Christianity.
It says the Jews. Listen.
And they became a sect.
What Christianity? Those are Jews. Those are Jews. So why he called them Jews if they are Christians? Listen.
There was a sect.
If they are Christians, if they are a Christian,
mixing.
Okay, if they are Christians, they will not call a guy, his name is Ezra. If they are a Christian, they will call it Christ. So they are saying Ezra, a name we never heard of.
What do you mean Christ? What do you mean Christ?
Okay, the Christian believe, it's in front of you. Listen, are you stupid or what? It says the Christians and the Christians, the Christian.
No, don't read the English, mate. What does it say in Arabic?
Okay, here we go. Read the Arabic for me. Go ahead. Okay, read it. Go ahead, read it.
Read it, bro.
No, you read it. You're the one who's asking about Arabic. Read it. So you do not know Arabic, and you are challenging me in Arabic. Do you know Arabic?
You're a kid. You're a kid.
Do you know Arabic? You see how hypocrite you are. Secondly, so all this time he was reading in English. Now he don't want to read in English. Okay, let me shut up. Let me read in Arabic. وقالت اليهود عزير ابن الله. وقالت اليهود. All the Jews. اليهود. Not Yahud. اليهود. All the Jews. عزير ابن الله. وقالت النصارى المسيح ابن الله. ذلك قولهم بأفواههم. So
what's your point?
My point is that your prophet believed that all the Jews worship a man, his name is Ezra. So you Muslims are the last one to speak about history, because in history, not a single Jew believe in such a stupid thing.
Yes, they do.
In fact, the word Ezra is not true translation. Ezra is a false translation. You see, you said to me, hold on.
Why are you not letting me
I asked you, refuse. You said to me, show me the Arabic. Uzair is not Ezra. Muslims, they lie when they translate. It says Uzair. There's not a single person in the whole Old Testament, his name is Uzair. And there's not a single Jew in the history of Judaism believe that there is someone, his name is Uzair, is a son of God. And not a single Jew believe that Allah is God anyway. What's your prophet talking about?
I don't know if you remember, CP, but like I said, because remember, you brought this up, and then you changed the subject of my whole conversation.
I did not.
Told you I've never heard of this before.
Okay.
I told you that.
Okay, let me ask you. Do Allah, Prophet, call the Jews and the Christian people of the book?
Yeah, what did you say?
Okay, let me repeat. Did your Prophet of Allah, he called the Christian and the Jews, remember, Jews, not Israel, children of Jews, the people of the book?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got yourself busted. You got yourself busted. So the people of the book is the Christians and the Jews. There's no other third party. Look what you just said. Look what you just said. The Christians and the Jews.
You're a kid. Right? Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking. Why do you keep interrupting? You know what, CP? You're acting worse than that guy.
All right, okay, go.
Like, honestly, bro, come on, man. And you see, before I give my answer,
okay.
One of your...
You gave the answer already.
Before I give my answer, one of your followers,
So the people of the book
said something.
The people of the book is the Christian and the Jews. Listen, you are the one who said that to me.
Everyone listening to this, not you, CP, because we're having a conversation, but everyone listening to this, talking about Abdul, all of the people that's not the good people, the people that are saying bad things, You should be ashamed of yourself.
Hey, don't switch the drama. Don't change the topic. Hey, drama. Hey, he wanna play victim. Now he wanna play victim. So it's you who will go to hell. The Quran confirmed that. It's you who will burn in hell. It's you who will burn in hell. Even your Quran says that. Can I show you the verse from the Quran that you will be burned in hell? Every single one of you. All right.
Yeah, let's see.
We will finish this after we'll go to that verse after we finish this. So do you agreed that when the Quran says people of the book, the Quran says they are the Jews and the Christians, correct?
Yeah, if you're saying that's what it says, and I've said yes, I've seen
okay.
That,
so you see, so how stupid you are. I'm not insulting you. How stupid you are to say to me that the Jews are not the same as the children of Israel. It's just one tribe. When your God, he claimed that there is only two religions. The one who they are Jews and one they are Christians.
Okay.
And if the Jews, if the Jews is only the tribe of Judah according to your religion, that means your prophet is stupid, for he did not recognize all the other tribes of Israel. It is you who said to me the Levi. It's you who mentioned to me the tribe in Africa. It's you who mentioned to me this. The real Jews are not those. It's you who mentioned that, but your stupid prophet still he think that all the Jews, all the people of Israel are Yahud. They are Judas.
Can I ask you something now, CP? Let's see if you know your Bible. What happened to the other tribes?
Don't ask me. It's you who said that. Are you going to wash what you said now? Are you going to erase when you call me? When you call me, isn't it you who said the Judas are not the Israeli?
I got you busted.
Listen,
in your book, what does it say that happened to the other tribes of Israel? They went into captivity. So who was the only tribe that was left behind? ACP? Got you busted.
They are okay. No, tell me. Okay, tell me. No, tell me. Who is the only tribe left? Go ahead.
Oh, come on, man. You don't come on, man.
No, I do not know. Tell me. What is the only tribe left behind?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you. Okay. Okay. Now, this is what happened. Obviously. Yeah, this is what happened. Yeah. An army was sent, due to the Israelites worshipping false idols. You see what I mean? Like, and putting different statues, within Jerusalem. Okay. Now, a tribe. Listen, like I said, I'm not a scholar. Okay, I might be wrong. If I'm wrong,
okay, I want to ask you. You are the one who mentioned.
Let me finish.
Just wait, because we have a conversation. No, we have a nice conversation. Take coffee, my friend. Take coffee. Okay. So you said to me they worship idols. In what time those idols are worshipped? Is that in the time of the Samari?
Yeah, this is the time.
Thank you. In the time of the Samari, but the Samarian, they will not exist in the time of Musa. You said yes. You said yes.
No, I didn't. You didn't let me finish.
So it's not the Samari. Okay. So it's not the Samari who made them worship. So it's not the Samari. Okay. So it's not the Samari who made them worship idols.
Listen, I'm talking about the time, like for example. Okay. In the time of the King David. Okay. So listen. I'm saying all the times.
Hold on. Okay. No problem. No problem. Who is the one who made them worship idols? Is it a Samari?
No, I wouldn't say that, because they worship idols so many times when they were waiting for Moses.
So when the Jews they say a Samari did that, they are so when the Jews they say that, they are lying. You are saying that the Samari is the one who misled them. They said that the Samari is the one who misled them and made them worship idols.
No, CP, we're having a conversation. Like, you interrupted me, I'll interrupt you and bring you back here. The Israelites, they worshipped the golden calf at the bottom.
Okay. At what time? In the time of who?
This was in the time of Moses. What I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay. Who is the one who misled them?
Oh, look, yeah, that's a complicated. That's a whole different conversation.
You said it's not the summary. You said to me it's not the summary.
Are you talking about that same event that I'm talking about with Moses?
I'm asking you, is it the summary or not? I'm asking you, is it the summary who misled them or not?
When you say who's this, what is the summary? What is that? I'm sorry, I never heard. What is it? Sorry.
You never heard of the summary?
No, that's what I'm asking. I'm confused. Like, what are you?
Samartian. They call him Samartian, I think in English. Samartian.
Say that again. Sorry. Samartian.
Samartian, I think in English. Let us see the word in English. Hold on.
Yeah, please. Yeah. Oh, do you? I think I know what you're talking. The Samaritans. Are you talking about
Samaritan. Yeah, Samaritan.
I heard about them.
Okay. At what time they were exist? Do you know?
If I'm correct, they've been here for a very long time. Actually, like 2,000 years, probably 2,500 years. They were here when Jesus was walking, I believe. So there was around them times as well.
The Samaritan, they were exist. Okay, so they are not exist in the time of Moses and the time of David, etc. Right?
I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. I don't know.
According to history, they were exist at what time? According to history,
this is what I'm trying to say. The first time that I've read about the Samaritans, was the time when Jesus was around. So if they were there,
can you do me a favor? Because here we can find out who is the real Jews, who is not. So can you find me out when the first time the Samaritan were exist?
Of course, if we do our research, we could find out. Like,
can you do me a favor? Can you do me a favor?
What language do they speak? For example,
Samaritan, they have their own language, I guess.
Okay, that should be the first clue.
Okay. Can you find me? Can you find me when the first time those people exist? What? When those people they will exist? When? What time? Which year? Which year those people exist?
Okay, hold on. ICP, I'm gonna find out now. Yeah, 2 seconds. Yeah.
Where do you go?
Hello. Yeah, so I was just trying to look for
so do you find when the Samaritan there exist?
No.
Really? Are you sure?
Something.
Are you sure?
Yeah. What have you found the information?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying you because you are the Muslim who knows everything. We're Christian. We learn from you.
No.
Well, I mean, you have a Prophet Muhammad.
Don't put me in a box, mate.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay. Why you don't search right now in Google and tell me when the Samaritan they were exist?
Oh my days! Hold on. Let's see what's going on. Google.
Because, based on what you are saying to me, the best one who can tell us history is the Muslims. They knew the history of everybody, obviously. Right? Who knows history better than the Muhammadan? Nobody.
It says between 400. What's it called? No, yeah. 4,117. I mean.
What 4,000?
Yes. BCE. Yeah, BCE.
4,000?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to you now.
Hold on. 4,000, or you are saying 722 BC?
No, it's so 4100. That's their start, and their end it says is 1750 BCE.
Oh, okay. What time? What time is that? Who was the prophet at that time?
okay, the Samaria. No, Samaria.
Hmm.
I made a mistake. No.
Okay, you made a mistake, I see.
Yeah. I typed in the wrong thing. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Hold on. I typed in Sumerians.
Sumerians. Yeah, it's very...
the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
Yeah, wrong one, okay. Is it really possible it's taking you all this time to find it in it's on Google?
Yeah. Hold on. Slow down.
Okay.
Oh, interesting. So they must be black, of course. Because
okay. This is not the question now. This is not the question. Hold on. Hold on.
It says 722 BC.
Thank you very much. Okay. At what time? Nice one. Okay, guys, 722 BC. Did you say that?
Yeah, that's what it says.
So why you stupid Quran says that they are exist in the time of Moses?
Because are you not listening?
What because you just said to me? You just said to me that they are exist in 722 BC. Everybody heard you.
No.
You said that. You said that. Everybody heard you.
I made a mistake.
No, you did not make a mistake. You did not make a mistake. It's a correct number. It's a correct number. It is the correct number.
No, it's not. Why
but your stupid Quran says that the Samaritan they will exist in the time of Moses.
Can you stop shouting? It says yeah. They was deported by the Assyrians, conquerors of the kingdom of Judah.
This is not the question now. The question is, it was 722. Everybody heard you. 722 was Moses. Was Moses. So they are not there. Okay, they were kicked out, but they are not. They are not in that territory. Listen, they are not in the territory of Moses. So how they met Moses? If Moses is not even, I mean, what the Muslims are talking about? They came. You just said.
They Israelites.
Okay. What year Moses was exist?
Listen. They're Israelites. So are you saying Musa wasn't with all the Israelites?
Listen. So Moses is not Israeli?
Musa was with all the Israelites.
This is the question. This is not the question. I said to you, the Samaritan. What year the Samaritan? Don't change the topic. The Samaritan. I said to you, when they are exist. Which prophet? You went and you searched. Took you 15 minutes, and then you said to me 722 BC. Everybody heard you.
Didn't you, Abdul? No, I didn't. I said
you said that. You said that. It's recorded.
I said they got deported. I said I made a mistake.
What deported? Okay, hold on. Okay, they are deported from where? Was Moses? And I will go with you. So they are deported from the Babylon land, right? From Iraq.
No. They was in Israel. And the Assyrians conquered Israel.
Oh, okay.
In 722.
And who are those who they brought? Who are those? Who they called them?
Pardon, sir?
When they brought those people?
Yeah.
In what year?
It says this in your Bible.
722.
That's when Assyria conquered
Israel. So listen, 722. Then those people they came to Israel. So how in the world they met with Moses?
Oh my days.
Don't say oh my days. Say oh my Allah. My Allah is being spanked harshly.
Wait.
How they met with Moses? How they met with the people of Moses? And Moses was going to do shopping in Walmart. He came back, he found the Samaritan, he misled them.
Hold on. Because you're like some big kid. You're acting like Abdul, you're not listening.
Acting like Abdul, huh?
Things up. I don't know why, man. I don't know why.
You think I'm stupid like the Abdul? Shame on you.
Yeah, you must be, man. Because you're not
okay.
listening. You're just shouting, you're not listening.
Well, look like your prophet is Abdul. Look, your prophet, this guy, he fly, he's a time traveler.
Hold on.
So the Samaritan, they met with Moses. How?
Hold on. Pardon me. Boom.
Do you want me to hang up on you so can I save you? Because you are being like in humility now. Do you want to hang up? Have mercy on you?
Pardon, sir, say that again.
Do you want me to hang up on you to have mercy on you?
What mercy? I've got you.
Well, then admit that your prophet is the last one, and you Muslims are the last one to speak about history, about date, about lineage, because your prophet is so stupid to the point. He thinks the Samaritan, they are the people who will exist in the time of Moses, and they are the one who misled the people of Moses. It's in front of you in the Quran.
Okay. Why did the Jews called them half? Wow. Listen to this. Do not interrupt me. Yeah?
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Abdul, interrupt me. It says, it says the children of Israel called the Samaritans half-breeds and sent them home. Wow. So this makes sense, because the children of Israel, they come from 4 women, okay? Zipper, the other
just
two.
Just go.
Yeah, no,
you said to me they are exist in the year 722. So you are saying to me, hold on, the Samaritan are not those are not the same people. Or is the Samaritan are the same people who were exist in the time of Moses? This is the question.
Are you gonna let me answer?
Who are they? Are they exist in the time of Moses? You said to me.
Thank you.
Everybody heard you. Yes, 722.
Yes.
Okay. So was Moses alive in 722?
It's like talking to a little kid, man. I swear down. I thought it was a.
Was the Samaritan or the same people exist in the time of Moses? If they are, if you are the one who said to me. It's you who said.
Let me talk.
It's you who said to me.
Let me talk.
It's you who said to me the first time their existence there is in 722.
No, I didn't. That's when they got conquered by.
No. You said to me that they are dated. No, this is not the question. I asked you when the Samaritan there exist. You went and you searched and you came to me with the number 722.
Are you still going on? I told you I made a mistake.
Okay, let me repeat the question. No, the mistake was you said to me it was 1,400. You said to me 1,400. You fix it now. Okay, let me repeat the question again. Let's play the same game. What year the Samaritan they came to existence according to history in that land?
Okay. Now I need to hold on. What is the difference? Among most self differences between the dreams and the sight of the belief of God dwelling was the Mount of Zion. Hold that God chose Mount Zion in Jerusalem, believes that Mount. Okay, that makes sense. Now, this is what has happened now, because this is from my research that I've just done now, so you didn't have mercy on me. When I've done the 15 minutes, you see your followers that are listening to you, stop kissing his ass and do your own research. It took me 15 minutes.
A black stone kisser talking about an ass kissing. It's you kiss a vagina, isn't it? Isn't it the black stone? Isn't it the black stone is a vagina? Isn't it you Muslim? You are the one who's insulting people. You are the one who's insulting people, insulting me too. Listen, Mr. Ass. So now, where the Samaritan exist in the time of Moses? Yes or no?
Yes.
That's a lie.
They are Israelites. Yeah.
They are not Israelite. You are a liar.
Yes, they are.
Prove it to me. Go ahead. Prove it to me. Prove it to me.
Yes, they are.
Prove it to me.
Because it says here. It says
here where?
Okay. I'm reading it to you now. So can you just stop for a second? Yeah. Stop for a second. Okay. Now, it says basically that,
it says basically, give me a reference. What basically? It says basically you're an idiot. If we go to John chapter 4, verse number 9, you will see clearly. You will see clearly the Jewish, the Samaritan woman. She said to them, "How is that you, being a Jew, asking me for a drink since I am a Samaritan woman?" The Jews don't even drink water from them. You're an idiot.
Because they said that what they are doing is wrong.
Okay. So now let us go back to zero. Which year the Samaritan, Mr. Sect, which year, listen, Mr. Sect, no problem. Let us say they are sect. Okay, no problem. Which year they are exist?
You're a bad guy. You're not letting me talk. You're just shouting.
Okay.
I don't know. What's the point? What's the point, bro?
So why they are called Samaritan? Why they are called Samaritan?
Because they broke off in a separate sect because they had a different belief.
Those sect, okay, I will go with you. I will go with you for the sake of argument. I will go with you. I will go with you for the sake of argument. Where this sect, you call it sect, exists in the time of Moses.
Okay, let's see.
You said to me 722 yourself, you forgot?
No. You're not listening. Yeah. You said, when did they start? I'm going to do research now to see when. Oh, guys, I said to him, when they start, he said to me 722. He said, I said that's when they got conquered by Assyria. Are you not listening? Are you deaf? Do you need hearing aids?
No, you said to me the Jews are conquered, by the Assyrian at that time.
Oh my!
My question was, when the Samaritan, what day the Samaritan, which day they go back to the existence of the Samaritan, according to history? Give me reference.
What's the question, man? God, this is getting tiring.
Now you don't know the question. We are repeating the same question for the last 40 minutes. What is the date the Samaritan there exists?
Mate.
According to history, if you search right now in Google, what date go back to the Samaritan?
It says the origin dates back to the dividing kingdom of Israel.
And
that's what it says.
And
what do you mean and?
So is the Samaritan is the one who misled Moses' people?
Oh my days, you're like a big kid. I just read to you. They were telling the children of Israel that God didn't choose Mount Zion. He chose a different mountain.
This is not the question. The Samaritan.
No, this is the big question.
My friend.
How did they start?
My friend, okay.
They started because
all right. Yeah. So you but aren't you the one who said?
This is why.
Aren't you the one who said? Aren't you the one who? You are the one who said. You are the one who said that the Assyrian they brought them there. Did you say that?
No, I didn't.
No, you did not.
They got deported.
From where?
Why are you lying?
Okay, they got deported from where?
Israel.
Okay, good. Okay, good. They are deported in which year to where?
Okay, my days. Okay, look here. They got deported. Yeah, so they got conquered. Yeah, Assyria. Assyria. I'll say this slowly so you can understand. There's no confusion. Assyria conquered Jerusalem in 722.
Okay.
Yeah, and the Israelites, okay, I don't know if it was a whole 12 tribes or I don't know how many or two got left behind if my memory is correct. I'm not too sure right now. Okay, they got taken into captivity.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. So are you saying to me the Samaritan are not Jews? Or they are Jews?
I just read to you, yeah.
Are they Jews? Are they Jews or they are not Jews?
They must be half-breeds. I need to do my research because it says that the Israelites, the rest of the tribes called them half-breed. So it's interesting.
I'm asking you, are they Jews or not? Are they Jews or not?
I've just told you, yeah, I can't say that without doing research.
Okay,
because
so
the Israelites
they are dated. Okay, the Samar, in order to call you Samaritan, is that a name of a land, of a location, of a city, or a name of an ethnic?
Oh, then let's find out, because it's research time, eh? Let's see, because I'm telling you, quick research, you find out a lot because you're not talking to a stupid man.
Oh,
CP.
sure, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, nice one. Samaritans. So what did you want to know?
Okay, why they are called Samaritan?
Okay. Okay. It basically means they are the inhabitants of the land.
Ah, okay. What land?
Samaria.
Where is that located?
Oh, let's find out.
So
I don't get the joke.
Do you want me to hang up on you so you can have mercy? Do you want me to hang up on you and you take a day or two and call me back?
There's no mercy needed. What are you talking about, man?
Well, I don't know. I feel sorry for you.
You don't feel sorry for no.
Okay.
I don't need you to feel sorry for
so
me.
You said to me that they are called Samaritan because of the land. Okay, wonderful. There's an improvement now. Okay, where was that land and which year that land was called this way?
Listen, I just told you. I'm checking. Just relax. Relax. Listen, stop trying to listen. CP, yeah. Before we continue, yeah. You see, yeah. Ego is a sin, you know.
I know.
You know.
That's why Mohammed, he keep talking about himself, like the one who obey me.
No,
he obey Allah. He want to have the fifth. Hey, listen, ego is like problem.
Okay,
if my eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her. That's not an ego. You're a prophet. If his eyes fall into a woman, her husband must divorce her. And that is the law of Musa, that if you look at a woman and she is married, you take her from her husband. Who is the one who have ego?
Ah, man. Let's see. Boom, boom. So, the name of the region is so it's a region, okay, bordered by Judea to the south and Galilee to the north. So it's a region. It's like a town. I don't know if it's big as a town or a city, for example, but it's just a city. Oh, now it makes sense. Now, yeah. Okay, hold on. Under two. Hold on, no. The region is known to the Palestinians in Arabic to two names. Nubus. So Mount Nubus, that's where. Okay, so Mount Nubus is where that area is located in. Okay. And I'm guessing this is where they said that the holy mountain is. So this is why the rest of the Israelites didn't really.
So give me the question now. Give me the answer. Is a Samaritan, are they from the people of Israel or they are not?
They are.
Really? So why you stupid the prophet called them Samaritan if they are not Israeli?
Because they broke off into their own sect.
Okay, if we open the interpretation, is the interpretation of the Quran in any scholar saying so?
I'm telling you.
Don't tell me. I'm asking you if there is any interpretation. If there is any interpretation saying what you are saying, or you are fabricating your own answer. So to make it simple, your prophet, your prophet is an idiot. Your prophet is an idiot. He thinks that the Samaritan, they will exist in the time of Moses, and they are the one who misled the people of Moses. Moses went to the mountain, he came back, he found the Samaritan misleading them. When those people never exist in that territory,
where does it say that? Where does it say that?
In your Quran.
Yeah, show me the. Can you tell me the verse, please? I want to look at
chapter 20.
I think you're lying.
Chapter 20.
I think you're lying right now.
Okay.
My spirit's telling me you're lying.
Okay. Chapter 20. Open it.
Nice one.
Okay.
Hold on. And imagine if I'm right. Wow. Something just told me to ask you that, chapter. Chapter 20. Let's see. So just so we're sure, you just said that it says that the Samaritans were the ones that were with Musa that were leading the people astray. Okay, let's see. Let's see if it says that.
So you don't believe me, huh? You're saying I'm lying. Okay.
Yeah, you said no. Hold on. You said chapter 20. How come it's not come? Is there a particular verse, please?
Or maybe you are reading the Quran, which the one the goat ate it. That's why you cannot find chapter 20.
No, I'm tapped in chapter 20.
Which book you are reading?
Okay.
Your book should have 20 because the goat ate different chapter.
Let's see. Man, I can't see anything about Samaritans. Yeah, I can't see anything. I'm keep reading. I'm reading.
Okay, I made a mistake. It's not in the Quran. It's in the Hadith. I was joking with you.
Wow. See, my spirit is very, very open. I knew you were lying, but it's okay. I forgive you.
What? I can't lie for once. Come on.
You know what, CP?
What?
The people listening to you, they believe in everything that you're saying.
No way.
You should be careful.
Okay, I decide.
You know what?
I decide to repent, and now I will be careful. Well, it's in the Quran, you idiot. I was making fun of you. It is in the Quran, the same chapter you said to me.
Show me.
Okay, then it's not in the Quran. It's not in the Quran.
Is it chapter 20?
No, it's. I was joking.
Oh, brother, listen.
So you don't know your book. Obviously, you do not know your book. Why you are looking there if it's not there? Obviously, if you know, I was testing you, brother. If you know your book, you would say to me, "There's no such a thing."
No, you wasn't.
I was testing you. Okay.
My spirit told me.
So, do you confirm that the Samaritan they will exist in the time of Moses or not?
Mate, you just said it was in the Quran and you lied. So your whole argument's a lie. So what are you talking about?
Okay.
Your whole argument is a lie. You told everyone it said it in the Quran. Now you're saying it doesn't say that. You lied. Are
you stuck with this now? That's it? Okay, let's change topic.
Oh, you see, now you want to change I hope everyone can see what's happening.
Okay, let's stay with the topic then. Let us stay with the topic. It's in the Quran. It's in the Quran. People are dying looking at you. It is in front of us in the screen. Chapter 20, verse number 85.
Now you want to say the verse. Why? Oh, you see, we didn't want to say the verse before when I asked you.
Because I want to show people how hypocrite you are.
Yeah, 85. Let's see. 85. Cool. Your people in your absence and the Samari led. Okay, boom. Okay, boom. Samari.
Do you want to call a friend?
Nope.
So you are obviously your prophet is the last one to tell us who is the Jews and who is the Hindus and who is the Christians. The guy, he is messed up. He thinks the Samaritan.
Look where it says. Wow, look at you, man. Listen, yeah.
Look what? A second ago you accused me of lying, which is not true. A second ago you deny it. A second ago you said it doesn't say that. And now you are saying, look what it's saying. What it says. Go ahead.
You know what you done, yeah?
What?
I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I asked you what's the
because you're a
verse.
Muslim. Have you ever a Muslim? He can find. The Muslim cannot even find who the father of Muhammad. Now you will find
Man,
this.
This is too much, man. This is too much.
I
Man.
know too
This is
much.
too much.
So now,
No.
how the Samaritan they will exist in the time of Moses? They were how Moses he met them.
No.
Is the Samaritan
No.
exist? Is the Samaritan
said
came to existence after the Assyrian conquered the land and captured the Jews and took them, or before?
What is Samari, yeah,
Is Samaritan the same? Samari in Arabic we say
it's not.
Samari.
It says
Abdul,
was an
isn't it? This
Egyptian.
is your Muslim translation. It says Samaritan. Here we go. This is your Muslim translation.
It says, yeah.
A Samari is the same. Even in the Arabic Bible translation, it says a Samari. Stop lying. So a Samari is Samaritan.
Let me go on back on the thing. No,
It's in the front of you.
Oh, let me go. Wait, let me go on YouTube now and see what you're reading, yeah? Because I'm looking at it now and it's saying, yeah, that it was an Egyptian that practiced magic. So what are you talking about, bro?
Oh, so he's an Egyptian, huh?
What are you reading?
See, you told me you told me that you told me that those are Israeli.
No.
Now they are Egyptians.
Guys,
didn't he say those are Israeli? They are a sect of Israel. Did he say they are Israeli? They are the sect of Israel. Now they are Egyptian.
CP.
Is it you?
I know what you're doing.
Is it you who
You're
said to me they are Israeli and they are a sect of Israel? And now you are saying to me in your book it says they are Egyptian?
You're changing the writing on your screen. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that they're lying.
Okay, read for me. Okay, what translation you are reading? What translation you are reading?
It says, yeah, stop lying to people. It says the name that it says here. It doesn't say Samaritan. You're changing the text on your thing, and all your followers keep saying donkey, muta, all of that. Yeah, listen, go suck your mum's, bruv. What's wrong with you?
Oh, here we go. Okay, I will hang up on you. Okay, okay. No, don't insult the audience here. You know, people call you donkey. This is a friendly. Your prophet, he called Christians donkeys. You're stupid, and your prophet is stupid. And I'm not going to call your prophet donkey because donkeys are smart. Muhammad cannot be a donkey. He's lower than animals. I mean, how in the world this guy, he thinks that Mary is a sister of Aaron. And this is in the Quran. And we can prove that this is what he meant. When a Jewish man, he came to Aisha, he said to her, how the prophet he say that Mary is a sister of Aaron when there is hundreds of years between them? Aisha, she said to him, kadhabt, which means you're a liar. That's mean this is what he meant. But when Muhammad he heard the Jewish rabbi saying that, he had to fix it. He said, oh, at that time they used to call them by their great ancestors. But Mary, she is not from the ancestors of Aaron. She's from different tribe. And the proof that Muhammad is a fraud, he got it wrong. He thinks Mary is really the sister of Aaron, is the name of the father of Mary. The chapter in the Quran speaking about Mary is the chapter of Imran, chapter number 3. So when Muhammad he tried to fix it with Mary as a sister of Aaron, he got himself busted with something else. Chapter 3. Muhammad he claimed that Imran, which is Umram, not Imran, Muhammad not even called the name correctly, Umram, who is the father of Moses, suddenly he became the father of Mary. It's in front of you. God, he spoke to Imran and told him, you will have a child. But who is Imran? Imran is the father of Moses. And suddenly, the mother of Mary, she is the wife of Imran. And suddenly, Mary, she become a Christian nun. Why? It's in front of you. It says, the mother, she said, she offered her to Allah. Which means Mary, she will not marry anyone. She will serve God. But the same stupid Quran says that monks and nuns are haram. It is satanic. Nobody should do that. This is how stupid Muhammad is. Stupid Muhammad is. What is the search in this website? I don't know what happened to it. Hold on. If you go here, you will find this. Let us go. And no, this website is acting, it's taking me to the first page, not to the search. Where is the search? No, it's gone. What happened with this website? Stupid website. See here, it doesn't show in the other page. I think they are working on the website for some reason. Here it shows the search sign. Okay. So if you go here, you will find that Mary, the Quran in that verse showed us that Mary, she became offered to Allah as a servant, which means as a nun. She will marry nobody. And then we find Muhammad saying that those who do practice something called Rahbaniya, which means being a monk or a nun, is forbidden. It is fabrication. It's not from the teaching of Christianity. Read it with me. What are you? Did you find the Samaritan? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah?
Christian Prince?
Uh-huh.
Do me a favor. I don't know if I'm live now. I just want to...
You are live.
Am I live?
You are live.
Please let me correct this idiot you were talking to. This...
okay. You are the guy. You are the guy from Israel.
Yeah. Please, I'm hearing it and I'm burning up.
Listen, it turned to be you are not a Jew. Do you have a DNA test to show us?
Look, I haven't heard something like that so stupid in my life. I'm telling you, like, you know what I discovered from the two previous phone calls you had? That African and Islam goes well together, like alcohol and firearms.
Yeah, but not all, not all African. African, that in Israel there's many.
Both of these.
Yeah.
Listen, first of all,
but Islam make everybody stupid. Doesn't matter if you are African, if you are white, if you are Asian. Islam, the second you become a Muslim, will make you stupid.
Yeah. But with the Africans and the Islam together, I don't know. It goes like I don't know. Like
no. Some countries like Nigeria, they have a culture of don't let you talk. Like they speak faster, so they think they can win a debate by like.
And they think they're smart.
Yeah, I think it's not by keep talking. They will not even let you talk. So they don't have the. I think they have a wrong culture. Maybe go ahead. What do you want to say?
Please let me just say, first of all, if you look at all the population in Israel, I would, maybe people don't know, most of the people in Israel are not from Europe. That's the first thing.
True.
I don't know if you know it, but most of them, if you look at the majority, they came from North Africa, from Morocco, Libya, Egypt even, Syria. They were all kicked out. Never mind, but they came from this area. Some of them, they came from Europe. That's right, because a lot of Moroccan Jews were deported to Spain, if you know.
Right.
And they came back to Israel. Now look, people came from the time of the Temple Mount. If you go back even 2,000 years ago, even the disciples of Christ, they were Jews.
Right.
Now, all of them, they came with the same Torah book, with the same tzitzit. I don't know if you know what it means. With the same, I don't know how to describe the things that you put on your hand before you pray, you know, like a wire like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is more of a tradition. Okay.
Tefillin, yeah. And anyway, they came with the same books, the same exact books. I mean, not one letter missing. Back then, you can imagine there was no fax. There was no way to coordinate. All of them, they came with the same names, family names. And if you take someone who's called, if you know, there is a, from the time of the Temple Mount, Beit al-Maqdas, you take it, you will see a name like Cohen or a name like Levi, and you will do from a Cohen that came from Morocco and the Cohen that came from Lithuania, for example, and you will do a DNA test. You will find that it's the same DNA.
This is why the government of Israel, they want to do DNA test to check if the person is a Jew. Otherwise, then nobody will pass the test.
Yeah, and he's turning everything around. He's like turning everything around. I'm listening to this and I'm saying, listen, and still he's thinking he's smart. What the? I don't want to say bad words, man, but I had to say something to correct it. This is horrible, horrible, and I don't know how much patient you got for this. Oh man, you're something else.
Yeah, I know. We have to play with them. But you know, listen. I mean, at least Muhammad, he found that Amram is the father of Mary, and it turned to be that Moses and Jesus, they are he's the nephew of Moses.
It's like you see the stupidity of this cult. I don't want to call it religion anymore. This is a cult. A cult and he's talking about we were worshippers of
and when the Samaritan, they are Israeli sect.
Well, I don't know. We never worship no statues, and no, we only believe in one God.
No. There's a certain time. There's a certain time. Even in the Old Testament, is mentioned. You know, some of the Jews, they did a lot of wrong. Yeah, this is mentioned. But Muhammad is very confused. He copies stories from the Jews. All the stories Muhammad he's copying somebody, you know. He's not making his own. Yeah. But this guy,
they say that he copied from the Torah.
He copied from the Torah. He copied from everybody. Anything around him, he hear it.
Yeah. But about the circumcision as a circumcision, and about you know, the to dress like really modest and not to be like this. All this he took from the Torah. And he did whatever he did to change it to his sexual needs, you know, or whatever he.
All right.
It's disgusting.
I have a Muslim. He's trying to call me, so I will hang up on you so we can call the customer.
My friend, I just had to stand correct for this. This was
no problem.
Killing me. Okay.
No problem. Thank you very much.
Okay, my friend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Mahmoud Khan. It is called Mahmoud Khan. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Mahmoud Khan, how are you?
How are you? I've been trying to contact you on this. Were you offline?
Oh no, I was online all the time, since 10 years ago.
No, but I mean, I was calling you here. You see multiple times, there was no answer.
Well, if the people talking to me, you have to listen to online. If somebody is speaking to me, I can't take your call. I will answer one at a time.
Right, well.
All right.
Those two previous callers, they have no idea. They don't know nothing about Islam.
Are you a Muslim?
Of course, alhamdulillah.
Okay, are you the one who was saying yesterday, I saw in the chat somewhere, that you want to call me and Christian Prince ran away from you?
I never said that.
Okay, maybe someone else. Okay, so what do you want to say, Mr. My friend, as long as he do not know, and you are the one who know. So is Mary the daughter of Imran?
Well, I was what I called you is that you wanted to talk about women rights in Islam. I wasn't talking about
women rights in Islam. And women in Islam don't have rights. Since when?
Women don't have rights in Christianity in your own Bible.
Well, that's false, my friend.
Well, go to 2 Timothy verses 11 and 12. What does it say about women?
Okay, read it for me. Go ahead.
Sure. Let me pull it up, okay?
Okay.
1 second. And then we'll see who's right and who's wrong.
All right.
Just give me a second. I have proof.
Okay, good.
2 Timothy verses 11 and 12. Let's read.
2 Timothy, okay.
In the Bible.
Okay.
That's your book.
All right.
Whereunto I am appointed a preacher and an apostle and a teacher of the Gentiles, for which cause I also suffer these things. Nevertheless, I am not ashamed, for I know what I have believed and persuade that he is able to keep which I have committed unto him against that day.
Okay. And?
1 second. Maybe I got off on the verse. Just give me a second. I'll pull it up. Maybe I made a mistake by the verse.
No
Just
problem.
Give me 1 second.
No problem.
Give me a minute.
Okay, search Google.
I mean, it's your Bible, you know?
Yeah.
So I'll pull it up.
No problem. Okay, what about I hang up on you and you find it and you call me?
Right here.
Okay.
Right here. I got it.
Okay. What?
A woman should learn.
What chapter? What book?
Over here it says 1 Timothy 2-11-12. That's what it says.
Okay. So 1 Timothy, okay.
2:11-12.
What do you mean to? I don't understand.
Well, I don't understand how your Bible works. It says
okay,
1
so
Timothy
okay, 1 Timothy, okay.
11-12.
All right.
That's the verse.
Okay.
Okay. A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to have authority over a man. She must be silent.
All right.
Where is the equal rights?
Okay. Well, you know, in Christianity, we don't teach about equal right. We teach women have rights and men, they have right. But women, they have their duty and men, they have a duty. So this verse you are talking about here, women, they go to the church and they are talking in the church. The man is teaching. The teacher is a rabbi. The teacher is the one who's talking and the man is the teacher. And the women, she should be quiet when the teaching is happening. Same time, if I ask you the same question now, as long as you are against this, can a woman become a teacher in Islam and imam? A rabbi?
Can a
Muslim woman in Islam, can she teach the Muslims?
She can teach as long as the audience is women. The students are
okay.
women, yes.
Well, we have in the Old Testament women who they are judges and even they are prophets. So what the Bible talking about, that those women who they are none of their business, they are just coming here to learn. So those women, they have to be quiet and listen to the teacher. And those women are not qualified to teach. But in the Old Testament, we have prophets and we have judges. Do you have one prophet in your religion was a woman?
No.
Do you have one prophet in your religion is a judge?
No.
Do you have one woman in your religion? She, let us say, she is not considered as Satan?
As considered as what? Sorry?
Shaitan?
What do you mean as considered?
Shaitan.
Say it properly.
Shaitan, Satan.
What do you mean? The woman is, or what are you trying to say?
According to your religion, do women have just to be silenced, or women, they are just for sex and they are Satan?
No, there's no just for sex. All of this is what you make up. You fabricate stories.
Okay, we will see. Okay. This is your prophet saying that the women, she come in the image of Shaitan and she live in the image of Shaitan. Am I lying? This is in the hadith in front of you. This is Sahih hadith.
From where?
It's on the screen, read it.
All right, let me pull it up. Let me get on the page. Okay. All right, so this, that Jabir reported, this is what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm talking about that, yeah.
Can you go down so I can see the chains?
There's no chain here, they broke it.
Go down so I can see the chain. Why are you being funny? Let's see the chains.
Well, okay, so I don't know. Okay, here we go. It says here nothing. There's no chain, doesn't show any chains. I'm not being funny.
Every hadith shows a chain. Go down. I want to
it doesn't say, here we go, this is the end of the hadith. There's the second one is next one. There's no chain.
Okay, so
the chain is broken, I told you.
You're saying this is an authentic hadith.
I didn't say it's authentic.
So we go by authentic.
Oh, you don't go by, okay, it's authentic then.
That's why I said I would like to see the chain. On every hadith, there's a chain. What book is this from? Can you tell
me? Hold on, I will make it authentic. Here we go. I mean, it's very simple. Here we go. Just give me a second, please. Just to make...
So it's from Sahih Muslim. Okay?
Okay. So we will type here Sahih. Are you happy now?
All right, now go back up and let's read it.
All right. So now it is Sahih. Here we go. We made it authentic. All right. So now...
Can I read it?
Okay, read it. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Jabir reported that God's messenger as saying a woman advances in the form of a devil and retires in the form of a devil. When one of you is charmed by a woman and she affects his heart, he should go to his wife and have intercourse with her. Oh, you put something up on the screen. I can't see. You're typing.
No, I did not put. It says Sahih. It's from the original.
No, I'm saying that you're blocking the screen.
I'm not.
When one of you is charmed by a woman and she affects his heart, he could go to his wife and have intercourse with her, for that will repel what he is feeling. Okay, so what's wrong with that?
Is that the right of women? Are you willing to print this in the top of your mother bedroom or bed, or if your mother is dead in her grave?
No, hold on. Let me reply. Let me reply. Don't talk over me. I'll refute you.
Okay, refute me.
What this is trying to say, in Islam, unlike your religion, we have respect in our religion. We only look at our wife. We have a choice to marry up to 4. So this is saying that you stay away from women because shaitan can affect everyone.
That's deep.
Shaitan is inside women and men, meaning you should have respect and keep your eyes down.
Okay.
Don't twist the hadith.
Okay. Okay.
And by the way,
hold on.
I'll show you who I am.
Hold on. No, I don't show me. You called me before. You're an idiot. Listen, but your prophet here, he keep looking at the women until his penis is so hard, and then he go to his wife. So you just said to me, Islam teaching us not to look at the women, but the prophet, he keep looking. It says that. It says, when a woman, the prophet sees a woman, he see a woman. So why your prophet did not keep his eyes down? He keep looking at her ass until he get horny to the point he cannot hold himself. It says in the front of you, the messenger as saying, a woman advance in the form. What happened? Your prophet, he saw a woman. He saw a woman.
That he saw. It says that as saying.
So he did not see her?
You don't know English?
So he did not see her?
No.
Okay, so how he got horny?
Where does it say that?
Okay, the woman who saw, is that his wife?
Where does it say saw?
I'm asking you. It's all in front of you. It's about him seeing a woman.
It says that the messenger as saying.
You said to me, you are reading Sahih Muslim, right? Here we go.
Yes.
Here it says, he saw a woman.
Where does it say saw a woman?
It's
says as saying.
No.
He's telling you a story.
No, he is saying that after he saw a woman.
Where does it say that after he saw a woman?
It says that. I added, just added there. I type it, don't you see?
Show the audience you're lying.
I'm lying. So you are saying your prophet did not do that?
No.
No way, huh? Because he's a decent man.
Oh, you're going to talk about the story of him and Zainab? This is where...
No, I'm not talking about Zainab. Don't change topic. So you are saying he will never do that. He will never look at a woman, keep looking until he get horny. He did not see a woman. You insist.
Jabir reported that Allah's messengers, may peace be upon him, saw a woman, and so he came to his wife Zainab.
Hold on. Did you say saw a woman? You accuse me of lying. He did not do that. No, where it says that...
Hadith. You went to a different hadith.
But you said to me, when you explained to me, you said to me, we Muslims are not allowed to look at the women. Islam teaches us not to do that. So you're a prophet, keep looking at the women until his penis becomes so hard, and then he go to his wife.
Where does it say that?
So why he got horny? He saw a woman. What he saw?
Where does it say this?
It says that in front of you. He saw a woman, so he came to his wife. He saw a woman. He come to his wife to do what? To do boom boom. The wife, she is busy. She is doing leather tanning. You know what leather tanning is? Leather tanning, she will be boiling water with color, and she is sweating. She smells so bad, and she is working in a dirty kitchen room. This is not inside the house. So now the prophet could not wait until she finished her job, and now he want to have sex now. Why? Because he saw a woman. And then your prophet, he says, when a man, he see a woman, go to his wife. So your prophet, he allow you to see a woman, and not only that, to stare at her, because he is the best man, to the point he becomes so horny. Now, as long as we confirm that Muhammad, he saw a woman, he got horny, why and what is the problem to the point we call the women is shaitan? What she did, she just walked by. Who is the shaitan? Muhammad is shaitan. The women she was walking by, she did not commit any crime, is walking by is halal in Islam for a woman or not? What she did? Why she is shaitan? Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for shutting up. Your first accusation, you're saying that I called you before. I did not.
You did.
That's a lie.
I remember your voice. I remember your voice. And you told me about you have books too.
Where?
Didn't you are the one who says to me you have books and you want to advertise for your book? I have a brain of 10 million Muslims.
I don't even know who are you talking about.
Okay, just
okay. Mohammed Hijab.
Not Muhammad Hijab. You called me many times. Anyway, listen. So now we have you recorded. The videos are there. So now listen. Explain. You're a prophet. He saw a woman. The woman is walking by. She is not in the beach. She is not wearing a bikini. She's a Muslim woman. What make him go so horny, and why he called the woman shaitan? Any woman, she walked by, she's a shaitan. Go ahead.
He did not call a woman a shaitan.
He did
not see a woman, and all you're making is accusations.
He did not see a woman. It says in front of you, he saw a woman.
Any person that walks on the street can see a woman, but put their eyes down. You're
okay.
It.
He put his eyes down, but now he is so horny. You want to go to his wife?
No. He loves his wife just like every other human being does. You don't love your wife?
No, he said, when a man he see a woman, when he see when a man listen. Okay, hold on.
You want to twist it.
So now why the woman who walk by is a shaitan? Go ahead.
Oh, you're full of it. You're a liar.
Don't change topic. Why the woman is a shaitan?
You're a liar.
You call me to talk about women right. Why the women, just by walking by in Islam, she's a shaitan? It's not the man who look at her and he is the one who's horny.
Say that. This is your
if he did not get tempted by the women, why he's calling her shaitan? Give me the reason.
Where does it say that?
It's in the front of you. It says the women advance and retire in the shape of the devil.
The woman advances and retires in the shape of a devil. That means that shaitan can affect a woman. Just like a man.
No, he said, you remember, I asked you before to read Arabic, but you not know Arabic.
I never talked to you.
You called me before many times. You are a potato. I remember your voice. You're talking to Christian Prince. So Abdul, okay, you said to me, read Arabic. Here we go, read Arabic. just to show you that I know you. Go ahead, read Arabic. Go ahead. Okay, read Arabic.
Who am I?
Read Arabic.
Who am I?
You are a donkey.
Who am I?
You are a mule.
See, you're lying. This is how you lie. You're
prove it. Open your camera. Open your camera. Prove to me that you are the mule.
Open my camera?
Yeah, you said to me I'm lying. I said you are a mule. You said no. Prove me wrong.
Oh, you want to see my face now?
No, I don't want to see you. You are an idiot. Just listen. Read for me. You said to me, show me the Arabic. Here we go. Arabic in front of you.
Read it.
I do not know how to read Arabic. I'm like your prophet.
No, you're Arab.
No, you are the one who asked me to show the Arabic. What's wrong with you? So you asked me to show the Arabic, but you don't know Arabic, right?
You know, you're such a filthy liar. You see,
okay. So now we go back to the. So now we go back to the English. So now we go back to the English. English it says that when the man he sees, this is your prophet teaching. When a man he see a woman, he should come to his wife. Did he say?
Can I ask you one?
Don't ask me a question. You call me to talk about women right. So in Islam, your woman, she is a shaitan. And when a man he see a woman, when a man so what? He see a woman, which means he look at her in a lust. Then he should go to his wife and do boom boom to her. Now we go to your, we continue with the topic, women rights. Isn't it true that in Islam, if a man have any argument with his wife, he have the right to lock her in her room? He have the right to beat her? Yes or no?
You're talking about Surah Nisa, verse 34, 35?
I don't say anything. I said, is it right or true or wrong? Is it true or false?
To beat your own woman?
Yeah?
No, that's false.
That's false. What about Jane?
Maybe the Christian Prince's books that he made up. It may be true.
Okay.
A book that you made up.
Okay. What about jailing them in their rooms? Is that false too?
What in them in the room?
To jail them in their rooms.
To jail a woman in the room?
Yeah.
That's not right. No, it's not right, and it's not in Islam. I don't know. Maybe in Christianity.
Okay. So let us read the Quran together. Do you have the Quran in front of you?
Go ahead. Tell me the verse.
Okay, chapter 4, verse number 34.
Chapter 4, verse 34. I've been over that verse a million times. The Arabic word daraba is used, you idiot, you filthy liar. What does daraba mean?
Daraba mean you are an asshole. Why you are calling me names? You call me names, I will call you names. It says in the front of you, this your Muslim translation says, that you admonish them, you put them apart in the bed, and you scourge them. Does it say? Does it say in your Islamic translation you scourge them?
No.
Okay, read it. Okay, read it.
What this is saying is that as a man, you have rights over your wife.
Yeah.
And your wife has rights over you. If she does something wrong,
yeah,
what you do is you warn her with love. If she continues to do something wrong,
with love,
then you stay.
Where is the word love? What love you are? What love? What? Hold on. What love? So if you love your wife, you jail her in her room and you scourge her.
No. You don't jail her. You stay away from her.
Stay away.
This is for her to understand, to have respect for you.
Okay. Does it say scourge them?
Huh?
Does it say scourge them?
First of all, if you want to speak
scourge
English,
them,
pronounced properly, there's no English word called scourge.
Scourge. Teach me. I'm like your prophet. I do not know how to read my name.
So you're putting different translations. The translation of your choice.
Okay.
That's how much of a
Why want to read the translation? Can we read the interpretation?
The interpretation of this verse?
Yes.
Can you go to Ibn Abbas?
Okay, go to Ibn Abbas. All right.
Go ahead. Be a man and show it.
Okay, Ibn Abbas. Let us go to Ibn Abbas.
Go.
All right.
Let's see, Christian Prince.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
Embarrass yourself.
Okay.
The cousin of Prophet Muhammad
sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
He knows.
Okay. Ibn Abbas. Okay. Ibn Abbas. Here we go. Ibn Abbas. Here we go. We have it in a second. All right. Here we go.
And let's embarrass you.
Okay. Go ahead. This is Ibn Abbas. Go ahead.
Yeah, Christian Prince, you're going to get destroyed.
Oh, you did already, my friend.
No, your lies.
Okay.
Your lies.
Hmm?
First of all, by saying that I called you. I called you. What a liar.
Okay, go ahead.
And then you say in the other video, Bilal, Sheikh Uthman called me. And Sheikh Uthman said, you know I didn't call you.
Oh, Sheikh Osman, he did not call me because now he is busy taking the wife of a Muslim guy.
Oh, yeah, those were all false accusations. But let's take care.
No, why you are mentioning his name? First of all. Secondly, why he don't dare to call me? Give me his Skype, I will call him right now.
So you can mute him.
I will call him. He go live.
I told him. He said, I'm not wasting my time.
So who is the one who's terrified? He can mute me. I will call him. He's not calling me. I will call him. So you see who's the potato? Now listen. So admonish them and what?
Oh.
And scourge them. You see, you told me Ibn Abbas. You are the one who said to me, Ibn Abbas. This is Ibn Abbas.
Let's read it. Can I read it?
Okay, read it for me.
Okay, thank you. From which part? From the top?
Does it say here? Read the word for me. I do not know how to say it as you said it. I'm saying it wrong.
Okay, 1 second. Let's read from and banish them to beds apart right here. It has the parentheses.
Okay.
Right here.
What it says here between two brackets. What it says in the bracket.
Turn your faces away from them in bed. Look, now let's go one by one, okay?
One by one.
All right. Turn your faces away from them in bed. And scourge them. Not scourge, scourge them.
That's what I said. I said scourge them.
Okay, can you now since you're running the channel, can you go to the
Okay, so what scourge them mean? You accuse me. Okay, what does scourge mean? What does scourge mean? Okay, what?
Google and put scourge.
Okay, what scourge mean? Okay. Tell me what is that?
Define it so the people can see.
Okay, you tell me. Okay, tell me what does that mean? What the word mean? I don't know.
Scourge them meaning stay away from them. That's what it means.
Oh, okay.
Scourge, stay away, but you don't know English.
Okay. Scourge.
Let me continue reading.
Used to instrument punishment. Hold on. Okay, no. Okay, hold on. Okay. Here we go. This is what the word mean. I will show you. That doesn't say what you are saying.
Go ahead. You're a liar.
Okay. Whip used as an instrument of punishment. Do you see it? So you whip them. Scourge. You beat them. It's a whip. Who is lying?
With what?
You said to me a second ago that you know English. You said to me the word scourge them means stay away from them.
Exactly, it does.
Now you are saying to me, beat them with what?
Yeah, with what? With what?
With the whip.
With what?
With the whip.
With what?
You are the one who said to me, go to dictionary, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you are the one who said to me that scourge them mean to stay away from them, but here it says to beat them. To lash. Listen, it says to whip. It says horsewhip. It says you are the one who asked me to show you the reference of the dictionary. This is not my words.
Yes.
Okay. So horsewhip, lash, strap. Okay. So now you are going to whip them.
Okay. Can I reply?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Wow, sure, you give me a chance to reply. Wow.
amazing.
For once you give a Muslim a chance to talk.
Really?
So the Prophet Muhammad alayhi salam said this in a Sahih Bukhari hadith. Let me pull up all the numbers, you coward. He said never put your hands on a woman. Never. When you do it lightly. He never put his hands on an animal, you coward. All you do is you lie. And then when you go right there, it says mild. What does mild mean? What does the word mild mean? Huh? Keep laughing.
What is the word mild?
Coward.
Okay, hold on. In a mild and exaggerated matter, it says whip. So it's mean to beat them until not to kill them.
No. Show the whole thing.
Okay. Hold on. Okay. Listen. Now, I want to make it simple. Do you beat Muslim women until her skin is green or before?
That's a weak hadith.
It's a weak hadith.
That's weak.
Okay, let's see if it's weak. You want to bet?
It's weak. I already know where it's from. You don't need to show it. I'll tell you where it's from.
Really? It's weak? Okay, so why it says sahih?
It's not all hadiths that are sahih are authentic.
Okay, this is in Da'if Mamluk book. So what you are saying
there's
is
no such book. There's no such book.
Okay, there's da'if. So da'if is da'if.
Da'if is weak, but you know that this hadith that you're saying when the woman becomes green, correct?
But isn't Al-Bukhari? Isn't Al-Bukhari is authentic book?
Huh?
Isn't Al-Bukhari is the most? 99.9%. This is the one. It is not sahih. Okay, show me where it says not sahih. Go ahead. Can you show me? Anyone says this?
I said it's sahih. I said it's not authentic.
See, this is sahih.
It's, of course it's sahih. There's hadiths from
a second ago you said to me it's not sahih.
But they're not authentic.
But a second ago you said to me it's sahih.
Yes.
It shouldn't. You said not sahih. You said not sahih. You said not sahih.
Maybe the two Africans you were debating earlier kind of got you crazy. You know, you need some medication.
Okay. Let us talk about medication. Is it true that the Prophet, he commanded you, in case if you have diabetes, to take honey?
Honey?
Yeah.
Oh, what's wrong with honey? Guys, look at this. Something is wrong with honey now.
But if somebody have diabetes, he will die with it. Shouldn't you know first what his disease? A guy come to you, you say to him, take honey?
First of all, this was a medication prescribed.
Okay. What about the negligee? Dr. Mohammed is okay. How come Mohammed is a doctor? We don't want to change topic just for fun. So Mohammed is a doctor, but he was so sick.
Hold on. Let me say to what I was saying. 1 second. I hope you don't mute me now. You did say this in one of your previous videos. And I am not trying to change the topic because I already refuted you here. But there's no point of you're not going to agree with me whether I do 20, 30 times. Just like you went to your Bible. So I called you first and I said from 2 Timothy, you said no, it's the teacher, this and that. That wasn't the teachings of the Bible. That was the teachings from you running your mouth.
What teaching from the Bible? It stays there. You know, you're talking about what?
The 2 Timothy when I first called you.
You did not read it. You did not say anything. You said to me 2 Timothy. I said, where?
It says women have no rights.
Where it says women have no right? You did read it. There's nothing there that says that.
Women, the man is superior.
Okay, the man is the Lord. The man is the Lord of the house, and he is the Lord of the house. Okay, so are you saying to me in Islam? Are you saying to me, you Muslim women? Are you saying to me, you Muslim women, the woman is the Lord of the house?
1 second.
As the women in Islam, she is the
every Muslim.
Is the women?
Do you not say this to every Muslim that calls you? Hold on. Almost every Muslim that has called you. Do you not tell him to pick a miracle in the Quran from your choice? Yes.
You want to change topic? Okay, pick up a miracle. Go ahead.
Can I?
Sure. Go ahead. Change topic. Go ahead.
Surah Fussilat, verse 53. You're exposed.
That's it. You end me, man. Chapter. Are you paid by Christian Prince?
Surah Fussilat, verse 53.
Listen, I'm asking you, did the Christian Prince pay you before you call him? Because everything you are saying, obviously you are trying to expose your prophet.
No, go.
Okay.
Go, open the verse, let's see.
Chapter 41, and verse what?
Verse 53.
Okay, read it for us.
He wants to debate Sheikh Usman.
Sheikh Uthman, he thinks there's many Messiah. And then he brought a book. This is the book of Uthman. And then the same book in his hand, it says, no way, this book is the book of Uthman. My friend, your Uthman is a joke. People laugh at him. Anyway.
Watch the video.
Don't share the topic. We are laughing. Bring me, if you don't mention someone, don't dare even to let me call him or don't dare to call me. So now, read. You said to me, this is a miracle. Where is the miracle? What happened? You are 35. The one.
Verse 35.
35, not 53. Oh boy.
35.
Okay.
35.
Okay. 35, guys. 35. Okay. What 35? How it's a miracle?
When it says that sweet and salt water touch, but they do not mix.
In chapter 4, hold on. In chapter 41, verse number 35, it says that sweet and salt water don't touch.
They touch, but they do not mix.
And this is in chapter 41, verse number 35.
This Al-Fussilat. 35.
Yeah, this is Fussilat. Fussilat is not 35. Fussilat is Fussilat 41, chapter 41, verse number 35. Doesn't say that.
It says these in one of these verses. I'm trying to find it here.
Call Uthman. Call Uthman. Let him join us. Call Uthman.
You know that verse, but you don't want to.
For sure I know the verse. I am the master of Islam. Are you kidding me? You're an idiot. So you are the one who asked me to show you the miracle, but you don't know how to find it.
I know where to find it.
John, then find it. Go ahead.
I'm a human being. I make a mistake.
You are a human being. I said to you from the beginning, you are a mule. Don't lie.
Sweet and salt water touch, but they do not mix. Reply to that.
Where is the verse?
All right, hold on. Let me get it because you know where it is, but you're playing funny. Hold on. I'll find it.
Okay, fine.
Find it.
All right. Don't be upset, my friend. It's okay. Take it easy.
I'll find it. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
I know there's a verse like that in the Quran. One second. Let's find it right now. We can easily find it and we can expose you. Because the very first thing, I don't like when people lie. You said I called you before.
I know.
You're still lying.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, this guy comes up. I already had enough of him, even though he's Muslim. Why do I have to see his face?
You're famous, my friend. Everybody want to call you.
No, I never said I'm famous. I never said that. But
the guy he keeps talking.
Naik comes up that have no idea what he's talking about.
Zakir Naik came in the way between your legs. Don't worry. Just kick him away.
I don't listen to him anyway. He's just a doctor.
Oh, he is. Are you a doctor too?
No.
No. How sad.
Okay. Surah Furqan, verse 53.
Man, you went so far. So Al-Furqan, which is far away from the chapter you are talking about, chapter 25, you went all the way to 41.
Well, the reason for that was I had a very good excuse. They both start with the F.
You Muslims, you are so much attached to the F word. I see. Okay. So it says here in verse number 53.
Hold on. Let me come back to the page.
Don't come.
Okay, go ahead. You're going to be embarrassed and humiliated.
Okay, read it for us. I want to see the miracle.
Go to the verse.
I am in the verse.
You're not. You're scrolling down. There's another lie.
Oh, okay. You read it from your side. Don't worry about me.
And it is who have given independence to the two seas through they meet, one palatable sweet and the other saltish, bitter and halt, set apart in a forbidden band between them.
Okay.
This is a miracle. No one knew 1400 years ago. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ never been to an ocean. He never been to an ocean. How would he have known this?
Exactly. But isn't it true? If I go right now in the kitchen and I put some water, salty water with fresh water, and I put them together, they will be mixed?
You're being stupid right now.
I am not. I'm asking you, if we go right now, if we bring salty water and a cup of fresh water and we put them in one container, are they going to be mixed or not?
My question to you is, why is this a miracle by the scientists that are not Muslim? Why do they prove this a miracle?
Nobody proved it a miracle. Only mules like you. In fact, this is a mistake. In fact, this is a mistake because the stupid Muhammad, he think that fresh water and salty water, there is between them rocks and they never met, which is absolutely false. So he think
that is true.
Hold on. But now you are saying to me about water touching each other. Are they touching each other or they are not?
They're touching, they're not mixing.
But that's not what he's saying here. Here he's saying between them there's rocks.
Again, he puts his own words into it. It does
no,
not say that.
Here it says the word bar. The word bar is وَحِجْرًا مَحْجُورًا. Do you see it? وَحِجْرًا مَحْجُورًا.
Say that again in Arabic. Say it again.
وَحِجْرًا مَحْجُورًا. Are you going to teach me Arabic now?
You can speak Arabic, right?
So the stupid Muhammad, he think that because we have a fresh water anywhere we dig in the ground, Just shut up. So look what you did.
Want to learn Arabic?
Look
Let
what
me
you,
recite.
he wanna recite it. Go ahead, recite it. Recite for me. Recite for me.
If I do it,
But recite for me the verse before it. Start from there.
No, 52.
Yeah.
So obey not the disbelievers.
You said you will recite it. You said you read in Arabic. What are you doing?
Well, the audience speak English, so that's a waste of time.
I see. I thought you want to school me in Arabic. No.
You have to give the audience love, right?
Yeah, but you said to me you laugh at my Arabic, and you said to me, let me recite it for you.
Because you cannot speak Arabic.
That's deep. That's deep.
Okay, it's deep. Is it ya ahle kitab or ya ahlal kitab? This is your Arabic, right?
There is no ahl kitab in the verse, you idiot.
No, in general, this is how
okay. So listen, potato, listen.
You know who took good care of you?
Okay, listen. I don't know. I think the Lord will bless us today with comedy. It's Friday, so we need to have fun. People have entertainment. Guys, are you having fun? We have the best jokers of the Muslim nations tonight. Okay, listen. So now, do you want me to prove to you that what your prophet is talking about, that Allah, he made a bar, which is rocks and land, between the two waters, so they never mix?
Hold on, Christian Prince. You're going to prove this to me?
Yes.
But you're the same liar that said that our prophet, peace be upon him, stole an underwear. I was laughing when Farid responded. You're such a liar.
So,
you stole an underwear. And
okay, so when your Fifi respond, what she said?
Fifi said, where is the steel underwear? Maybe in Christian Prince's mind.
Okay, we will go. I promise you. After this one, we will go to the underwear. All right. So now, listen.
Really? No, but the underwear is a good one.
I know. I know.
That's your lie.
I mean, that's an underwear interhistory. So what it is? Was it jeans?
It said red velvet was missing.
So Christian Prince, he lied. He said it's an underwear, but it was a red velvet.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that.
So you are saying to me now. So you are saying now that the prophet was accused to be a thief by his disciples.
Who was he accused by?
By his disciples, companions.
Oh, no. There's your lie, because Farid responded.
Okay. So, you keep jumping. Look, listen. You keep jumping. You keep jumping from a hero to hero. I've seen nothing but whores, because none of them dare to call me or to let him call her. So don't mention them. Now, either you answer. Does it say in front of you that there's a bar, and I can show you that the bar we are talking about is a piece of land?
Hold on. I will get to this. But when you said that the disciples, your lie, it was the hypocrites that accused the prophet.
We will go there. I promise you. After we finish this verse, we'll go there. So what if I can prove to you that the Quran is speaking about proving Muhammad to be an idiot? He's speaking about a land, claiming that salty water.
You know what, really, Christian Prince?
Don't change the topic. No, don't.
Underwear. Listen.
Okay. So in the front of everybody, if I show you that this is a piece of land, he hang up. The stupid Muhammad, he thought this is additional mistake in the Quran. They make it miracle. Imagine how deceiver people they are. This guy, he called me many times before. He's a potato. I remember his voice very well. If we go right now and read the interpretation for the verse, you see, I'm not going to give my own interpretation. Fair? So the Muslim cannot say, okay, Christian Prince is making things up. I mean, okay, maybe he's making things up. You never know. I mean, the Muslim, they say he keep lying.
When Muslims go and conquer the adjacent...
Shut up. I mean, why you are even here? Let us go to Tafsir Ibn Kathir. Oh boy. You're stupid, Muhammad, the donkey. He thought that there is a sea of fresh water and there is a sea of salty water, and Allah, he made between them a barrier forever, so they will never meet. Never, ever meet. This is how stupid Muhammad is. And thank you for mentioning this verse, because that will prove that Muhammad is a fraud. There's no way someone sent by God will say such a stupid mistake. This is your Ibn Kathir interpretation for the verse. And this is the interpretation for the verse. Read carefully. And he has set a barrier and complete partition between them, meaning the sweet water and the salty water. Now he go to the word barzakh. Barzakhan, a barrier, mean partition which is a dry land. This is why you potato, you hang up. So what you mentioned to me is a proven Muhammad to be a fraud. So Muhammad, he claimed that salty water and fresh water, they never ever mix. Allah, he put between them a barrier, because the idiot Muhammad do not know that every fresh water at the end goes to the ocean, and then the sun will vibrate by heat, and then the cloud will bring it to the land, and then the water, it's a fresh water. So the stupid Muhammad, he thought there's two seas. One sea is a fresh and one sea is salty, and Allah, he put between them a barrier which is a barzakh. And this is what the word is used here. And now don't tell me that Ibn Kathir don't speak good Arabic. That will be laughable. Sometime you ask yourself, do those Muslims, are they paid by Christian Prince? Because I cannot find better stupid person to call me to get me busted. And then the Muhammadan, to deceive people, they will go and say, oh, look, miracle. There's tons of videos in YouTube about it. Miracle of Allah, subhanallah. Allah, he separate. Look, and the scientists, they approve that. There's no science says that. Not a single scientist says that, you liar. There's no scientist says that fresh water and salty water don't mix. They mix every second. Even if the water is coming in a massive size. So you will see two different body of water. That's why you have different color, but still they are mixing. But because always there is more water coming from the other direction, so they will look like they are not mixed, but they are mixing. And the Quran never mentioned that. The Quran make it clear. They will never meet each other. And by the way, this is not only mentioned in one verse, it's mentioned in many verses, proving that Muhammad really is a fraud. Literally, he is a stupid. Those Abdul are working in the website, and obviously it's not working no more. There's no search engine. I don't know what to do with it. Okay. Those are, and you know what? He might talk about women's rights. And women have no right in Christianity, because says the women, she have to be quiet when the rabbi, when the teacher is teaching. That what make women have right or not? Until now, there's women, they go to the church and they keep talking. And the priest, he have to school them. It's not a secret. That women, they like to talk. So they go, they sit next to her, what did you say? Where are you going afternoon? You know, you cannot do that in the church. This is not about women, right? This is about wrong behavior. Women, they have different habits from men. It's not a secret. In the Middle East, a woman, she finished the visit. She come to visit, like, let's say a woman, she come to visit my mom. 1 hour the visit. Then 2 hours on the door. Supposedly the woman is gone. She's going now. In the last moment when they are leaving the door, the conversation get hot. And take it like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, you name it. This is on the door. So the visit in the door is longer than the visit on the inside. Why you are calling me back? So did you see what Ibn Kathir said? It's a piece of rock. It's a land. Hello? Hello? Look like Allah muted you, man. He hang up. So what they claim it is a miracle, it turned to be a scam, a fraud, a lie. And we are here to expose it. Abdul, it's a dry land. Your prophet is stupid. Same time, the Bible speaks about what the woman is. The Bible describes the women the same as the church. So the man is the Lord of the house, yes, but he have to love his wife the same as Christ. He loved the church. Yes, Abdul. You are not saying inshallah before you call me. That's why there's no sound. Say inshallah. Prophet Solomon, he had sex with 100 women, and he forgot to say inshallah. Obviously, your call will not work. Say inshallah and then call me. Let me, I will call you, I will call you. Let me say it. Smash Allah. Okay, now I'm calling him. Let's see if it's going to work. Smash Allah. Hello?
Hello, do you hear?
See? Now it's working, smash Allah. See? Okay. So now did you see the reference I showed you? It's a dry land. You said I'm lying. It's a dry land.
When it says that, that means there's no area between the waters because it's just water. It's not like there's buildings in water. Keep making mistakes.
It says, he said that the meaning of the barrier is a dry land.
Yeah, meaning there's nothing in between the water besides the two mixes.
What do you mean? It says that the barrier is a dry land, and you are saying to me there's nothing. So what the dry land is?
Is there what's in water? What's in water?
Just go, man. Enough embarrassment. I'm going to have a heart attack. What?
Answer me.
Okay, it says, okay, where is the land? Where is the dry land located? It's the barrier is a dry land. I'm going to draw. Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. Okay, listen. I'm going to draw an image for you, and you tell me where we put the land. All right, look at the screen, please. Can you look at the screen?
You're gonna hang up, right? You're gonna hang up.
Okay, just wait. I'm just having fun. Okay, so listen. So now we have here.
You're not having fun. Hold on, before you talk.
The one in red. The one in red. The one in red is a fresh water. The one in blue is salty water. Where is the dry land located? Tell us.
Before you talk.
Tell me. No, I want an answer. Where we put the dry land?
Exactly. Before you talk, I want to make something very clear.
What you want to make?
I will show all the Muslims that probably even tell me to challenge you, that when I challenge you, you hang up on me. So please hang up. When you hang up,
it's you who hang up. It's you who hang up on me.
That's my victory.
It's you. I wanted to show you the Ibn Kathir. It's you who hung up. You forgot?
I told you. I did not hang up. I told you.
Okay, now listen. Okay, so now.
What's in water?
Okay, so now.
What's in water?
Shit. The shit of Muhammad.
What's in the ocean?
In the ocean? This is ocean?
Yeah. Besides fish.
This is ocean?
The barrier, the barzakh.
But it says there is two seas.
Exactly. What is a sea? A sea is not an ocean? Are you kidding me?
So there's a fresh sea water? There's water.
Obviously.
There is a sea. It's a fresh water, all of it.
First of all, it's not a scene. It's a sea, as in S-E-A. I'm so sorry. Your English is
sorry.
horrible.
Yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry. So it's a sea, guys. It's not S-N. It's a sea. Yeah. So the sea, there's two seas. One of them is a fresh water and one of them is salty.
Correct. They touch, but they do not mix.
What's the name of the two seas?
It's the seas. It doesn't matter what the name is.
What is the name of the sea which is a fresh water? Is that the lake of Tabaraya?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't mention that.
Okay, but here it says there's two seas, one of fresh water and one salty. The lake of Tabaraya, we can call it sea. In the old days, maybe they call it sea too. But now we have a sea. They are, according to you, they are touching each other.
Okay. Does it not say in the same thing in the Bible when it says that Musa alayhi salam split the two seas? So what's those two seas? Does it mention in the Bible?
He split the seas. It's a sea. It's not a, is that a river?
Same thing over here. It says
but no, this is fresh water and salty water.
Exactly. Because
Okay.
your Bible
So now listen. So listen. So now listen.
In our book, there's miracles.
Okay. So now where we put the barrier? Where's the barrier is located? Which is the dry land according to Ibn Kathir? Where we put it? Between the red line and the blue line, or out?
Between the fresh and the salt water, right on that edge.
Between?
Well, obviously, it says they don't mix.
Okay. So now we have a dry land between them. So how that is a miracle?
Dry land you're taking out of context. It's like me saying I played a basketball game, I had a hot game.
You are the one who told me. You are the one who told me that the dry land is between them. Okay, great. So now we have a dry land. Look, it's a green too. So now we have a dry land between the salty water and the fresh water. So what is the miracle?
That is a miracle because this is scientifically proven. Who knew 1400 years ago?
1400 years ago, there was a fresh water, and those fresh water. But what you said to me in the beginning, that they meet but they don't mix.
Okay, what's the closest sea to Mecca?
Amazon River.
What is the closest sea to Mecca?
I don't know.
See,
I'm
you
not,
don't know.
I'm not good
You're
in
an
geography.
idiot. That's why you say Amazon River, which is in South America, and Mecca is in the Middle East.
Okay, I have a question for you. Are you sure it's not the Nile River?
What is the closest sea?
Okay, I was mistaken.
Yeah, man,
I was mistaken. The Nile River.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Let me help you. I'll help you.
Where is the Nile River located?
I will help you. The Nile River is in the United States of America.
No, come on. I'm serious. Where is the Nile River located?
Christian Prince, let me help you out.
Where is the Nile River located? I'm serious.
The closest sea to Mecca is the Red Sea.
Where is the Nile River located?
I just answered you. The closest sea is the Red Sea.
Where is the Nile River located? Is it true the Nile River located in Iraq?
I haven't laughed like this in a year.
Yeah,
this guy.
I know. So correct me where it is. Where is the Nile River is coming from?
Oh my goodness, I cannot breathe right now.
Where is the Nile River coming from?
You know?
No.
You should be in one of Jackie Chan's Rush Hour movies.
I know. I got a job there. Okay, but now tell me, where is the Nile River located?
The Nile River, I told you, it's in the United States of America.
I'm serious. You want to hang up on you? Either give me the answer or I will hang up. Give me the answer. Where is the Nile River?
I gave you the answer.
Where is the Nile River located? Well, according to your prophet, the Nile River is coming from Jannah.
Oh my goodness, look, another accusation.
So your stupid prophet, he think that the Nile River in the seventh sky. Did your prophet, he go really to Jannah, which is in the seventh sky, or he went to Ethiopia? And to
it was a very great miracle by our beloved prophet that on the night of Isra al-Miraj, he went to the seven heavens.
Exactly. So how come he saw the Nile River coming from there?
I don't know what you're talking about. This is your understanding.
You said to me that the Nile River in the United States of America, everybody heard you. So did your prophet go to United States of America, not to Jannah, or he went to Jannah?
Whatever you're trying to say, make it short and simple. Show me the hadith or show me the.
I can show you the hadith. Haram. So I'm asking you now, did your prophet go really and he saw the Nile River in Jannah, or he saw it according to you
hold on. Let me
in
speak
United
to the audience. Look, any Muslim that's online right now, look, I called this coward, and the only thing he wants to say is hang up. He accused me of calling him before. I have never called him before. I challenge him after this debate. I challenge him to show the video where I called him. I challenge him.
Okay.
And you guys will know.
People who have my videos, you forgot that people download my videos and it's all over. So they will find your video. Just wait. And they will make fun of you. People will die laughing. So now listen. So now listen. You're a prophet. You said to me, I'm making an accusation and this is not true. But isn't it, this is the hadith saying that you're a prophet, he went to the seventh heaven, at the top of the sky, and he found the Nile River coming from under the tree of Allah?
Post it. Post what you're talking about.
I cannot find the hadith. Hold on. It says,
you want me to call a friend?
Yeah, I call a friend. Can you call Uthman?
Uthman ibn Farouk, if he calls you, you're over.
Okay. Let us call Uthman ibn Farouk then.
You're over. You know, because you also lied about him. You said Bilal. That's how much of a liar you are.
Hold on. I'm going to call you back because Uthman is calling. Just wait. Listen to what Uthman is doing. This is the guy. He received a call from a sheikh telling him that Uthman is fornicating with his wife. Listen carefully.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's 4 minutes for Fajr in Lebanon. So let's hear Abu Mecca, what he has to say about my wife. Yahya and his thugs, or Osman and your thugs. Please listen. Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
Listen, man, she just told me she did not get no fatwa from nobody. And Sheikh Uthman did not give her a fatwa because he wasn't comfortable to give her a fatwa. But he did explain to her what khula is, and then she acted after that on her own. So technically, according to the muftiyin, she is still your wife. And what they are on now, it's haram, wal-iyadu billah. So we got that out the way.
Uthman is effing the wife of his friend, and she is living with him in his house. Did you hear it? And this guy is going all over, going crazy. Sheikh Uthman, the best of you, is taking Muslim women from their husbands. And this poor man, he keep making videos, recording Muslim sheikhs about what's going on. And he said clearly that what they are doing now is nothing but a fornication. Not only that, actually, according to Islam, the punishment for this is death. Because if you sleep with the woman, she is single, they will lash you 100 lashes. But if you sleep with the woman, she is married, then both, if they are married, both they have to be stoned to death. And this guy, he keep posting videos.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's 4 minutes for Fajr in Lebanon. So let's hear Abu Mecca, what he has to say about my...
And listen, his name is Abu Mecca. Even Mecca, she have a father.
wife. Yahya and his thugs, or Osman and your thugs. Please listen. Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, I said Allah. Keep busy. No wonder your wife, she left you.
Listen, man, she just told me she did not get no fatwa from nobody. And Sheikh Uthman did not give her a fatwa because he wasn't comfortable to give her a fatwa. But he did explain to her what khula is. And then she acted after that on her own. So technically, according to the muftiyin, she is still your wife. And what they are on now, it's haram, wal-iyadu billah. So we got that out the way.
It's haram, wal-iyadu billah. What the heck? Is that a new video? Hold on, what is this?
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa
Walaikum assalam, the guy who lost his wife. How are you doing?
That's watching now. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. We didn't know there's muftis on TikTok. They do iftar for a marriage status. Subhanallah. Now we have muftis on TikTok. MashaAllah. So we ignore all the muftis that are they are from the government, assigned by the government, and we listen.
What happened?
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Barakatuhu.
That's watching now. MashaAllah, MashaAllah.
You idiot, you are in Lebanon right now. You better hide your ass because the Israeli, they have their drone all over. And they might think that you are one of those who they are looking for. Is that why you are under the tree? The Jews are watching, man. Forget about the women. The woman, she left you. That's it. She don't want you. Obviously, Osman, he do better in bed. Don't call me. Don't call me. I'm busy with Osman now. Don't you see? Are you stupid or what? What's wrong with you? Listen carefully. Show respect.
We didn't know there's muftis on TikTok. They do iftar for a marriage status. Subhanallah. Now we have muftis on TikTok. MashaAllah. So we ignore all the muftis that are they are from the government, assigned by the government, and we listen to the muftis on TikTok. Why we need them? We have to have muftis on TikTok. MashaAllah. God bless you all.
By the way, there's a verse in the Quran, it's called TikTok.
May Allah forgive you all. So you guys decided that I'm not married to Simone, right? You decided by what you heard, subhanallah, and you decided she's not married to me, and that's it. Khalas, you're fine, sister. We're gonna find you a husband. Khalas, you're not.
They stripped the guy from his wife. This is the Muslims. You call your Muslim friend, you ask him to fix your marriage, he fixed your wife. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Can you speak to my wife? We have problems. Sure. I will fix her. Fix the marriage, please. Not the wife. Oh, no. First, we have to fix her. And then after we fix her, we will know everything going on. Okay, Abdul, listen. I want you to fix the marriage. Don't fix the wife. It doesn't work this way. Listen, we have to fix the women first. Obviously, there is something wrong. So she have to take off her clothes. And then we have to stay or look there and do something. And maybe we will find something. Obviously, there is some, switches or some fuse are not working. So we have to dig in. Okay? I mean, seriously, we have to dig into the problem. Brother, you can dig in by talking to her on the phone. You don't have to bring her to the bed and dig in. Listen, it doesn't work this way. It's not even legal. In America, they cannot give you medicine in the pharmacy unless you see the doctor in person. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble. So she have to come to my bedroom, and we have to dig in. And after we dig in, we found if there's any broken fuse. And then, don't be confused. We will fix the fuse. And then we will fuse her. And she will come back to you one day with baby. All right? What's the problem? Continue, brother, continue. Sorry. I don't know what happened to talk. Stop. I clicked play. It's not playing. What? Sheikh Uthman Zani? TikTok Mufti? I know there's something wrong with this. It's not working.
Assalamu alaikum rahmatullah wa barakatuh.
Yes.
For all ummah that's watching now. MashaAllah, MashaAllah. We didn't know there's muftis on TikTok. They do iftar for a marriage status. Subhanallah. Now we have muftis on TikTok. MashaAllah. So we ignore all the muftis that are they are from the government, assigned by the government, and we listen to the muftis on TikTok. Why we need them? We have to have muftis on TikTok. MashaAllah. God bless you all. May Allah forgive you all. So you guys decided that I'm not married to Simone, right? You decided by what you heard, subhanallah, and you decided she's not married to me, and that's it. Khalas, you're fine, sister. We're gonna find you a husband. Khalas, you're not his wife. That's it. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. So you're gonna put that on you in front of Allah, right? So you did an ifta and playing with a woman, she's new in Islam, and tell her it's okay to do zina, like by marrying somebody. Subhanallah. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. This will be on you. So anyway, I did the first talaq, which is recorded, and then I did the second talaq a month ago, and that was it. And I returned her back. Simone, you are back on ismati. Now, this is the second talaq. Even though some muftis said the first talaq is not valid, and the second talaq is still not valid, because when I discovered that she is the Osman's wife, yeah, that Osman married her, I got really angry. But you know, guys, I'm always smiling. Even inside of me, it's like I'm really angry, but always I have to be calm, right? So 2 talaqs are invalid as to some shuyukh. You can talk to them. So far, I did not divorce her at all. You mentioned a clip here that I divorced her 3 times. Okay, so let's sit here. 3 times, right? When did I divorce her? In Lebanon. MashaAllah. So I told her, as to you guys, I told her I divorced her 3 times, right? Yeah? And she stayed with me in a haram relationship. That's why I divorced her again, right? The whole thing does not make sense, guys. Please, wake up, wake up. So I divorced her, as to you guys, I divorced her 3 times, right? Yeah. So she stayed with me in a haram relationship in Lebanon, right? And then when she arrived to the States, I divorced her first time, or the 4th time. And she said, I don't accept it. So subhanAllah, again, being in a relationship, a haram relationship. Astaghfirullah.
ظلموا ظلموا هذا المسكين ظلموا شفطوا أكلوا انمرتوا منه أخذوا فرفطوا ومثل محمد شفطوا فرفطوا تررم. What a drama, man. What a drama. Anyway, brother, just hold on. I mean, the salty water and the fresh water in Lebanon, they don't mix. What do you want more? This is the most important thing. He took your wife, the other guy sleep with her. So what? Just focus on the scientific miracle of the Quran. Which one is more important? No, not Farid Atrash. Farid Atrash is saying like this. He will make you cry. What the heck? Oh boy. So focus with me. I mean, people, they are going crazy for Gaza, and you're just my wife, they took my wife, you know. So get, you know, you can have 4. And you know, like now, as long the woman, she is gone, and obviously she slept with many other men, why even why you are crying? Let her go and find somebody else, man. Muslims are really good, you know. No, I did not watch any cartoon. Sorry. The only cartoon I watch every day is Mohammed. Police be upon him. Oh boy. So did we have a good time, guys? You got them baritones? CP? What does that mean? I don't know. And he teach me English is not a scourge. Scourge. It's not, you don't know even. And scourge them mean stay away from them. Like, what the heck? Yeah, I open the dictionary. He thought I would not go and open dictionary and see what it is, you know. And it turned to be that to whip your wife, you know, with the whip. Yeah. She was white. I mean, the guy who live in Lebanon, all of them, they are white. And if he can join the Shia, they will give him women like for 20 minutes, you know. Halal. Muta. Hezbollah. Just call Hezbollah. They will provide you with as many you want. Anyway, as you see, you know, this is very stupid cult, and the more you talk to them, the more they expose themselves. It turned to be that what they claim to be science, it's a big mistake. The water, the salty water and fresh water, they don't mix. It says it clearly, they don't mix, never mix. This is how stupid this man Muhammad. And then the Muslim, they manipulate the words and what they mean, and they claim something else. When the verse says it clearly, this is about a piece of land between two seas. The Muslim, they claim that this is about fresh water and salty water in the sea. You see them, but they are not mixing. When the Quran never say that. The stupid book of Muhammad saying the opposite. Everything they say, it's a lie. Everything. Never trust a Muslim saying to you anything. In fact, even Muhammad himself, he allowed them to lie to their friends, to their enemy, and to their wives. And even the wife, she can lie to her husband. This is why if you marry a Muslim woman, you are doomed. Like, look what happened with this guy. Is she allowed to lie to her husband? Muhammad said yes. Hello, where are you, honey? Oh, I am in my mother's house, but she is in the house of Sheikh Uthman. The man is allowed to lie to his wife about marrying second women. For this is a doomed cult. What kind of relationship is based on I lied to my wife and she lied to me? How we can have a family? How you can trust each other? But Muhammad is a liar. Look, I asked the guy, where is the Nile River? He thought by saying United States of America, he can get away with it. The proof that Muhammad never went to Jerusalem is what he said. He claimed that when he went to heaven, he went and he saw the river of Sihan, Wajihan, and Euphrates, and the Nile. Sihan and Jihan and Euphrates, the three of them is in the south of Turkey now, which is part of Syria. And the Ottoman, they occupied until now. So those small tiny rivers, like the Euphrates used to be bigger, but now because the Turkish, they built a lot of them, it's, you know, became so tiny. According to him, he saw them in paradise, which is in the seventh heaven. So did Muhammad really go to heaven? Obviously he never. And here, by the way, you will notice that Muhammad is so confused about where is heaven. According to Muslims, heaven is in the sky. In the Bible, when we speak about the heaven of Adam and Eve, the garden of Adam and Eve is down in the ground. In fact, it's very close to those locations. It was a garden, not really a heaven. The stupid Muhammad, he took it and he put the verses in the Quran, but he claimed that the heaven of Adam and Eve, they were in heaven, up in the sky, and then Allah commanded them to get down. Right? What a dummy religion. All right, now as long as I'm leaving, let us pin the message of Patreon for those who like to keep asking me where we can find. There was somebody asking me in Skype where we can find Patreon. People are posting it for you. Look at the chat. The admin are posting. I want to say thank you guys for being here. I hope we have a good time. And it's almost 12 midnight, so I better stop here. Otherwise, I will stay until the morning, like last time. We stayed here for 10 hours, less 5 seconds. 10 hours, less 5 seconds. And then somebody says to me, Christian Prince, you did not complete the 10 hours. It was 9 hours and 55 seconds. 55 minutes and sorry. No, sorry. 9 hours and 55 minutes. What? That is not 10 hours, supposedly. That's what he said. I know what the time was. But the important for us that we have a good time and we laugh and we learn at the same time. And this is the whole purpose. We don't want you just to laugh. I hope people that are taking notes, learning, teaching their kids, because your kids go to school. And Muslims are very programmed. You see this kid he called me? This is what they say to your kids in school, in university. Quran full of miracles, water doesn't mix, and you know, those naive ones, they believe. Here we have no mercy. Here we expose their lies. And the caller who called me to prove to me that the Jews are not Jews, he is just a stupid idiot. In the beginning, he said to me that the word Jews is not the Jews. Then when we showed him the Quran keep calling the children of Israel, all of them, they are Jews. All of them. In the Quran, there is only 4 religions. Yahud, which is Jewish. Nasara, which supposed to mean Christians, which is false. And then there is a Sabian, and there is Islam. That's it. There's no other religions. So they sneak, they try to lie when they answer. And then when we showed him about the Samaritan, he exposed himself again. He said, I said to him when they were exist, he said, 722. All of us, we knew that when the Hebrew, they came back from their slavery, they found that those people, they occupy their homeland. They settled there. So this is additional proof that Muhammad is a big fraud. There's no way a man he claimed to be. You see, I mean, I can make a mistake. But if I am claiming to be a prophet of God, and the one is talking is Allah, the one is talking is not someone else, how such a mistake can happen? Such a mistake cannot happen unless from a person is a fraud, and this is not God talking. Those verses in the Quran, chapter 20, 85, 87, 89, 95, all of them, they speak about the Samaritan. But at that time, there's not even a single one Samaritan. This is how fraud this man is. By the way, somebody's saying he's from the Philippines. The admin, if you can post the link for the Filipino book. I saw a woman, she was asking where she can get the free version of the Filipino book. Maybe you can post, please. And maybe later in the comment section, after we finish, you can post the link for the books, so people, they can download the free books. So Filipino people, they can download the Filipino language books, my books, for free. So as you see, there's no way. I mean, this is alone is enough to prove Muhammad to be a fraud. There's no way God is saying, because the one is talking now is Allah supposedly. This is not Muhammad supposedly. If it's Muhammad, I would say, okay, all human, they make mistakes. I do. Sometimes I want to say a word, I say a different word. And then after I record, I play it, I say, oh, look what I said. Sometimes you want to say a name, you say a different name. It can happen. But Muhammad here, he have no excuse. He repeated the same word many times, and the one is talking supposedly is Allah. And Muhammad, he delivered the what is called scriptures, word by word, as is given to him from Allah. So how this man, he is a prophet of God, receiving message from God, and he says such a stupid thing? How a stupid mistake like this can be explained or can be defended? This one alone is enough to prove Muhammad to be a fraud. You do not need any more things. Now, going back to our topic about Israel before we leave today, I hope the Israeli will not do the same stupid mistake with the ceasefire, because the only way to get your hostages with honor is to continue war. Begging for them, making conditions over you, is nothing but humility. Israel has all the means and the power to win this war, and there is no need for ceasefire. It's a big mistake. You will notice that before the ceasefire, Hamas was not able to shoot any more rockets. Almost rockets that is dead. They gave them more than a week, and now rockets are flying all over. So what they did, they were asking for a ceasefire to refuel with rocket. Obviously, they smuggled them with those trucks. 200 trucks coming every day, if not more. What happened? A week ago, they are out of rockets. And you will notice that the one who started this, who broke the ceasefire is Hamas. Which means they feel really good to the point they want to go for war. The stupid government of Israel, with the pressure of the stupid Biden, they agree for ceasefire. And now the enemy, they fuel themselves, and they are ready for war. I said many times, I don't trust this man Netanyahu. And obviously he is an idiot. He is not a man who can lead a war, neither peace. But you know, in the time of war, people, they will not change their leaders, right? And I understand that. But still, what this man is doing is horrible. Ceasefire was a big mistake. Big, stupid mistake. And I am sure he will ceasefire again. He is just an idiot. You know, when the son of Hamas, he mentioned that if we don't finish them, that will be a big mistake. The second war, Hamas will bring real weapon. Right now, imagine all the money that will come after the war. All of it will come to Hamas. Billions and billions of dollars. Already, everybody, you open any YouTube, donate to Gaza, donate to Gaza, donate to Gaza. All this money will come to one individual organization, the terrorists of Hamas. And that will make them really powerful. And they will prepare for a bigger war and bigger attack. Very stupid mistake. But you know what we can do. I mean, for us, the maximum we can do, we can share in the internet our opinion. We are not in charge. We are not the one who make decisions. "24 hours before the attack, Hamas, they have a massive show. Yet the stupid Netanyahu, he did not move his ass and finish them all. Look, they were lined up by thousands. Now the poor soldiers of Israel, they have to look for them in the towns. It was a great opportunity to finish them all in 2 minutes. Can you believe it? This is just 24 hours, less than 24 hours before October 7. They line up in the street, in the main street of Gaza. And the Israeli government, they did nothing. And now we are looking for one of them. Like, can we find one? Can we find two? This is how stupid Netanyahu is. I was watching, by the way, the day before the attack. I said to myself, what the heck? What is the Israeli? How they let this happen? This is a great opportunity to finish them all. They can just bring 2 or 3 airplanes and hit them in the same time. I mean, just by drones, by all means, they can finish them all. No civilians. But this idiot Netanyahu, you see, a leader can build a kingdom, a leader can destroy a kingdom. When the stupid Hitler, he decided to go in his war, Germany was an amazing country. If Germany did not go to war and get destroyed by the stupid Hitler, Germany today will be the most powerful nation in the earth. One man, he brought all kinds of destruction to his nation. Many empires disappeared from the top of the earth by having a stupid leader. You see, America is the most powerful country. But if we keep having president like Biden, nobody respects us no more. Look what happened. Those a bunch of terrorists in Yemen, they keep shooting. They just shot. They shot a missile at the American carrier. Can you believe it? And the American until now did nothing. Nothing. As if nothing happened. They don't fear the American no more because we have potatoes in the office. All of us, we knew that if the American army decide, if they give them decision or order, they can wipe those people. They can finish them, those terrorists. So they keep attacking, and you know they will not respond. Even Trump, by the way, he's not no better. Trump, the Iranian, they hit our base in Iraq. He did nothing, absolutely nothing. Those people, they watch carefully what the situation of the country. The country is divided. The country is not united. The country is busy supporting even Hamas. They knew what they are doing. What do you think will happen next in Israel? I said before, watch my previous videos, I said, just wait. Ceasefire, and then they will extend ceasefire, and then they will extend it again and again, so they can buy time. So now, if Hamas, they have enough weapon to fight for a long time, they will not ceasefire. They themselves, they will refuse. If they don't have enough, then they will negotiate again, and they will ask for ceasefire, and then they will release every day few. This way, they can keep the ceasefire for a long time, and then by then, the community, the Israeli community, people want to go back to their job. The country cannot stay in war all this time. I mean, people need to go. They made a draft. They made a draft, which means doctors left their clinic, engineers left their house. If Israel continue in war for 6-8 months, that will be a very bad thing for economy too. So Hamas is doing their business. They knew what they are doing. They are extending the time. They got all the food they want. Even they give them fuel. And God knows what came with those trucks. So now, and if they want to attack the Israeli, they want to attack, you know, we have the hostages. Don't you want hostages? So they know their weakness. So now they will negotiate again. Like now you hear that they are fighting, right? Just wait. Hamas will offer, okay, when they see the Israeli are getting tense on them, getting close on somewhere, they will say, okay, hold on. We will give you 7 hostages today, stop fires, and tomorrow too. And then the stupid idiot Netanyahu, he will stop. They knew what they are doing. Same time, those people, they are united behind Hamas. Maybe there's a few, they are angry, they lost their houses. But the majority, and not only that, after Hamas was able to release the terrorists from jail, and those terrorists belong to many organizations, Hamas get better reputation. So now many, even the one who don't care for Hamas, they are very thankful that Hamas released their son. For now, Hamas will say, see, we are the one who released your kids. Otherwise, they will stay for the coming maybe 20 years in jail. They killed Israelis. So Hamas now, because of the stupid Netanyahu, they look like heroes. They are in charge of what's going on. And yesterday, when they start shooting rocket, that means they are in charge of war. They don't care. They are the one who don't want ceasefire no more. It's not the Israeli who broke it. And by time, the Israeli support to their own government will go down. People, they will forget their anger. And then more pressure from the families. We want our kids. They knew, Hamas, they knew what make Israel weak. So, I don't trust this man, Netanyahu, but I hope that I will be wrong and he will continue in war and finish it as he promised in the beginning. But do I trust what I say? I say absolutely not. Do you think the Ahmadiyya will join war? What Ahmadiyya? What Ahmadiyya? Who is Ahmadiyya? There are nobody. Ahmadiyya. Anyway. Can anyone see me? Yeah, we see you. Thank God you're not naked. And you know, I don't know. For me, if I am in charge, as you see, I mean, look, they were lining up and they did nothing. Mus'ab, the son of Hamas, he said it clearly, and I agree with him. If we don't finish them now, they will get way more stronger. And not only that, that will encourage more organization around the world to do the same. The same exactly. The American, they are schooling the Israeli about a human right. When the terrorists in the city of Fallujah in Iraq, they capture 4 Americans who they are civilians. They were driving their car to the airport. This is how coward they are. You can watch the video, it's on YouTube. Very ugly. They killed them, they burned them, they tortured them, they dragged them in the street. Then the American, they commanded the Marines. 200 or 300 Marines, they took the whole city in less than 48 hours. The city of Fallujah was the same as Gaza now. It was the nest of terrorism of the Muslim Sunni. You send the Marines, there is no mercy. No mercy. They took the Al-Qaeda and ISIS to their knees. They wiped them out. This is the only language those filthy terrorists they understand. You negotiate with terrorists, you are just an idiot. And you are supporting them, and you are empowering them. And then the international community, which is around the world, especially in Asia, and like Muslims in Indonesia, Pakistan, etc., they see Hamas are a great example. So many other organizations will come, will be born, because many, they will say, look what Hamas did. Let us do the same. Like now, actually, if you ask yourself, how many foreigners right now they are in Thailand? It is the easiest target. Those Western, they are obsessed with Thailand. How many millions of them are in Thailand right now? I'm not exaggerating. How many millions? So if those terrorists, they decide to do something, they do not need to do it. They can kidnap people in Thailand. It's so easy. The border of Thailand is open to everybody. No visa. Just come. Any country you want. In Thailand, there is Muslims. And they used to bomb and do attack many times in the south of Thailand. There is many soft target, and those terrorists, they will be encouraged by Hamas. And I want to warn you that this coming Christmas, all of you, you have to be careful. Very careful. Because I see what is going on right now is encouraging the terrorist. So I'm expecting many attacks can happen. Why not? Those people, they learn that we attack those Western, they negotiate with us. Even their kids support us. Their kids will take a sign and will say, this is not Islam. We kill them, they defend Islam. We shoot them, they defend Islam. Perfect. Even we kill them, they convert to Islam. So in this coming Christmas, I hope all of you will be careful. And, you know, in the state we are armed. For me, I'm not really worried about terrorists will come to me. because I will make his ass the same as my screen door and front door for the mosquitoes if he try to get close. But in Europe, most of people, they don't have weapon, they are not armed, and they will be a very easy target. And if you are a tourist in Thailand, that's the easiest ever. You are wearing your short, you are a foreign person, you don't have weapon, they can take you for a snack. This is why European countries are getting screwed. And now some countries, they are getting getting awake. I hope it's not too late. They brought the devil to their house and now do not know what to do with them. The first thing they want to do when they do festival is to worry about Muslims. They delete festivals. They cancel cultures. Even there's an occasion in England now, supposedly about the king something, they decide to delay or to make it small, like not to go on the street because they're afraid of terrorism, Muslim terrorists. So all the life of those people in Europe is in a big trouble. No, Qatar, they don't have soldiers. Qatar, they are people eating shish kebab and hummus. Those are rich. You know, a soldier from Qatar, he make like $25,000 a month. He will go on fight with Hamas. Qatar don't even have an army. What Qatar? The whole army of Qatar will not even fill up a stadium. I assure you that Hamas army maybe is 10 times bigger than the army of Qatar. Right? Qatar is the fuel for money. It's not a country who practice the terrorists. They are the one who support, so they can control the, let's say, so they can have influence in countries. Look, now everybody is negotiating with Qatar. So Qatar now, same as in the time of Osama bin Laden. Al Jazeera TV praising Hamas. Nobody, did you see American shut down Al Jazeera? No. And you know, there's one thing actually I want to ask the Israeli who they are listening. Why in the world the Israeli in the time of war, they allow journalists everywhere? I want to know. And why you allow even Islamic countries, journalists, to do vandalism, who they are doing nothing but, you know, lying about you. Why you allow them there? Do they allow you in Pakistan? Do they allow you in Qatar? Why all those stations are there? Why you allow them? And why even you allow any TV stations to come to your country in the time of war? So they can spy? So they can give their internet to the terrorist? I cannot believe how stupid the Israeli government is. In the time of war, you don't even allow your own citizen to take a picture. Your own citizen. It's forbidden. It's a wartime. They have journalists. If you remember, they have the TV just not even 30 meters away from the Israeli tank. So now if Hamas, they want to find out where they are exactly, they do not need a drone, they don't need anything. They just look at the TV. It shows them where they are exactly. What fast? Doesn't matter how fast it happened. Those media should not be allowed anywhere. Everybody have his cameras in the roofs everywhere. It's a showtime. And if you ask yourself, this will be for the benefit of who? It's going to be for the benefit of Hamas. Because that's what they use to show the whole world that we are victims, but the fact is the opposite. So now those Al Jazeera go inside, look, there's a cry, there's a child, there's a crying, and they put some color in his face, or even maybe true blood. So those images will fuel anger. Very stupid government. In the time of war, you don't allow even international calls. Even international calls, you have to watch every call. And you don't allow calls for countries which is your enemy. And you have to screen every call, even if it's from your own citizen. It's a wartime. In the time of war, you screen even the internet, the emails, anybody. Imagine the Israeli army, they stop watching the intelligence, they stop watching Hamas for more than 3 to 4 years. Period. They stop watching their phones, they stop flying their drones, nothing. So they bring those journalists to make the Israeli look bad, and then they spend the whole day explaining what's happening. I mean, do you see the stupidity? Why you are doing this to yourself? Well, they are the one who made the public opinion against them. They are the one who allow all those journalists. Remember, not a single journalist can enter Israel without permission of Israel. So who is the one helping who? Who is the one allow Al Jazeera to go and be in Gaza? They can't enter from anywhere unless Israel approve it. This is why I say to you, the one in charge in Israel, they are really dumb and stupid. They have no idea what they are doing. So I hope they will change. In fact, if you remember, I made a video. Do you remember, guys? About a month ago. I said, look how the funny Israeli army, how they want to fight Hamas. They send a text message to the terrorist and they tell them to leave. In fact, now they are doing the same. They went back to the same thing. They divided Gaza into blocks. And every block have a number. So now what they will do, they will tell by text message, by phone, and by TV, and by radio, we are going to hit block number 25. So why you want to hit it then? Oh, we want to hit the terrorist, but the terrorist will leave now. I mean, have you ever heard such a stupid plan? So I mentioned that a month ago, and then they stopped doing that, and now they are back. I saw it today in the morning. Let me see if I can find you. How they are, I don't know. I mean, or what they are worried, what the international community think about it. It doesn't matter what they think. They hate you already. Do you think now they will like, okay, now we are good? This is the message today. I saw it. Let me be sure that this is the one. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me go to his page. Where is the video? Anyway, maybe you can find it. So they put the map about how they divide Gazas, and they give every street or building a number. And then the Israeli will say to them, leave this location. We are going to attack. So how you want to attack Hamas? Did you notice that all the hostages, they came from the south of Gaza, which means not where the Israeli attacking? Did you notice that? Because where the Israeli now, Gaza, the city Gaza is surrounded. There's nowhere they can go anywhere. So where is the hostages? They are where the Israeli told them to leave, to the south. They told the civilians. So all the terrorists of Hamas, they went there and they took the hostages with them. What a smart Israeli army. And not only that, Hamas, they put conditions that the Israeli, during the time of the ceasefire, they cannot fly their drones. I don't know really what to say. They don't have really a real leadership. And now those people, they have 7 days of fueling, smuggling weapons and rockets. Hundreds of trucks are coming every day. There's no way you can check them. The truck itself, the gas tank itself can have. They can smuggle TNT, they can smuggle C4, they can smuggle whatever they want. So for me, what I see, Israeli are not doing a good job. Not because the army is doing a good job. But this Netanyahu is an idiot. And I am afraid that 2 days from now, Hamas will call. They will see that the Israeli are hitting bad somewhere, or they are cornering him somewhere. They say, okay, listen, we are going to release today 5 people. Ceasefire. And then Netanyahu then, he said, okay, stop fire. They will release 7 people. Just yesterday, actually today, Israel lost 5 soldiers because of the stupid ceasefire. Soldiers, they were not aware. And Hamas started shooting because we have ceasefire. So what you got from this ceasefire? You are losing your young men and women. They saved nobody. If they go in a massive way in the attack, never stop until, you have to give us our etc. That's it, otherwise we'll not stop. Then Hamas, they have no choice. Either you will free them by force, or they will give them up to you in return of letting them fly somewhere. The same as they did to Yasser Arafat in Lebanon. But just wait. Again, I hope I'm wrong. And I hope that Netanyahu will not accept ceasefire again. But I think he will, because he's an idiot and he's just doing politics. Anyway, guys, I want to say thank you all for being here. I hope we have a good time. And if you did not subscribe, don't forget to subscribe and later unsubscribe in case I make you angry, because I make people angry. I'm not sugarcoating kind. Thank you. God bless you. And I will see you soon again. God is good. So is Jesus. And by the way, those who cut my videos, if you can't find the video of this potato who claimed he never called me, he called me many times. I remember his voice very well. He called me many times. So if you can remember, if you can't find the videos, put them together so let people laugh at Muslims how they do. I never call you. You're a liar. I never call you.